Overthrow. America's century of regime change from Hawaii to Iraq. Stephen Kninzer. Time present and time past are both perhaps present in time future, and time future contained in time past. TSE. LIOT. Contents. Introduction. Part 1, The Imperial Era. 1. A hell of a time up at the palace. 2. Bound for Gugu Land. 3. From a whorehouse to a White House. 4. A break in the history of the world. Part 2, Covert Action. 5. Despotism and godless terrorism. 6. Get rid of the stinker. 7. Not the preferred way to commit suicide. 8. We're going to smash him. 9. A graveyard smell. Part 3, Invasions. 10. Our days of weakness are over. 11. You're no good. 12. They will have flies walking across their eyeballs. 13. Thunder Run. 14. Catastrophic success. Notes. Bibliography. Acknowledgements. Index. Overthrow. Introduction. Why does a strong nation strike against a weaker one? Usually because it seeks to impose its ideology, increase its power, or gain control of valuable resources. Shifting combinations of these three factors motivated the United States as it extended its global reach over the past century and more. This book examines the most direct form of American intervention, the overthrow of foreign governments. The invasion of Iraq in 2003 was not an isolated episode. It was the culmination of a 110-year period during which Americans overthrew 14 governments that displeased them for various ideological, political, and economic reasons. Like each of these operations, the regime change in Iraq seemed for a time a very short time to have worked. It is now clear, however, that this operation has had terrible unintended consequences. So have most of the other coups, revolutions, and invasions that the United States has mounted to depose governments it feared or mistrusted. The United States uses a variety of means to persuade other countries to do its bidding. In many cases it relies on time-honored tactics of diplomacy, offering rewards to governments that support American interests and threatening retaliation against those that refuse. Sometimes it defends friendly regimes against popular anger or uprisings. In more than a few places, it has quietly supported coups or revolutions organized by others. Twice, in the context of world wars, it helped to wipe away old ruling orders and impose new ones. This book is not about any of those ways Americans have shaped the modern world. It focuses only on the most extreme set of cases, those in which the United States arranged to depose foreign leaders. No nation in modern history has done this so often, in so many places so far from its own shores. The stories of these regime change operations are dazzlingly exciting. They tell of patriots and scoundrels, high motives and low cynicism, extreme courage and cruel betrayal. This book brings them together for the first time, but it seeks to do more than simply tell what happened. By considering these operations as a continuum rather than as a series of unrelated incidents, it seeks to find what they have in common. It poses and tries to answer two fundamental questions. First, why did the United States carry out these operations? Second, what have been their long-term consequences? Drawing up a list of countries whose governments the United States has overthrown is not as simple as it sounds. This book treats only cases in which Americans played the decisive role in deposing a regime. Chile, for example, makes the list because, although many factors led to the 1973 coup there, the American role was decisive. Indonesia, Brazil, and the Congo do not, because American agents played only subsidiary roles in the overthrow of their governments during the 1960s. Nor do Mexico, Haiti, or the Dominican Republic, countries the United States invaded but whose leaders it did not depose. America's long regime change century dawned in 1893 with the overthrow of the Hawaiian monarchy. This was a tentative, awkward piece of work, a cultural tragedy staged as comic opera. It was not a military operation, but without the landing of American troops, it probably would not have succeeded. The President of the United States approved of it, but soon after it happened, a new president took office and denounced it. Americans were already divided over whether it is a good idea to depose foreign regimes. The overthrow of Hawaii's queen reignited a political debate that had first flared during the Mexican War half a century before. That debate, which in essence is about what role the United States should play in the world, rages to this day. It burst back onto the front pages after the invasion of Iraq. No grand vision of American power lay behind the Hawaiian Revolution of 1893. Just the opposite was true of the Spanish-American War, which broke out 5 years later. This was actually two wars, one in which the United States came to the aid of patriots fighting against Spanish colonialism, and then a second in which it repressed those patriots to assure that their newly liberated nations would be American protectorates rather than truly independent. A radically new idea of America, much more globally ambitious than any earlier one, emerged from these conflicts. They marked the beginning of an era in which the United States has assumed the right to intervene anywhere in the world, not simply by influencing or coercing foreign governments but also by overthrowing them. In Hawaii and the countries that rose against Spain in 1898, American presidents tested and developed their new interventionist policy. There, however, they were reacting to circumstances created by others. The first time a president acted on his own to depose a foreign leader was in 1909, when William Howard Taft ordered the overthrow of Nicaraguan President José Santos Zelaya. Taft claimed he was acting to protect American security and promote democratic principles. His true aim was to defend the right of American companies to operate as they wished in Nicaragua. In a larger sense, he was asserting the right of the United States to impose its preferred form of stability on foreign countries. This set a pattern. Throughout the 20th century and into the beginning of the 21st, the United States repeatedly used its military power, and that of its clandestine services, to overthrow governments that refused to protect American interests. Each time, it cloaked its intervention in the rhetoric of national security and liberation. In most cases, however, it acted mainly for economic reasons, specifically, to establish, promote, and defend the right of Americans to do business around the world without interference. Huge forces reshaped the world during the 20th century. One of the most profound was the emergence of multinational corporations, businesses based in one country that made much of their profit overseas. These corporations and the people who ran them accumulated great wealth and political influence. Civic movements, trade unions, and political parties arose to counterbalance them, but in the United States, these were never able even to approach the power that corporations wielded. Corporations identified themselves in the public mind with the ideals of free enterprise, hard work, and individual achievement. They also maneuvered their friends and supporters into important positions in Washington. By a quirk of history, the United States rose to great power at the same time multinational corporations were emerging as a decisive force in world affairs. These corporations came to expect government to act on their behalf abroad, even to the extreme of overthrowing uncooperative foreign leaders. Successive presidents have agreed that this is a good way to promote American interests. Defending corporate power is hardly the only reason the United States overthrows foreign governments. Strong tribes and nations have been attacking weak ones since the beginning of history. They do so for the most elemental reason, which is to get more of whatever is good to have. In the modern world, corporations are the institutions that countries use to capture wealth. They have become the vanguard of American power, and defying them has become tantamount to defying the United States. When Americans depose a foreign leader who dares such defiance, they not only assert their rights in one country but also send a clear message to others. The influence that economic power exercises over American foreign policy has grown tremendously since the days when ambitious planters in Hawaii realized that by bringing their islands into the United States, they would be able to send their sugar to markets on the mainland without paying import duties. As the 20th century progressed, titans of industry and their advocates went a step beyond influencing policy makers, they became the policy makers. The figure who most perfectly embodied this merging of political and economic interests was John Foster Dulles, who spent decades working for some of the world's most powerful corporations and then became Secretary of State. It was Dulles who ordered the 1953 coup in Iran, which was intended in part to make the Middle East safe for American oil companies. A year later he ordered another coup, in Guatemala, where a nationalist government had challenged the power of United Fruit, a company his old law firm represented. Having marshaled so much public and political support, American corporations found it relatively easy to call upon the military or the Central Intelligence Agency to defend their privileges in countries where they ran into trouble. They might not have been able to do so if they and the presidents who cooperated with them had candidly presented their cases to the American people. Americans have always been idealists. They want their country to act for pure motives, and might have refused to support foreign interventions that were forthrightly described as defenses of corporate power. Presidents have used two strategies to assure that these interventions would be carried out with a minimum of protest. Sometimes they obscured the real reasons they overthrew foreign governments, insisting that they were acting only to protect American security and liberate suffering natives. At other times they simply denied that the United States was involved in these operations at all. The history of American overthrows of foreign governments can be divided into three parts. First came the imperial phase, when Americans deposed regimes more or less openly. None of the men who overthrew the Hawaiian monarchy tried to hide their involvement. The Spanish-American War was fought in full view of the world, and President Taft announced exactly what he was doing when he moved to overthrow the governments of Nicaragua and Honduras. The men who directed these regime change operations may not have forthrightly explained why they were acting, but they took responsibility for their acts. After World War II, with the world political situation infinitely more complex than it had been at the dawn of the century, American presidents found a new way to overthrow foreign governments. They could no longer simply demand that unfriendly foreign leaders accept the reality of American power and step down, nor could they send troops to land on foreign shores without worrying about the consequences. This was because for the first time, there was a force in the world that limited their freedom of action, the Soviet Union. During the Cold War, any direct American intervention risked provoking a reaction from the Soviets, possibly a cataclysmic one. To adjust to this new reality, the United States began using a more subtle technique, the clandestine coup d'état, to depose foreign governments. In Iran, Guatemala, South Vietnam, and Chile, diplomats and intelligence agents replaced generals as the instruments of American intervention. By the end of the 20th century, it had become more difficult for Americans to stage coups because foreign leaders had learned how to resist them. Coups had also become unnecessary. The decline and collapse of the Soviet Union and the disappearance of the Red Army meant that there was no longer any military constraint on the United States. That left it free to return to its habit of landing troops on foreign shores. Both of the small countries Americans invaded in the 1980s, Grenada and Panama, are in what the United States has traditionally considered its sphere of influence, and both were already in turmoil when American troops landed. The two invasions that came later, in Afghanistan and Iraq, were far larger in scale and historical importance. Many Americans supported the operation in Afghanistan because they saw it as an appropriate reaction to the presence of terrorists there. A smaller but still substantial number supported the operation in Iraq after being told that Iraq also posed an imminent threat to world peace. American invasions left both of these countries in violent turmoil. Most regime change operations have achieved their short-term goals. Before the CIA deposed the government of Guatemala in 1954, for example, United Fruit was not free to operate as it wished in that country. Afterward it was. From the vantage point of history, however, it is clear that most of these operations actually weakened American security. They cast whole regions of the world into upheaval, creating whirlpools of instability from which undreamed of threats arose years later. History does not repeat itself, but it delights in patterns and symmetries. When the stories of American regime change operations are taken together, they reveal much about why the United States overthrows foreign governments and what consequences it brings on itself by doing so. They also teach lessons for the future. Part 1. The Imperial Era. 1. A hell of a time up at the palace. Darkness had already enveloped Honolulu when a pair of well-dressed conspirators knocked on one of the most imposing doors in town. The man they came to visit held the key to their revolution. He was not a warrior or a warlord, not a financier, not a politician, not an arms dealer. John L. Stevens was the American minister to Hawaii, and that night he joined an audacious plot to overthrow Hawaii's queen and bring her country into the United States. Stevens and the men who visited him on the evening of January 14, 1893, fully understood the seriousness of their mission, but they could not have known what a long shadow they would cast over history. They were the first Americans who ever met to plan and carry out the overthrow of a foreign government. That night they did much more than seal a country's fate. They also opened a tumultuous century of American-sponsored coups, revolutions, and invasions. Hawaii was in the midst of an epic confrontation between tradition and modernity. Its tribal, land-based culture was collapsing under pressure from the relentlessly expanding sugar industry. A few dozen American and European families effectively controlled both the economy and the government, ruling through a succession of native monarchs who were little more than figureheads. This system worked wonderfully for the elite, but it turned natives into underlings in their own land. Among those who wished to redress the balance was Queen Liliuokalani, and on that January day she convened her cabinet to make a shocking announcement. She would proclaim a new constitution under which only Hawaiian citizens had the right to vote. High property qualifications for voting would be eliminated, and the power of the non-native elite would be sharply curtailed. The Queen's 4 cabinet ministers were aghast. They warned her that Americans in Hawaii would never accept such a constitution. She replied by insisting that she had the right to promulgate what she wished. As their debate turned angry, 2 ministers excused themselves and slipped out of the palace. One of them, John Colburn, the Interior Minister, rushed downtown to alert his lifelong friend Lorin Thurston, a firebrand lawyer and anti-royalist plotter. "Lorin," he began, "we've been having a hell of a time up at the palace." Thurston and other haole, as Hawaiians called their white neighbors, had been waiting for an excuse to strike against the monarchy. Now they had one. Stevens was on their side, and behind him lay the power of the United States. This was their moment. The stage was now set for something new in history. Never before had an American diplomat helped organize the overthrow of a government to which he was officially accredited. The story of what led Stevens to do this, and the larger story of how the United States came to dominate Hawaii, are full of themes that would resurface time and again as Americans fell into the habit of deposing foreign leaders. For nearly all of the 5 million years since it violently emerged from the depths of the Pacific Ocean, Hawaii was defined by its isolation. Its first settlers, probably Polynesians from islands to the south, are thought to have arrived roughly around the time of Christ. Over the centuries, Hawaiians had little contact with anyone else because almost no one could cross the vast expanse of ocean that surrounded their islands. Thousands of unique plant and animal species evolved, more than almost anywhere else on Earth. Hawaii's human inhabitants developed a remarkably distinctive society that bound them together in elaborate webs of obligation, ritual, and reverence for nature. If not precisely a tropical Eden, this was a place where, over many generations, people maintained a well-balanced culture that sustained them both physically and spiritually. One historian has described it as very successful and less brutish than were most of its contemporary societies throughout the world, even those of patronizing Europe, just as it was less brutal than are most of those that adorn our civilized world today. That changed with astonishing suddenness, beginning on January 18, 1778. At daybreak that morning, off the coast of Kauai, a spectacle unfolded that stunned Hawaiians no less than the landing of a spaceship would stun them today. What seemed to be 2 floating islands appeared on the horizon. People became frenzied, some with excitement and others with terror. Many dropped their work and raced down Waimea Valley toward the shore. Chiefs and commoners saw the wonderful sight and marveled at it, according to one account. One asked another, "What are those branching things?" and the other answered, "They are trees moving about on the sea." These apparitions were actually British ships commanded by one of the century's most celebrated explorers, Captain James Cook. Odd natives at first took Cook for a god, but quite soon, perhaps inevitably, given the cultural differences between them, the two groups fell into violent conflict. Many islanders were happy when the foreigners sailed away, and pelted them with rocks when they returned a year later in desperate need of supplies. Hungry sailors began taking what they needed, and after they killed a Hawaiian chief, warriors took bloody revenge. They swarmed onto Cook and slashed his body to bits. Later they roasted his remains in an underground oven. It was one of the last times native Hawaiians were able to impose their will on whites. Before long, Cook had his revenge. He and his men had left behind plagues more ferocious than even they could have imagined. Their few weeks of contact with natives, ranging from handshakes to sexual intercourse, produced the near extinction of the Hawaiian race. Cook's men, as he himself had predicted in his journal, set off an epidemic of venereal disease on the islands. That was just the beginning. Over the decades that followed, fevers, dysentery, influenza, lung and kidney ailments, rickets, diarrhea, meningitis, typhus, and leprosy killed hundreds of thousands of Hawaiians. Once Hawaii was charted, it became a regular port of call for sailors of all sorts. They were not, however, the only ones who cast their eyes on this archipelago. So did a group of devout Presbyterians and Congregationalists from New England. From several sources, ship captains, a popular book about a Hawaiian orphan who made his way to Connecticut and embraced Christianity, and a series of articles published in a Maine newspaper called the Kennebec Journal, they heard that this remote land was full of heathens waiting to be converted. Between 1820 and 1850, nearly 200 of them felt so moved by these accounts that they volunteered to spend the rest of their lives doing God's work in the Sandwich Islands, as Cook had named them. Much of what these missionaries found appalled them. Hawaiian society, with its casual, communal nature and animist spirituality, could hardly have been more different from the stern, cold way of life to which these New Englanders were accustomed. Principles that the missionaries took to be cornerstones of civilization, such as ambition, thrift, individuality, and private property, were all but unknown to Hawaiians. They believed in the divinity of hills, trees, animals, wind, thunder, and even dewdrops. Some practiced incest, polygamy, infanticide, and hana, a custom under which mothers would give their newborn infants to friends, relatives, or chiefs as a way of broadening their web of family relationships. Most were comfortable with nakedness and sexuality. To the dour missionaries, they seemed the most accursed sinners on earth. One found them exceedingly ignorant, stupid to all that is lovely, grand, and awful in the works of God, low, naked, filthy, vile, and sensual, covered with every abomination, stained with blood and black with crime. Armed with a degree of certitude that can come only from deep faith, missionaries worked tirelessly to impose their values on the people around them, or, as they would have put it, to save savages from damnation. The streets, formerly so full of animation, are now deserted, reported a traveler who visited Honolulu in 1825. Games of all kinds, even the most innocent, are prohibited. Singing is a punishable offense, and the consummate profligacy of attempting to dance would certainly find no mercy. As the years passed, some missionaries lost their passion for enforcing this harsh moral code. So did many of their sons and grandsons, who were sent back to the United States for education and returned imbued with the restless spirit of their explosively growing mother country, where opportunity seemed to lie at the end of every wagon trail. Back in Hawaii, they looked around them and saw land that seemed to be crying out for cultivation. Several of them guessed that sugar, which the natives had been growing for centuries but never refined, would thrive there. No one better symbolized the evolution of the Haole community in Hawaii than Amos Starr Cook. Born in Denbury, Connecticut, Cook arrived as a missionary in 1837 and served for several years as the notoriously strict director of a school for highborn Hawaiian children. The temptation of wealth eventually led him away from the religious path, and in 1851 he decided to try his hand at planting sugar. With another former missionary who had an eye for the main chance, Samuel Castle, he founded Castle & Cook, which would become one of the world's largest sugar producers. To begin large-scale farming, men like these needed land. Buying it was complicated, since native Hawaiians had little notion of private property or cash exchange. They had great difficulty understanding how a transaction or anything else, for that matter, could deprive them of land. In the late 1840s, Amos Starr Cook helped persuade King Kamehameha III, a former student of his, to proclaim a land reform that pulled away one of the pillars of Hawaiian society. Under its provisions, large tracts of communal land were cut into small individual parcels, and most of the rest became the king's royal domain. By establishing the principle of land ownership, this reform gave ambitious planters, including many missionaries and sons of missionaries, the legal right to buy as much land as they wished. Dozens quickly did so. Before long, the missionary and planter elites had blended into a single class. One obstacle still lay between these planters and great wealth. The market for their sugar was in the United States, but to protect American growers, the United States levied prohibitive tariffs on imported sugar. In the 1850s, Hawaiian planters tried to resolve this problem by the simple expedient of making Hawaii part of the United States. Officials in Washington, however, had not yet developed a taste for overseas colonies, and brushed them aside. Later the planters tried to persuade American leaders to sign a free trade agreement, or reciprocity treaty, that would allow them to sell their sugar without tariffs in the United States, but that offer also fell on deaf ears. Over the years that followed, a new generation of businessmen, politicians, and military planners in the United States became more interested in overseas trade. Hawaiian planters came up with an idea designed to appeal to their ambition. In exchange for a reciprocity treaty, they would grant the United States exclusive rights to maintain commercial and military bases in Hawaii. They arranged for the compliant monarch, King Kalakaua, to endorse this plan and travel to Washington to present it. President Ulysses S. Grant found it too tempting to pass up. During the summer of 1876, the treaty was duly drawn up, signed, and ratified. This was its historic provision. It is agreed, on the part of His Hawaiian Majesty, that so long as this treaty shall remain in force, he will not lease or otherwise dispose of or create any lien upon any port, harbor, or other territory in his dominions, or grant any special privileges or rights of use therein, to any other power, state, or government, nor make any treaty by which any other nation shall obtain the same privileges, relative to the admission of articles free of duty, hereby secured to the United States. This treaty preserved the facade of Hawaiian independence, but in effect turned Hawaii into an American protectorate. The preeminent historian of the period, William Adam Russ, wrote that it made Hawaii virtually a sphere of influence of the United States, but the sugar planters in the islands were pleased. The political consequences of this reciprocity agreement cannot be overestimated. When Hawaii was finally annexed in 1898, practically everyone agreed that the first real step had been reciprocity, that is to say, economic annexation. News of this deal infuriated many native Hawaiians. When their protests turned violent, the alarmed king felt it prudent to ask for American protection. This the United States provided, in the form of 150 Marines, who became his personal and political bodyguards. The sugar industry quickly began to boom. In the first 5 years after the treaty was signed, the number of plantations in Hawaii more than tripled. Sugar exports to the United States, which totaled 21 million pounds in 1876, soared to 114 million pounds in 1883 and 225 million pounds in 1890. Money rained down on the white planters who controlled Hawaii's economy. Growing sugar is labor-intensive, but neither whites nor native Hawaiians were willing to work in the fields. After considering several alternatives, planters began importing Japanese and Chinese laborers, whom they called coolies. They came by the thousands after the Reciprocity Treaty was signed. That strengthened the planters' opposition to democracy, since universal suffrage would most likely have produced a government dominated by non-whites. The Reciprocity Treaty was for a term of 8 years, and when it expired, sugar growers from Louisiana tried to block its renewal. This greatly alarmed Hawaiian planters, whose fortunes depended on it. They arranged for King Kalakaua, who had fallen almost completely under their influence, to make a further concession. The renewed treaty included a clause giving the United States control over Pearl Harbor, on the island of Oahu, the finest natural port in the northern Pacific. A few years later, King Kalakaua approved a constitution that secured the planters' power. It vested most authority in cabinet ministers, prohibited the monarch from dismissing any minister without the legislature's approval, and set wealth and property qualifications for election to the legislature. Called the Bayonet Constitution because it was imposed with the implied threat of armed force, it also gave all Americans and Europeans, even non-citizens, the right to vote but denied that right to Asian laborers. Its author was Loren Thurston, and after Kalakaua reluctantly accepted it, planters told him he also had to accept Thurston as his interior minister. Kalakaua's inability to resist these impositions showed how fully the Hawaiian monarchy had come under white control. Whites reached this position not overnight, but through a steady series of steps. William Adam Russ wrote that they slowly and imperceptibly wormed their way, year by year, into the king's favor until they were the power behind the throne. Controlling the business and wealth of the islands, they became the dominant minority amongst a people who only a few years before had welcomed them as visitors. This system brought more than a decade of great prosperity to Hawaii's sugar planters, but two blows suddenly upset it. The first came in 1890, when Congress enacted the McKinley Tariff, which allowed sugar from all countries to enter the United States duty-free and compensated domestic producers with a bounty of 2 cents per pound. This wiped away the protected regime under which Hawaiian planters had thrived, and plunged them into what one of their leaders called the depths of despair. Within 2 years, the value of their sugar exports plummeted from $13 million to $8 million. As if that were not enough, the planters' puppet monarch, Kalakaua, died in 1891, leaving his independent-minded sister, Liliuokalani, to succeed him. The new queen had attended a missionary school and embraced Christianity but never lost touch with her native heritage. When her brother turned Pearl Harbor over to the Americans in 1887, she wrote in her diary that it was a day of infamy in Hawaiian history. Later that year, while she was in London at the Jubilee celebrating Queen Victoria's 50th year on the throne, she received news of the Bayonet Constitution and wrote that it constituted a revolutionary movement inaugurated by those of foreign blood, or American blood. Liliuokalani was 52 years old when the Chief Justice of Hawaii's Supreme Court, Albert Judd, administered the oath that made her queen on January 29, 1891. After the ceremony, Judd took her aside and offered a piece of private advice. Should any members of your cabinet propose anything to you, he counseled, say yes. Had she heeded this warning, had she accepted the role of a figurehead and allowed the Haole to continue running Hawaii, she might never have been overthrown. Some of the new queen's enemies were contemptible quick-buck profiteers without the slightest interest in the land or the people around them. Others, however, had lived on the islands for years or had been born there. Some loved Hawaii and considered themselves true patriots. Loren Thurston was one of these. All 4 of Thurston's grandparents had come to Hawaii as missionaries. He attended schools, one of which expelled him as an incorrigible rebel that also had Hawaiian students. Unlike some of his Haole friends, he became fluent in the Hawaiian language and even assumed a Hawaiian name, Kekana, that he used in signing letters and documents throughout his life. While still a teenager, he immersed himself in politics, skipping school one day in 1874 to watch the bitterly contested election of King Kalakaua, which erupted into rioting. For the rest of his life, he was drawn to the center of great events. Thurston never graduated from high school but found work as a law clerk and as a supervisor and bookkeeper at Wailuku Sugar Company. With the money he earned, he put himself through Columbia University Law School, in New York, and then returned to Honolulu to practice law in partnership with his friend William Smith. Soon he became a leader in the fight to undermine the Hawaiian monarchy. Imbued as he was with the idea that only whites could rule the islands efficiently, he was able to consider this a form of patriotism. At the beginning of 1892, Thurston founded the Annexation Club, with the declared goal of bringing Hawaii into the United States. At its first meeting, he was chosen as its leader. Soon afterward, he persuaded the club to send him to Washington to drum up support for its cause. Thurston carried a letter of introduction from John L. Stevens, the American minister in Honolulu. He presented his case for annexation so convincingly to Secretary of the Navy Benjamin Tracy that Tracy took him to the White House to meet President Benjamin Harrison. Mr. Tracy told me to wait in an outer room while he spoke with the president. After about a half hour, the secretary reappeared and beckoned me to accompany him outdoors. Then he spoke, "I have explained fully to the president what you have said to me, and have this to say to you. The president does not think he should see you, but he authorizes me to say that, if conditions in Hawaii compel you people to act as you have indicated, and you come to Washington with an annexation proposition, you will find an extremely sympathetic administration here." That was all I wanted to know. Thurston brought home the news his fellow conspirators most wished to hear: the United States was on their side. This was no surprise to Stevens. Before leaving Washington to assume his post, he had discussed the annexation question at length with Secretary of State James G. Blaine, and knew him to be an ardent supporter. The American naval commander at Honolulu, Felix McCurley, promised him that the Navy would fully cooperate and sustain him in any action he may take. These assurances left him with no doubt that both the State Department and the Navy wished him to do whatever was necessary to overthrow Hawaii's monarchy. A few months after Thurston returned to Honolulu, he received an extraordinary letter from the representative he had left behind in Washington, a well-connected court clerk named Archibald Hopkins. It said the Harrison administration wished to offer the Queen a bribe. "I am authorized to inform you," the letter said, "that the United States government will pay to Queen Liliuokalani and those connected with her, the sum of $250,000, for the assignment to the United States of the sovereignty of Hawaii." Thurston replied that there was unfortunately no probability of the Queen's accepting the offer, since she was in an independent frame of mind. Of a stubborn, headstrong disposition, jealous of royal prerogatives and desirous of extending rather than giving up any of the power and privileges which she now possesses. Thurston and his comrades wished above all for good government, which to them meant rule by the white minority. The census of 1890 found that there were 40,612 native Hawaiians on the archipelago, 27,391 Chinese and Japanese laborers, and a grand total of just 6,220 Americans, Britons, Germans, French, Norwegians, and Hawaiian-born whites. Given these numbers, it was natural that the Haole would want nothing to do with democracy. For decades they had effectively controlled the islands, and by imposing the bayonet constitution, they had formalized their power. They had no desire to surrender it by adopting a system under which each resident of the islands would have an equal vote. Queen Liliuokalani spent the morning of January 14, 1893, presiding over an elaborate ceremony that marked the end of the annual legislative session. She entered the assembly hall wearing a lavender silk gown and a diamond coronet, attended by ministers, chamberlains, court ladies, and a retinue of guards carrying traditional feather-topped poles called kahili. With what one witness called great dignity, she read her speech thanking the legislators for their work and bidding them farewell. By the time the Queen returned to Iolani Palace, the seat of Hawaiian royalty, something unusual was happening there. Several dozen formally dressed Hawaiians, members of a group called the Hawaiian Patriotic Association, had assembled in a show of support the Queen had evidently orchestrated. She received them in her throne room. One held a copy of the new constitution curbing Haole power and begged her to promulgate it. With a flourish she agreed, and then withdrew to an adjoining room to which she had summoned her cabinet. The moment Lord Thurston learned that the Queen was trying to proclaim a new constitution, he swung into action. By early afternoon he and a group of comrades had corralled her 4 cabinet ministers, who he found in a blue funk as to their course. His advice to them was as radical as it was subversive: they should declare the Queen in rebellion, proclaim her throne vacant, and turn power over to what he liked to call the intelligent part of the community. It was a daring plan, but how could the rebels prevent native Hawaiians, including the Queen's own household guards, from rising up to defend their monarch? The answer lay offshore. Resting at anchor near Pearl Harbor was the Boston, a 3,000-ton cruiser that was one of the most modern warships in United States Navy. She cut an imposing figure, with 2 towering masts, 2 smokestacks, a battery of cannon on each side, and the American flag flying from her bow. Nearly 200 sailors and Marines were aboard. If the American minister called them to shore, they would make an ideal protection force for the new regime. Late that afternoon, Thurston summoned several dozen comrades to the Fort Street law office of William Smith, his closest friend and collaborator. There he proposed that his new protege Henry Cooper, a recent arrival from Indiana, be empowered to name a committee of safety that would devise ways and means of dealing with the situation. All agreed. Cooper picked 13 men from the crowd, including himself and Thurston. All were active members of the Annexation Club. 9 were American by birth or ancestry. No native Hawaiian was among them. Thurston's book of memoirs contains a fold-out page with individual photos of each member of the Committee of Safety. They look to have been an impressive group. Each one is formally dressed. Most appear young. All have whiskers, each set designed differently, from Smith's elegant handlebar mustache to Thurston's neatly cropped black beard and Cooper's longer, fuller one. None is smiling. They might have been the Chamber of Commerce in a small American city, or a delegation from the mainland visiting Hawaii on an inspection tour. After Cooper finished naming the Committee of Safety, he asked the rest of the crowd to leave so that the group could hold its first meeting. As soon as the door was closed, Thurston spoke. "I move that it is the sense of this meeting that the solution of the present situation is annexation to the United States," he said simply. His motion was adopted without dissent. The revolutionaries were eager for confrontation, but the Queen, their target, proved less so. While Thurston was marshalling his forces, she was at the palace, listening to arguments that her proposed constitution was too radical. Finally she yielded. At mid-afternoon she emerged from the cabinet room and faced her expectant supporters. "I was ready, and expected to proclaim a new constitution today," she told them from a balcony. "But behold, I have met with obstacles that prevented it. Return to your homes peaceably and quietly. I am obliged to postpone the granting of a new constitution for a few days." Rather than placating the revolutionaries, this statement further inflamed them. By suggesting that she would resume her campaign for a new constitution in a few days, or even sometime, as the Hawaiian phrase she used could also have been translated, the Queen made clear that she had not given up her effort to restore native Hawaiian political power. As long as she was on her throne, the Haole would be insecure. That evening Thurston invited the men he trusted most to his wood-frame home for what he called a sub-meeting. In all there were 6, including William Castle, son of the missionary-turned-planter Samuel Castle and the country's largest landowner. All knew that troops aboard the Boston held the key to their victory. They also knew that Stevens, who had the power to bring those troops ashore at any moment, strongly supported their cause. Now, they decided, was the time to call upon him. This would be the call that sealed Hawaii's fate. When the sub-meeting broke up, 5 of the 6 guests took their leave and walked back to their homes. Thurston's friend and co-conspirator William Smith stayed behind. After a short private discussion, the two of them decided that despite the late hour, they should visit Stevens immediately, tell him of their plans, and appeal for his decisive help. Stevens had just returned from a 10-day cruise aboard the Boston and must have been surprised to hear a knock on his door that night. He knew the two men and their business, though, and welcomed them. According to the later report of a presidential commission, they disclosed to him all their plans. They feared arrest and punishment. He promised them protection. They needed the troops on shore to overawe the Queen's supporters and the government. This he agreed to, and did furnish. They had few arms and no trained soldiers. They did not mean to fight. It was arranged between them and the American minister that the proclamation dethroning the Queen and organizing a provisional government should be read from the government building, and he would follow it with speedy recognition. All this was to be done with American troops, provided with small arms and artillery, across a narrow street within a stone's throw. On the next morning, Sunday, January 15, Thurston rose at dawn. He still hoped to bring the Queen's cabinet ministers into his plot, and at 6:30 he met with the two he considered most favorable, Interior Minister John Colburn and Attorney General Arthur Peterson. He told them that he and his comrades had decided they could not sit over a volcano indefinitely and were now determined to overthrow the Queen. Would these two eminent gentlemen join the rebellion? Both were taken aback and said they would need time to consider such a bold offer. Thurston left unhappily, warning the men not to tell the other two ministers what he had revealed about his plans. They did so anyway. From that unpleasant meeting, Thurston proceeded to William Castle's two-story clapboard manse, where the Committee of Safety was waiting. He reported his failure to bring cabinet ministers into the plot but said he was still certain of success. The revolution, he told his comrades, must be proclaimed at a public meeting the next day. They agreed, and then decided to take care of one formality. Once the Queen was overthrown, Hawaii would need a temporary leader to steer it into the United States. Thurston, the tireless incendiary who had orchestrated this revolution, was the obvious choice. At that moment, Thurston made a characteristically shrewd decision. His long and virulent campaign against the monarchy had made him perhaps the most hated man in Hawaii. He was sharply opinionated, hot-tempered, and highly undiplomatic, and he knew it. So he thanked his friends for their nomination but said he should not accept it because he was too radical and had too many business arrangements. He would look for someone better. Excitement crackled through Hawaii's Haole community on Monday morning. The Committee of Safety gathered at Castle's home to complete plans for that afternoon's mass meeting. It was in the midst of its work when, to everyone's surprise, Charles Wilson, the Queen's police chief and supposed paramour, suddenly appeared at the door. He called Thurston outside. "I know what you fellows are up to, and I want you to quit and go home," he said. Thurston shook his head. "We are not going home, Charlie," he replied. "Things have advanced too far." Wilson said he could personally guarantee that the Queen would never again proclaim a new constitution, even if I have to lock her up in a room to keep her from doing it. Thurston remained unmoved. "It's no use, Charlie," he said. "We will not take any further chances." Wilson curtly told Thurston that he and the rest should consider themselves warned. Then he withdrew, walked briskly to the palace, and burst into the cabinet room. He bluntly told the ministers that they had only one hope of saving their government and the monarchy. They must order the immediate arrest of every conspirator. That was too drastic a step for the four ministers, whose loyalty was divided, to say the least. They feared the wrath of Stevens and the United States. Wilson cursed them as damned cowards, but they were already sensing how this drama would end. Thurston and the other conspirators had taken Wilson's warning seriously. Moments after he left, they decided it was time to call in American troops. They wrote an appeal to Stevens that was less than eloquent but compelling nonetheless. "We the undersigned, citizens and residents of Honolulu, respectfully represent that, in view of the recent public events in this kingdom, culminating in the revolutionary acts of Queen Liliuokalani on Saturday last, the public safety is menaced and lives and property are in peril, and we appeal to you and the United States forces at your command for assistance. The Queen, with the aid of armed forces, and accompanied by threats of violence and bloodshed from those with whom she was acting, attempted to proclaim a new constitution, and while prevented for the time being from accomplishing her object, declared publicly that she would only defer her action. This conduct and action was upon an occasion and under circumstances which have created general alarm and terror. We are unable to protect ourselves without aid, and therefore pray for the protection of the United States forces. 13 men, the ones who composed the Committee of Safety, signed this appeal. All were white, and all but 2 owned stock in sugar plantations or other enterprises in the country. Among them were some of Hawaii's richest men, including William Castle and the shipping magnate William Wilder. After dispatching their appeal to Stevens, the insurgents went their separate ways, agreeing to meet after lunch at the Honolulu Armory, where their mass meeting was to be held. On the streets they saw copies of an official proclamation that had been posted around town. It was a pledge from the Queen that, in the future, she would seek to change the Constitution only by methods provided in the Constitution itself. This concession came too late to placate the more than 1,000 people who converged on the Armory at 2 o'clock that afternoon. Nearly all were from what one historian called the male white foreign element, and none were in the mood for compromise. Wilder ran the meeting, and Henry Baldwin, one of Hawaii's most powerful sugar barons, was among the speakers. To no one's surprise, Thurston was the dominant figure at this rally. As a boisterous audience listened, he read a resolution declaring that the Queen had acted illegally and unconstitutionally by pursuing policies that were revolutionary and treasonable in character. It concluded by authorizing the Committee of Safety to devise such ways and means as may be necessary to secure the permanent maintenance of law and order and the protection of life, liberty, and property in Hawaii. I say, gentlemen, that now and here is the time to act. Thurston thundered, and the crowd erupted in cheers. The man who has not the spirit to rise after the menace to our liberties has no right to keep them. Has the tropical sun cooled and thinned our blood, or have we flowing in our veins the warm, rich blood which makes men love liberty and die for it? I move the adoption of the resolution. All of that afternoon's speakers denounced the Queen for her attempt to impose a new constitution. None, however, called for her overthrow. Thurston later explained that he did not consider that necessary, since there was a unanimous understanding that dethronement and abrogation were intended. He also had to worry that if he and his friends openly called for insurrection, even the pusillanimous cabinet might be moved to order their arrest. Insurrection was what he was planning, though, and the crowd's unanimous adoption of his resolution steeled his resolve. That mass meeting was not the only one held in Honolulu on the afternoon of January 16. As it was underway, several hundred supporters of the Queen gathered at nearby Palace Square for a rally of their own. Few had any idea of how advanced the anti-royalist plot was. Their speeches were cautious and for the most part polite, although one speaker did declare, "Any man that would speak against a woman, especially a queen, is an animal and a fit companion for a hog." The Queen's supporters dispersed after their Palace Square rally, but the rebels who had met at the Armory did not rest. At 4 o'clock, the 13 members of the Committee of Safety gathered at Smith's home to plot their next move. After some discussion, they decided they needed at least one more day to organize themselves. This meant Stevens would have to delay landing troops. Thurston and Smith went immediately to the American legation to ask him to do so. To their surprise, he refused. "Gentlemen," he told them, "the troops of the Boston land this afternoon at 5 o'clock, whether you are ready or not." Stevens had much in common with Thurston and the other revolutionaries whose victory he was about to secure. He was born in Maine in 1820, the same year the first group of missionaries arrived in Hawaii, and as a young man had been a preacher. Later he struck up a friendship with Blaine, then an ambitious local politician and editor of the Kennebec Journal. Blaine was an ardent supporter of Hawaiian annexation, and wrote an editorial urging it in the first issue of the journal that he edited. Stevens embraced the cause with equal fervor. In the years after the Civil War, Blaine began making his mark in politics. He was elected to Congress, became Speaker of the House, and in 1884 was the Republican candidate for president, losing to Grover Cleveland. 5 years later, President Benjamin Harrison named him Secretary of State. One of Blaine's first acts was to appoint Stevens as minister to Hawaii. The chain of command for the Hawaiian Revolution was thus fixed. Secretary of State Blaine gave the go-ahead. He sent Stevens to Honolulu to make the necessary arrangements. Once there, Stevens found Thurston ready to act. Together they planned and carried out the rebellion. On the afternoon of January 16, 1893, Stevens sat down at his desk and wrote a brief, fateful note to Captain Gilbert Wiltz, the extravagantly mustachioed commander of the Boston. Its single sentence is a dry classic of diplomatic mendacity, full of motifs that Americans would hear often in the century to come. In view of the existing critical circumstances in Honolulu, indicating an inadequate legal force, I request you to land Marines and sailors from the ship under your command for the protection of the United States Legation and the United States Consulate, and to secure the safety of American life and property. At 5 o'clock that evening, 162 American Marines and sailors landed at a pier at the foot of Niuana Avenue in Honolulu. They comprised an artillery company, a company of Marines, and 2 companies of infantrymen. Each soldier had a rifle slung around his neck and wore an ammunition belt with 60 extra cartridges. The artillerymen hauled Gatling guns and small cannon. Thurston watched from the pier as the soldiers disembarked and followed them for several blocks. On his way back to his office, he ran into a plantation manager named W.H. Rickard, who held a seat in the legislature and strongly supported the Queen. Rickard was in a rage. "Damn you, Thurston," he shouted, shaking his fist. "You did this." "Did what?" "Had these troops landed. You credit me with considerable influence, to be able to direct the United States troops," Thurston replied. "I had no more to do with their coming ashore than you did, and I have no more idea of what they are going to do than you have." Thurston was too modest. He and Stevens were working closely together. They were not in constant touch during those January days and did not tell each other of their hour-by-hour plans, but that was not necessary. Each understood what the other was doing and gave the other crucial support. Neither could have carried out the revolution alone. Their partnership made it possible. Hawaiians who peered from behind doors or stopped in their tracks to stare as American soldiers marched through the sandy streets that day must have been baffled. Few had ever seen a Western-style military formation, and even fewer had any idea why the soldiers had landed. Only when they saw members of the Committee of Safety cheering the advancing force did most of them realize that it was hostile to the monarchy. The cabinet gathered for an emergency meeting, and soon afterward Foreign Minister Samuel Parker sent a plaintive appeal to Stevens. "As the situation is one that does not call for interference on the part of the U.S. government, my colleagues and myself would most respectfully request of Your Excellency the authority upon which this action was taken. I would also add that any protection that might have been considered necessary for the American legation or for American interests in this city would have been cheerfully furnished by Her Majesty's government." Stevens did not reply to this message. He was out surveying possible campsites for the American soldiers, finally settling on a building called Arion Hall. This would not have been a good place from which to guard Americans, since few lived or worked nearby. It had, however, the convenient asset of being next to Government House and within easy cannon range of Iolani Palace. As the soldiers set up camp, the Committee of Safety was celebrating at the home of one of its members, the Tasmanian-born Henry Waterhouse. This was the committee's moment of triumph, and every member realized it. The landing of American troops guaranteed their victory. All that was needed to complete the revolutionary charade was for them to proclaim a new government and for Stevens to recognize it. American soldiers would discourage any resistance from the Queen or her partisans. This meeting at Waterhouse's home was remarkable for two reasons. First, by odd coincidence, three of the most important conspirators, the impassioned lawyer Thurston, the sugar baron Castle, and the shipping magnate Wilder, had taken ill and were unable to attend. Second, and perhaps not unrelated, this meeting marked the emergence of the man who would dominate Hawaii for the next period of its history. He was Sanford Dole, a grandson of missionaries, Williams College graduate, and respected Supreme Court judge. Several years later, Dole would help his cousin's son, James, to begin building the fruit company that bears their family name. Although Dole was not at Waterhouse's home that evening and was not a member of the Annexation Club, he had attended Thurston's sub-meeting 2 nights earlier, so he knew what was afoot. When Committee of Safety members began musing about whom they should choose to run Hawaii after their revolution, someone mentioned his name. This met with the immediate approval of the entire group. One participant later said. An emissary went to fetch the white-bearded jurist. Mrs. Dole and I were sitting in our parlor when a man who lives in Kaneohe came over from Mr. Waterhouse and said they wanted me to head this affair. I said no. I said, why will not Thurston take it? I was told he was sick abed from having worked day and night on this matter since it was initiated. I agreed to go over. A messenger was sent over to Minister Stevens's house to inquire if it was correct that he was in sympathy with us, and he was, I gathered. I came home to sleep over the offer, but my sleep was fitful and greatly disturbed. I would sleep and then wake up with this matter on my mind, and passed a very unpleasant night. Early the next morning, Tuesday, January 17th, Dole called on the bedridden Thurston. They talked for a few minutes about Hawaii's future. Dole said he had not yet decided whether to accept leadership of the new government. He did, however, agree to deliver a letter that Thurston had written to Stevens. It informed Stevens that the new government would be proclaimed that afternoon, and asked that he recognize it promptly. After returning home, Dole sat alone for a long time, gazing from his veranda over the palm trees and the warm ocean beyond. Finally he decided to accept the provisional presidency of a new Republic of Hawaii. He regarded it, he later wrote, as a position I would fill possibly for a few months while arrangements were made for Hawaii's annexation to the United States. Dole's first act as part of the rebellion was to visit its patron. He handed Stevens the letter Thurston had given him. Stevens read it, then looked up and said to Dole, I think you have a great opportunity. From the American legation, Dole proceeded to Smith's law office, where the conspirators were gathered. He told them he was ready to lead their incoming government, and they cheered him for it. With his ingrained sense of propriety, he then went to Government House and wrote out his resignation from the Supreme Court. Only after finishing did he realize that there was no longer any authority to whom he could submit it. The Queen's police chief, Charles Wilson, had not yet reconciled himself to the death of the monarchy. He ordered the household guards to prepare for action, and for a short while it seemed possible that combat might break out. Cabinet ministers had at their disposal about 550 soldiers and police officers, most of them armed with rifles, and 14 artillery pieces. Whether to send them into hostile action was a decision none of them had ever imagined making. They were desperate for someone to tell them what to do. With no one else to consult, they summoned a handful of foreign ambassadors resident in Honolulu. All turned up except Stevens, who pleaded illness. All counseled against resistance. That morning, the revolution's only drops of blood were shed. One of the conspirators, John Good, had spent several hours collecting weapons and ammunition. As he drove his heavily laden wagon past the corner of Fort and King Streets, a police officer tried to stop him. He pulled out his pistol and fired, wounding the officer in his shoulder, and then proceeded on his way. In a last-minute effort to fend off the inevitable, the Queen ordered her entire cabinet to ride immediately to see Stevens. He agreed to receive only one of the 4 ministers, Attorney General Peterson, who told him that the cabinet was still the official government of Hawaii. Stevens was not impressed. He sent Peterson off with a warning that if the insurgents were attacked or arrested by the Queen's forces, the United States troops would intervene. That made unmistakably clear that American soldiers had landed not to preserve peace but to assure a rebel victory. It sealed the monarchy's doom. All that remained was to make the act official, and shortly after 2 o'clock that afternoon, the rebels did so. They assembled in front of Government House, the official seat of political power in Hawaii, and one of them, Henry Cooper, who had arrived on the islands barely 2 years before, stepped forward. In his hand he held a proclamation that Thurston had dictated from his sickbed that morning. As about 60 American soldiers stood nearby, he read it to a small crowd. Its essence came first: the Hawaiian monarchical system of government is hereby abrogated. Other clauses established a provisional government to exist until terms of union with the United States of America have been negotiated and agreed upon, named Sanford Dole to head it, and decreed that all functionaries of the old government could keep their jobs except 6, Wilson, the 4 cabinet ministers, and Queen Liliuokalani. The few dozen spectators raised a cheer. When it subsided, Dole and the 3 men who constituted his new executive council walked into Government House. At the suite where cabinet ministers usually worked, they found only a few clerks. The ministers had adjourned to the nearby police station and were busily preparing yet another appeal to Stevens. At this late moment, they still hoped their executioner might suddenly come to their rescue. Short of ordering armed resistance, there was nothing else they could do. Certain treasonable persons at present occupy the government building in Honolulu, the ministers wrote to Stevens in what turned out to be their last piece of official correspondence. Her Majesty's Cabinet asks respectfully, has your country recognized said provisional government, and if not, Her Majesty's government under the above existing circumstances respectfully requests the assistance of your government in preserving the peace of the country. As cabinet ministers were composing this letter, Dole and his comrades were already working at Government House, busily dispatching commissions, letters, and proclamations. American troops stood on guard outside. Then, at around 4:30, a messenger arrived with the document that certified the conspirators' triumph. It was a one-sentence proclamation from Stevens. A provisional government having been duly constituted in the place of the recent government of Queen Liliuokalani, and said provisional government being in possession of the government building, the archives, and the treasury and is in control of the capital of the Hawaiian Islands, I hereby recognize said provisional government as the de facto government of the Hawaiian Islands. Neither the Queen nor her cabinet had yet yielded or even been asked to do so. One of the conspirators, Samuel Damon, a former advisor to the Queen who was still on good terms with her, decided he should be the one to make the demand. He walked the short distance to the police station, where he found cabinet ministers arguing about what to do next. For several minutes they besieged him with protests. He replied by telling them very simply what had happened and what it meant. The United States had recognized the new regime, the old one must surrender. Cabinet ministers may have felt at least fleeting pangs of anguish, but with an American gunboat lying in the harbor and 162 American soldiers ashore, they knew the day was lost. They agreed to accompany Damon to break the news to the Queen. It was pressed upon her by the ministers and other persons at that conference that it was useless for her to make any contest, because it was won with the United States, one chronicler later wrote. She dismissed the delegation, took up her pen, and wrote an astute, carefully worded statement. It was a surrender but not an abdication, and made clear that she was stepping down only under American pressure. I, Liliuokalani, by the grace of God under the Constitution of the Kingdom, Queen, do hereby solemnly protest against any and all acts done against myself and the constitutional government of the Hawaiian Kingdom by certain persons claiming to have established a provisional government of and for this kingdom. That I yield to the superior force of the United States of America, whose Minister Plenipotentiary, John L. Stevens, has caused the United States troops to land at Honolulu and declared that he would support the said provisional government. Now, to avoid any collision of armed forces and perhaps the loss of life, I do under this protest, and impelled by said force, yield my authority until such time as the government of the United States shall, upon the facts being presented to it, undo the action of its representatives and reinstate me in the authority which I claim as the constitutional sovereign of the Hawaiian Islands. After signing this document, the Queen ordered her cabinet ministers to give up the police station and the military barracks. The Committee of Safety took possession of them without incident. Dole sent a letter to Stevens expressing his deep appreciation for the quick recognition of his government. Thurston overthrew the Hawaiian monarchy with a core group of fewer than 30 men. They may have thought they made the Hawaiian Revolution, and in a sense they did. Without the presence of Stevens or another like-minded American minister, however, they might never have even attempted it. A different kind of minister would have reprimanded the rebels in Hawaii rather than offer them military support. That would have rendered their enterprise all but hopeless. Although Stevens was an unabashed partisan, he was no rogue agent. He had been sent to Hawaii to promote annexation, and the men who sent him, President Harrison and Secretary of State Blaine, knew precisely what that must entail. It was true, as his critics would later claim, that Stevens acted without explicit orders from Washington. He certainly overstepped his authority when he brought troops ashore, especially since he knew that the general alarm and terror of which the Committee of Safety had complained was a fiction. Still, he was doing what the President and the Secretary of State wanted. He used his power and theirs to depose the Hawaiian monarchy. That made him the first American to direct the overthrow of a foreign government. 2. Bound for Gugu Land. The euphoria that gripped Cubans in the last days of 1898 was almost beyond imagination. Their country had been racked by rebellion for 30 years, the last few filled with terrible suffering. That summer, as their uprising reached a crescendo, American troops had arrived to help them deliver the death blow that ended 3 centuries of Spanish rule. Now, with the victory finally won, Cuban patriots and their American comrades were preparing for the biggest party in the island's history. Leaders of revolutionary patriotic committees in Havana planned a full week of festivities, to begin on New Year's Day. There would be grand balls, boat races, fireworks, public speeches, and a gala dinner in honor of the victorious rebel commanders. Thousands of Cuban soldiers would march through the streets to receive the cheers of a grateful nation. Just as the celebration was to begin, however, the newly named American military governor of Cuba, General John Brooke, made a stunning announcement. He forbade the entire program. Not only would there be no parade of Cuban soldiers, but any who tried to enter Havana would be turned back. Furthermore, the general declared, the United States did not recognize the rebel army and wished it to disband. This abrupt turnaround outraged Cuban patriots, especially the thousands who had fought so long and tenaciously for independence. The United States snatched their great prize, independence, away from them at the last moment. As years passed, they and their descendants would watch in mounting frustration as their new overlord used various means, including the imposition of tyrants, to keep control of Cuba. Cubans were among the first people to feel the effect of the profound changes that reshaped the American psyche at the end of the 19th century. This was the moment when, with remarkable suddenness, Americans ceased to be satisfied with holding territory on the North American mainland. They became consumed with a grand new idea, that of a United States whose influence extended around the world. In the words of the historian Luis Perez, 1898 was a watershed year, a moment in which outcomes were both defining and decisive, at once an end and a beginning, that special conjuncture of historical circumstances that often serves to delineate one historical epoch from another. Territorial expansion was nothing new to Americans. They had been pushing westward ever since the first settlers arrived at Jamestown and Plymouth. In the process they appropriated a great continent, killing or displacing nearly all of its native inhabitants. During the 1840s, in their first burst of imperial war, they seized half of Mexico. Many came to believe that the United States had a manifest destiny to occupy and settle all the land bounded by Canada, the Gulf of Mexico, and the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. The idea of going farther, though, was something quite new. In the months after the 1893 revolution in Hawaii, that country's new leaders sought annexation to the United States, but President Grover Cleveland, who had succeeded Benjamin Harrison in March of that year, would not hear of it. He was quite right when he declared that most Americans rejected the seizure of faraway lands as not only opposed to our national policy, but as a perversion of our national mission. 5 years later, this consensus evaporated. Almost overnight, it was replaced by a national clamor for overseas expansion. This was the quickest and most profound reversal of public opinion in the history of American foreign policy. The foundation for this remarkable turnaround was laid by a handful of visionary writers and intellectuals. In 1893, one of them, Frederick Jackson Turner, published one of the most provocative essays ever written by an American historian. He used as his point of departure the national census of 1890, which famously concluded that there was no longer a frontier in the United States. That closed the first period of American history, Turner declared, and left the country with a stark choice. It could either declare itself satisfied with its present size, something it had never done before, or seek territory beyond North America. In his paper and subsequent articles, Turner left his readers with no doubt as to which he believed would be the wiser choice. For nearly 3 centuries the dominant fact in American life has been expansion. With the settlement of the Pacific coast and the occupation of the free lands, this movement has come to a check. That these energies of expansion will no longer operate would be a rash prediction, and the demands for a vigorous foreign policy, for an interoceanic canal, for a revival of our power upon the seas, and for the extension of American influence to outlying islands and adjoining countries, are indications that the movement will continue. The philosopher-sailor who translated calls like this into a plan of action was Captain Alfred Thayer Mahan, director of the fledgling Naval War College. His book The Influence of Sea Power Upon History argued that no nation had ever become great without control of foreign markets and access to the natural resources of foreign countries. To achieve that control, he asserted, a nation must maintain a navy powerful enough to protect its merchant fleet and force uncooperative countries to open themselves to trade and investment. A navy with such ambition needed a network of supply bases around the world. Applying these arguments to the United States, Mahan urged that it not only speedily build a canal across Central America but also establish bases in the Caribbean, the Pacific, and wherever else it wished to trade. Whether they will or no, Americans must now begin to look outward, Mahan wrote. The growing production of the country demands it. Mahan was the toast of Washington during the 1890s. He appeared before congressional committees and developed close friendships with powerful politicians. Senator Henry Cabot Lodge of Massachusetts, a leading expansionist, considered his writings to be secular scripture. Theodore Roosevelt wrote a glowing review of his book and corresponded with him on questions of sea power and the annexation of distant islands. These 3 lodge in Congress, Roosevelt in the executive branch, and Mahan in the minds of men became the holy trinity of American expansionism. They and others of like mind laid out their case in different ways. Some argued that the United States had to take new territories in order to prevent European powers, or perhaps even Japan, from taking them. Others stressed the missionary aspect of colonialism, the obligation of more advanced races to civilize the world. Military commanders realized that a more forceful American military posture would give them greater power and bigger budgets. The most persuasive of these arguments, though, always came back to a single, essential point. By the end of the 19th century, farms and factories in the United States were producing considerably more goods than Americans could consume. For the nation to continue its rise to wealth, it needed foreign markets. They could not be found in Europe, where governments, like that of the United States, protected domestic industries behind high tariff walls. Americans had to look to faraway countries, weak countries, countries that had large markets and rich resources but had not yet fallen under the sway of any great power. This search for influence abroad gripped the United States in 1898. Spreading democracy, Christianizing heathen nations, building a strong navy, establishing military bases around the world, and bringing foreign governments under American control were never ends in themselves. They were ways for the United States to assure itself access to the markets, resources, and investment potential of distant lands. Although the American economy grew tremendously during the last quarter of the 19th century, much of the country's fabulous new wealth enriched only a few thousand captains of industry. Conditions for most ordinary people were steadily deteriorating. By 1893, 1 of every 6 American workers was unemployed, and many of the rest lived on subsistence wages. Plummeting agricultural prices in the 1890s killed off a whole generation of small farmers. Strikes and labor riots broke out from New York to Chicago to California. Socialist and anarchist movements began attracting broad followings. In 1894, Secretary of State Walter Gresham, reflecting a widespread fear, said he saw symptoms of revolution spreading across the country. Many business and political leaders concluded that the only way the American economy could expand quickly enough to deal with these threats was to find new markets abroad. Among them was President Cleveland's Treasury Secretary, John Carlyle, who warned in his annual report for 1894 that the prosperity of our people depends largely on their ability to sell their surplus products in foreign markets at remunerative prices. Senator Albert Beveridge of Indiana came to the same conclusion. American factories are making more than the American people can use, American soil is producing more than they can consume, he asserted. Fate has written our policy for us. The trade of the world must and shall be ours. Cuba, the largest island in the Caribbean and the last great bastion of what had once been a vast Spanish Empire in the Americas, was in turmoil during the second half of the 19th century. Patriots there fought a 10-year war of independence that ended with an inconclusive truce in 1878, and rebelled again in 1879–80. Their third offensive broke out in 1895. Its chief organizer was an extravagantly gifted lawyer, diplomat, poet, and essayist, José Martí, who from his New York exile managed to unite a host of factions, both within Cuba and in émigré communities. His success persuaded 2 celebrated commanders from the First War, Máximo Gómez and Antonio Maceo, to come out of retirement and take up arms again. After careful planning, the 3 of them landed on the island in the spring of 1895 and launched a new rebellion. Martí, who insisted on riding at the head of a military column, was killed in one of the rebels' first skirmishes. His comrades posted his last, unfinished letter on a pine board at their campground. In it he urged his compatriots not only to free their country from Spain but also to prevent, by the independence of Cuba, the United States from spreading over the West Indies and falling, with that added weight, upon other lands of our America. The rebel army made steady progress, and the Spanish commander, General Valeriano Weyler, adopted radical tactics to blunt its advance. He ordered his troops to force huge numbers of Cubans into fortified camps, where thousands died, and declared much of the countryside a free fire zone. Rebels responded by burning farms, slaughtering herds of cattle, and destroying sugar mills. Soon much of the population was starving, bitterly angry, and more passionate than ever in its support for independence. In the spring of 1897, William McKinley, a Republican who was supported by Midwestern business interests, succeeded the anti-imperialist Democrat Grover Cleveland as President of the United States. Like most Americans, McKinley had long considered Spanish rule to be a blight on Cuba. The prospect of the Cubans governing themselves, however, alarmed him even more. He worried that an independent Cuba would become too assertive and not do Washington's bidding. McKinley had reason to worry. Cuban rebel leaders were promising that once in power, they would launch sweeping social reforms, starting with land redistribution. That struck fear into the hearts of American businessmen, who had more than $50 million invested on the island, most of it in agriculture. Early in 1898, McKinley decided it was time to send both sides in the conflict a strong message. He ordered the battleship Maine to leave its place in the Atlantic Fleet and head for Havana. Officially the Maine was simply making a friendly visit, but no one in Cuba took that explanation seriously. All realized that she was serving as a gunboat calling card, a symbol of America's determination to control the course of events in the Caribbean. For 3 weeks she lay quietly at anchor in Havana. Then, on the night of February 15, 1898, she was torn apart by a tremendous explosion. More than 250 American sailors perished. News of the disaster electrified the United States. All assumed that Spain was responsible, and when the Navy issued a report blaming the disaster on an external explosion, their assumptions turned to certainty. Many Americans already felt a passionate hatred for Spanish colonialism and a romantic attachment to the idea of Cuba Libre. Their emotions had been fired by a series of wildly sensational newspaper reports that together constitute one of the most shameful episodes in the history of the American press. William Randolph Hearst, the owner of the New York Journal and a string of other newspapers across the country, had been attracting readers for months with vivid denunciations of Spanish colonialists. Like countless others who have sought to set the United States on the path to war, he knew that he needed a villain, an individual on whom he could focus the public's outrage. The King of Spain was at that moment a 14-year-old boy, and the regent, his mother, was an Austrian princess, so neither of them would do. Hearst settled on General Weyler, and published a series of blood-curdling stories that made him the personification of evil. Weyler, the brute, the devastator of haciendas, and the outrager of women, is pitiless, cold, an exterminator of men, ran one such account. There is nothing to prevent his carnal, animal brain from running riot with itself in inventing tortures and infamies of bloody debauchery. The moment Hearst heard about the sinking of the Maine, he recognized it as a great opportunity. 4 weeks after the explosion, he filled page after page with mendacious scoops, fabricated interviews with unnamed government officials, and declarations that the battleship had been destroyed by treachery and split in two by an enemy's secret infernal machine. The journal's daily circulation doubled in 4 weeks. Other newspapers joined the frenzy, and their campaign brought Americans to near hysteria. With such intense emotion surging through the United States, it was easy for McKinley to turn aside repeated offers from the new Spanish Prime Minister, Praxedes Sagasta, to resolve the Cuban conflict peacefully. Sagasta was a modernizing liberal who understood that his country's colonial policies had brought its empire to the brink of collapse. Immediately after taking office in 1897, he replaced the hated Weyler, and then tried to placate the rebels by offering them home rule. The rebels, sensing that victory was at hand, rejected his offer. That made Sagasta all the more eager to sue for peace, and several times during the spring of 1898 he offered to negotiate a settlement with the United States. Dismissing these overtures as insincere, McKinley and his supporters said that they had lost patience with Spain and were determined to resolve the Cuban situation by force of arms. Behind their tough talk lay an obvious fact. Negotiations would most likely have led to an independent Cuba where neither the United States nor any other country would have military bases. This was hardly the outcome McKinley wanted, and it would have horrified expansionists like Roosevelt, Lodge, and Mahan. Lodge went so far as to warn McKinley that if he did not intervene, he would kill Republican chances in that year's election. If the war in Cuba drags on through the summer with nothing done, he told the president, we shall go down to the greatest defeat ever known. Years later, the historian Samuel Eliot Morison surveyed Spain's efforts to resolve the Cuban crisis peacefully and concluded, any president with a backbone would have seized this opportunity for an honorable solution. Such a solution, however, would have denied the United States the prizes it sought. They could be won only by conquest. McKinley understood this, and on April 11 he asked Congress to authorize forcible intervention in Cuba. This step alarmed Cuban revolutionary leaders. They had long believed that, in General Maceo's words, it would be better to rise or fall without help than to contract debts of gratitude with such a powerful neighbor. The rebels' legal counsel in New York, Horatio Rubens, warned that American intervention would be taken as nothing less than a declaration of war by the United States against the Cuban Revolution, and vowed that rebel forces would resist any American attempt to take the island with force of arms, as bitterly and tenaciously as we have fought the armies of Spain. Protests like these had a great effect in Washington, where the cry of Cuba Libre still stirred many hearts. Members of Congress were reluctant to vote for McKinley's war resolution as long as the Cuban people opposed it. They had refused to annex Hawaii after it became clear that most Hawaiians were against the idea. Now, 5 years later, Americans were showing the same reluctance. Many were uncomfortable with the idea of sending soldiers to aid a movement that did not want American help. To secure congressional support for intervention in Cuba, McKinley agreed to accept an extraordinary amendment offered by Senator Henry Teller of Colorado. It began by declaring that the people of the island of Cuba are, and of right ought to be, free and independent, and ended with a solemn pledge: the United States hereby disclaims any disposition or intention to exercise sovereignty, jurisdiction, or control over said island except for the pacification thereof, and asserts its determination, when that is accomplished, to leave the government and control of the island to its people. The Senate approved it unanimously. That promise, which came to be known as the Teller Amendment, calmed the rebels' fears. "It is true that they have not entered into an accord with our government," wrote one of their leaders, General Calixto Garcia, "but they have recognized our right to be free, and that is enough for 'em." On April 25, Congress declared that a state of war existed between the United States and Spain. Members of the House of Representatives celebrated their vote by breaking into rousing choruses of Dixie and the Battle Hymn of the Republic as they left the chamber. A spirit of wild jingoism seems to have taken possession of this usually conservative body, McKinley's secretary wrote in his diary. A nation that was still recovering from the bitter divisions of the Civil War finally had a cause everyone could embrace. President McKinley called for 125,000 military volunteers, and more than twice that number poured into recruiting stations. The New York Journal suggested that heroic athletes like the baseball star Cap Anson and the boxing champion gentleman Jim Corbett be recruited to lead an elite unit. Not to be outdone, the rival New York World published an article by Buffalo Bill Cody headlined, "How I Could Drive the Spaniards from Cuba with 30,000 Braves." Theodore Roosevelt announced that he would quit his post as Assistant Secretary of the Navy to raise and lead a fighting unit. It was a war entered without misgivings and in the noblest frame of mind, the military historian Walter Millis wrote 30 years later. Seldom can history have recorded a plainer case of military aggression, yet seldom has a war been started in so profound a conviction of its righteousness. Events moved quickly in the weeks that followed. Roosevelt ordered Commodore George Dewey to proceed to Manila Bay, in the Philippines, and destroy the Spanish fleet that had been deployed there. This Dewey did with astonishing ease in a single day, May 1, after giving his famous command, "You may fire when you are ready, Gridley." 6 weeks later, American soldiers landed near Santiago on Cuba's southeastern coast. They fought 3 one-day battles, the most famous being the one in which Roosevelt, dressed in a uniform he had ordered from Brooks Brothers, led a charge up Kettle Hill, later called San Juan Hill. On July 3, American cruisers destroyed the few decrepit Spanish naval vessels anchored at Santiago. Spanish forces soon ended their resistance, and the Cuban and American commanders, Generals Calixto Garcia and William Shafter, prepared to accept their formal surrender. Before the ceremony, though, Shafter astonished Garcia by sending him a message saying he could not participate in the ceremony or even enter Santiago. That was the first hint that the United States would not keep the promise Congress had made when it passed the Teller Amendment. On August 12, barely 2 months after the American landing, diplomats representing Spain and the United States met at the White House and signed a protocol of peace that ended the war. Just 385 Americans had been killed in action, barely more than Sioux Indians had killed at Little Big Horn in the country's last major military engagement, 22 years before. About 2,000 more died later of wounds and disease, but even that number was less than had fallen in single afternoons during intense battles of the Civil War. It had been, in the words of the American statesman John Hay, a splendid little war. With victory won, the time had come for the United States to begin its withdrawal and, in the words of the Teller Amendment, leave the government and control of the island to its people. Instead it did the opposite. In the United States, enthusiasm for Cuban independence faded quickly. Whitelaw Reid, the publisher of the New York Tribune and the journalist closest to President McKinley, proclaimed the absolute necessity of controlling Cuba for our own defense, and rejected the Teller Amendment as a self-denying ordinance possible only in a moment of national hysteria. Senator Beveridge said it was not binding because Congress had approved it in a moment of impulsive but mistaken generosity. The New York Times asserted that Americans had a higher obligation than strict fidelity to ill-advised promises, and must become permanent possessors of Cuba if the Cubans proved to be altogether incapable of self-government. These pillars of American democracy were arguing quite explicitly that the United States was not obligated to keep promises embodied in law if those promises were later deemed to have been unwisely made. Over the next year, they and others justified this remarkable argument through a series of propositions. All were calculated to soothe the public conscience, and all were largely or completely false. The first of these propositions was that American fighters, not Cubans, had expelled the Spanish from Cuba. Newspaper reporters told their credulous readers that when the U.S. Army arrived, it found the Cuban rebel force in desperate straits, threatened with collapse, and bogged down in a bitter stalemate. Quite the opposite was true. After 3 years of continual fighting, Cuban rebels had won control of most of the island, forced the hungry and disease-plagued Spanish army to withdraw into guarded enclaves, and made plans to attack Santiago and other cities. They were headed toward victory when the Americans landed. The second myth that Americans were led to embrace was that Cuban revolutionaries were cowardly laggards who had watched in bewildered admiration while Americans defeated the Spanish army. This ally has done little but stay in the rear, one newspaper correspondent reported from the front. Another found that the Cubans made very weak allies. A third wrote that the rebel army did little or no fighting and has borne no testimony to its desire to free Cuba. This was another piece of self-deception, but understandable. Few American correspondents had been in Cuba to watch as rebels built their power over a period of years, won broad popular support, and waged a highly successful guerrilla war. To most of these journalists, the war began only when American forces landed in the spring of 1898. None understood that Cuban units had secured the beaches where American soldiers landed near Santiago. Even the American naval commander there, Admiral William Sampson, said afterward that the absence of Spanish troops on the beaches remains a mystery. Other Cubans served as scouts and intelligence agents for the Americans, although they indignantly refused repeated demands that they work as porters and laborers. To most Americans, war consisted of set-piece battles in which armies faced off. They loved reading about charges like the one at San Juan Hill, in which few Cubans participated. The long war of attrition that Cubans had waged unfolded far from the view of American officers and correspondents. Most of them did not realize that this campaign played a decisive role in the victory of 1898. Once Americans convinced themselves that Cubans were cowards who had no idea of how to organize an army, it was easy for them to conclude that Cuba was incapable of ruling itself. The American press never focused on the revolutionary leaders, some of whom were highly educated, experienced, and sophisticated. Instead they portrayed the rebel force as an ignorant rabble composed largely of blacks who were barely removed from savagery. As a result, McKinley and his allies in government and business had no trouble portraying them as equal to the Hawaiians in ignorance and stupidity. Self-government. General Shafter snorted when a reporter asked him about it. Why, these people are no more fit for self-government than gunpowder is for hell. Within days of the Spanish surrender, American officials began telling the Cubans that they should forget the promise of independence embodied in the Teller Amendment. President McKinley declared that the United States would rule Cuba under the law of belligerent right over conquered territory. Attorney General John Griggs told the Vice President of Cuba's provisional government that the U.S. Army in Havana was an invading army that would carry with it American sovereignty wherever it went. The confusion many Cubans felt as they heard these statements turned to indignant anger when General Brooke refused to allow their liberating army to participate in the celebration planned for the first days of 1899. Many were dumbfounded. None of us thought that would be followed by a military occupation of the country by our allies, who treat us as a people incapable of acting for ourselves, and who have reduced us to obedience, to submission, and to a tutelage imposed by force of circumstances, General Maximo Gomez wrote. This cannot be our fate after years of struggle. Most Americans had little regard for Cubans, so it was natural that they would reject such protests. Many went even further. They were angry that Cubans had not fallen on their knees to thank the United States for liberating them. News correspondents reported that instead of embracing American soldiers, the Cubans seemed sour, sullen, conceited, vain and jealous. One wrote of his astonishment to find that they were not filled with gratitude towards us. None seemed willing or able to understand how logical it was for Cubans to feel this way. They took the Cubans' resentment as further proof of their ignorance and immaturity. Cuban patriots had for years promised that after independence, they would stabilize their country by promoting social justice. Americans wanted something quite different. The people ask me what we mean by stable government in Cuba, the new military governor, General Leonard Wood, wrote in a report to Washington soon after he assumed office in 1900. I tell them that when money can be borrowed at a reasonable rate of interest and when capital is willing to invest in the island, a condition of stability will have been reached. In a note to President McKinley, he was even more succinct. When people ask me what I mean by stable government, I tell them, money at 6%. On July 25, 1900, General Wood published an order calling for the election of delegates to a Cuban Constitutional Convention. Fewer than one-third of the qualified voters turned out, and even they refused to support many of the candidates the Americans sponsored. General Wood described the 31 delegates as about 10 absolutely first-class men and about 15 men of doubtful qualifications and character, and about 6 of the worst rascals and fakirs in Cuba. That autumn, Secretary of War Elihu Root, who had been a leading corporate attorney in New York, and Senator Orville Platt of Connecticut, chairman of the Senate Committee on Relations with Cuba, wrote the law that would shape Cuba's future. The Platt Amendment, as it came to be known, is a crucial document in the history of American foreign policy. It gave the United States a way to control Cuba without running it directly, by maintaining a submissive local regime. Washington would go on to apply the system in many parts of the Caribbean and Central America, where to this day it is known as Plattismo. Under the Platt Amendment, the United States agreed to end its occupation of Cuba as soon as the Cubans accepted a constitution with provisions giving the United States the right to maintain military bases in Cuba, the right to veto any treaty between Cuba and any other country, the right to supervise the Cuban treasury, and the right to intervene for the preservation of Cuban independence, the maintenance of a government adequate for the protection of life, property, and individual liberty. In essence, the Platt Amendment gave Cubans permission to rule themselves as long as they allowed the United States to veto any decision they made. Members of Congress could not avoid realizing that by passing the Platt Amendment, they would be reneging on the pledge they had made to Cuba less than 3 years before. Each had to ask himself a painful question that the New York Evening Post framed in a pithy editorial: given a solemn and unmistakable promise of independence to Cuba, how can I lie out of it and still go to church to thank God that I am not as other men are? Senators resolved this dilemma without evident difficulty. On February 27, 1901, they approved the Platt Amendment by a vote of 43 to 20. Republicans cast all the affirmative votes. Later the House of Representatives joined in approval, also on a party line vote. President McKinley signed the amendment into law on March 2. That plunged Cuba into what one historian called a storm of excitement. Havana was in turmoil on the night of March 2. A torchlight procession delivered a petition of protest to Wood at the governor's palace, and another crowd of demonstrators sought out the convention delegates and urged them to stand firm in their opposition to American demands. Similar demonstrations occurred on the following night. Outside the capital, municipal governments throughout the island poured out a flood of protest messages and resolutions, while public meetings were epidemic. On the night of March 5, speakers told a procession in Santiago that if the United States held to its demands, the Cubans must go to war once more. Cuban delegates to the Constitutional Convention had to decide whether to accept the Platt Amendment. American officials assured them that the United States wished no direct influence over Cuba's internal affairs, and also warned them that if they did not accept the Platt Amendment, Congress would impose even harsher terms. After long debate, much of it conducted behind closed doors, the Cuban delegates agreed, by a vote of 15 to 14, to do what the United States wished. A year later, in an election the Americans supervised, Tomás Estrada Palma, who had lived for years in the town of Central Valley, New York, was chosen as the first president of the Republic of Cuba. General Wood, the military governor, wrote in a private letter what every sentient Cuban and American knew: there is, of course, little or no independence left Cuba under the Platt Amendment. The Puerto Rican poet Lola Rodriguez de Tio, who spent years in Cuba, once described these islands as two wings of the same bird. Expansionists in the United States agreed. As Theodore Roosevelt was preparing to sail for Cuba in the spring of 1898, he sent Senator Henry Cabot Lodge a letter warning, "Do not make peace until we get Puerto Rico." Lodge told him not to worry. "Puerto Rico is not forgotten and we mean to have it," he assured his friend. "Unless I am utterly and profoundly mistaken, the administration is now fully committed to the large policy we both desire." The island of Puerto Rico, which is less than 1/10 the size of Cuba, never erupted in armed rebellion against Spain. Like Cuba, though, it produced a remarkable group of revolutionary intellectuals who embodied the nationalism that seized many colonial hearts in the second half of the 19th century. For years Spain resisted their calls for self-rule, but that changed when the reform-minded Praxedes Sagasta became prime minister in 1897. Soon after taking office, Sagasta offered autonomy to both Cuba and Puerto Rico. Cuban rebels, with years of fighting behind them and thousands of men under arms, were bent on military victory and scorned his offer. Puerto Ricans, however, instantly accepted. Puerto Ricans are generally jubilant over the news received from Spain concerning political autonomy, the American consul Philip Hanna wrote in a dispatch. The natives generally believe that Spain will grant them a form of home rule as will be in every way satisfactory to them. Spain's autonomy decree gave Puerto Ricans the right to elect a House of Representatives with wide-ranging powers, including authority to name a cabinet that would govern the island. They went to the polls on March 27, 1898. Most voted for the Liberal Fusion Party of Luis Muñoz Rivera, editor of the crusading newspaper La Democracia and a passionate leader of the autonomy movement. The Home Rule government had not yet taken office when, in the pre-dawn hours of May 12, a fleet of 7 American warships took up positions facing San Juan, the Puerto Rican capital. At first light, the fleet's commander, Admiral Sampson, ordered his flagship, the Iowa, to open fire on Spanish positions. A desultory artillery duel followed. The Americans fired 1,362 shells and killed about a dozen people. Spanish defenders replied with 441 shells and several volleys of infantry fire, managing to kill 1 American soldier. After 3.5 hours, the guns fell silent. In military terms this was a minor engagement, but it sent an unmistakable message. Puerto Rico would not be able to avoid being caught up in the Spanish-American War. For the next 2 months, American ships maintained a mostly effective blockade aimed at preventing the Spanish from sending supplies or reinforcements to their troops in Puerto Rico. The Spanish, though, were too focused on Cuba to pay much attention to events on the smaller island. So were the Americans. Hoping to take advantage of this situation, members of Puerto Rico's new House of Representatives convened for their first session, on July 17. On that same day, the new cabinet, headed by Muñoz Rivera, began to function. It would hold power for just 8 days. At 8:45 on the morning of July 25, a detachment of Marines and sailors from the American gunboat Gloucester waded ashore near Guanica, on Puerto Rico's southwestern coast. After a bit of shooting in which they suffered no casualties, they secured the town and raised the American flag over its customs house. The moment that flag began to flutter in the tropical breeze, the United States effectively took control of Puerto Rico. Every institution of Spanish rule, including the autonomous government, quickly withered away. Some Puerto Ricans looked forward to the prospect of American rule. They hoped for a period of nation building that might last 20 years or so, followed by, depending on their political persuasion, independence or annexation to the United States. Many were inspired by a generously worded proclamation that the American commander, General Nelson Miles, issued at the end of July. "We have not come to make war upon the people of a country that for centuries has been oppressed, but, on the contrary, to bring you protection. This is not a war of devastation, but one to give to all within the control of its military and naval forces the advantages and blessings of enlightened civilization." The war in Puerto Rico was a sideshow, almost completely overshadowed by the conflict in Cuba. American casualties were astonishingly light, just 9 dead and 46 wounded. The Spanish and Puerto Ricans lost a total of about 450 soldiers and civilians dead, wounded, or captured. One of the most prominent American correspondents who covered the war, Richard Harding Davis, later described it as a picnic and a fête des fêteurs. At the Paris Peace Conference of December 1898, where the terms of final surrender were fixed, Spain tried to retain Puerto Rico, arguing that the United States had never before challenged its sovereignty there. The Spanish even offered to give the United States territory elsewhere if they could keep Puerto Rico. President McKinley rejected all such suggestions. In private instructions to American negotiators, he said he had decided that Puerto Rico was to become the territory of the United States. The Spanish, defeated and weak, had no choice but to accept. On October 18, at a formal ceremony on the balcony of the governor's palace in San Juan, Spanish commanders transferred sovereignty over Puerto Rico to the United States. It was all a quiet affair, the New York Evening Post reported. There was no excitement, and but little enthusiasm. An hour after its close, the streets had assumed their wonted appearance. There was little to show that anything important had taken place, that by this brief ceremony Spain's power on the island of Puerto Rico had ended forever. No American alive in 1898 could have had any doubt about why the United States had gone to war with Spain. The conflict was fought to resolve a single question: who would control Cuba? Conditions in Cuba led to the war. Cuba was the battleground, and Cuba was the prize. But when American and Spanish diplomats met in Paris to negotiate a treaty ending the war, they had to consider the fate of another land, one that was very large, unknown to Americans, and far distant from their shores. Cuba had exerted a hold on the American imagination for many years, at least since Thomas Jefferson wrote of his hope that it would one day become part of the United States. The Philippine Islands were quite another matter. Few Americans had the faintest idea of where they were. Nonetheless, as a result of Commodore Dewey's victory at Manila, the United States suddenly exercised power over them. No one had planned this. President McKinley had to decide what the United States should do with the vast archipelago. McKinley was known above all for his inscrutability. He gave almost all the people he met the impression that he agreed with them, and rarely allowed even his closest advisers to know what he was thinking. Historians have described him as an enigma whose inner mind was well concealed and who obscured his views by a fog of phraseology, conventional or oracular. At first, McKinley seemed to want only enough territory in the Philippines to build a naval base at Manila. Then he considered the idea of granting the islands independence, perhaps under an international guarantee. In the end, less worldly considerations dictated his decision. McKinley was a devout Christian living in an era of religious revivalism. He would later tell a group of Methodist missionaries that while he was wrestling with the Philippines question, he fell to his knees in the White House on several evenings and prayed Almighty God for light and guidance. One night late, "It came to me this way," he said. "There was nothing left for us to do but to take them all, and to educate the Filipinos and uplift them and Christianize them, and by God's grace do the very best we could for them, as our fellow men for whom Christ also died." With that, the momentous decision was made. Historians still wonder why McKinley made it. He was deeply religious, and may truly have felt moved by divine revelation. In a speech to the delegation he sent to negotiate in Paris, he gave another explanation, saying he was acting to seize the commercial opportunity, to which American statesmanship cannot be indifferent. What is certain is that McKinley, in the words of one historian, knew the Filipinos not at all, and would misjudge their response with tragic persistence. He himself admitted that when he heard news of Dewey's victory at Manila, he could not have told where those darned islands were within 2,000 miles. His fervor to Christianize the Filipinos, most of whom were already practicing Catholics, suggested his ignorance of conditions on the islands. He certainly had no idea that they were in the throes of the first anti-colonial revolution in the modern history of Asia. The episode marked a pivotal point in the American experience, Stanley Carnot wrote in his History of the Philippines. For the first time, U.S. soldiers fought overseas. And, for the first time, America was to acquire territory beyond its shores, the former colony itself becoming colonialist. On May 1, 1898, 3 weeks after destroying the Spanish fleet, Dewey welcomed the Filipino guerrilla leader Emilio Aguinaldo aboard his flagship, the Olympia. Their versions of what transpired are contradictory. Aguinaldo said they agreed to fight the Spanish together and then establish an independent Republic of the Philippines. Dewey swore that he made no such commitment. Neither man spoke much of the other's language and no interpreter was present, so the confusion is understandable. Whatever the truth, when Aguinaldo declared the independence of the Philippines, on June 12, neither Dewey nor any other representative of the United States turned up at the ceremony. That snub led Aguinaldo and other Filipino leaders to fear that the United States would not recognize their country's independence. General Thomas Anderson, a Civil War veteran who was the first commander of American troops in the Philippines, sought to reassure them. "I desire to have amicable relations with you," he wrote to Aguinaldo on July 4, "and to have you and your people cooperate with us in military operations against the Spanish forces." General Anderson may have been sincere, but as he was writing his letter to Aguinaldo, policy in Washington was changing. President McKinley, obeying what he took to be the word of God, had decided that the United States should assume ownership not simply of an enclave at Manila but of the entire Philippine archipelago. He directed his negotiators in Paris to offer the Spanish $20 million for it. Spain was in no position to refuse, and on December 10, American and Spanish diplomats signed what became known as the Treaty of Paris. It gave the United States possession of Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the distant Philippine archipelago, which had more than 7,000 islands and a population of 7 million. On December 21, McKinley issued an executive letter proclaiming American sovereignty over the Philippines. Rebels there were already proceeding along their own path. They had elected a constituent assembly that produced a constitution, and under its provisions the Republic of the Philippines was proclaimed on January 23, 1899, with Aguinaldo as its first president. 12 days later, this new nation declared war against United States forces on the islands. McKinley took no notice. To him the Filipinos were what the historian Richard Welch called a disorganized and helpless people. McKinley was well aware of Aguinaldo's insurgents and their claims. It is probable that he still underestimated the extent of territorial control exercised by Aguinaldo's forces, but in McKinley's opinion it was unimportant how much territory the insurgent government claimed. McKinley could not believe that Aguinaldo's insurgents would be so stupid as to resist the power and benevolence of the United States. McKinley seems to have entertained the self-contradictory notions that Aguinaldo was an evil, self-seeking bandit chieftain and that he could be as easily managed as an office-seeker in Canton, Ohio. The Treaty of Paris gave the United States sovereignty over the Philippines, but it could not come into force until the Senate ratified it. The debate was long and heated. Opponents denounced the treaty as an imperialist grab of a distant land that shamed American ideals and overextended American power. Senator George Frisbee Hoar of Massachusetts warned that it would turn the United States into a vulgar, commonplace empire founded upon physical force, controlling subject races and vassal states, in which one class must forever rule and the other classes must forever obey. Supporters countered with three arguments: that it would be ludicrous to recognize Filipino independence since there was no such thing as a Filipino nation, that it was America's duty to civilize the backward Filipinos, and that possession of the archipelago would bring incalculable commercial and strategic advantages. As this debate was reaching its climax, in what the New York World called an amazing coincidence, news came that Filipino insurgents had attacked American positions in Manila. It later turned out that there had indeed been a skirmish but that an American private had fired the first shot. That was not clear at the time, however, and probably would not have mattered anyway. Several senators declared that they now felt obligated to vote for the treaty as a sign of support for beleaguered American soldiers on the other side of the globe. "We come as ministering angels, not as despots," Senator Newt Nelson of Minnesota assured his colleagues. Evidently convinced of that, the Senate ratified the Treaty of Paris by a margin of 57 to 27, barely more than the required two-thirds majority. President McKinley may well have believed that God wished the United States to uplift and Christianize the Filipino people. Speeches by senators during the treaty debate, along with many articles in the press, however, offered a more tangible rationale for taking the Philippines. Businessmen had become fascinated with the prospect of selling goods in China, which, after losing a war with Japan in 1895, had become weak and incapable of resisting intervention. They saw a magnificent confluence of circumstances, as this vast land became available for exploitation at the same time they were casting desperately about for new markets. "We could not turn over to France or Germany, our commercial rivals in the Orient," McKinley told Congress in his message asking ratification of the Treaty of Paris. "That would be bad business and discreditable." When the United States assumed sovereignty over the Philippines, it inherited Spain's confrontation with the rebel army. Soldiers of the United States had never before fought outside North America. Nor, with the arguable exception of the Indian Wars, had they ever fought against an army defending its country's independence. They had no idea of what they would be facing in their campaign against the Gugus, as they called the Filipinos, but they launched their war with supreme self-confidence. It began in February 1899, with a pitched battle for Manila. From the beginning, there was little doubt about how it would end. The insurgents had the advantage of numbers, but by every other standard the Americans were clearly superior. Aguinaldo and his troops were crippled by a lack of weaponry, enforced by an effective American naval blockade. American soldiers landed in waves, by the tens of thousands, eager to fight against an enemy of whose motivations they were blissfully unaware. In letters home, they told friends and relatives that they had come to blow every nigger to nigger heaven and vowed to fight until the niggers are killed off like Indians. Faced with these handicaps, the guerrillas turned to tactics unlike any the Americans had ever seen. They laid snares and booby traps, slit throats, set fires, administered poisons, and mutilated prisoners. The Americans, some of whose officers were veteran Indian fighters, responded in kind. When two companies under the command of General Lloyd Wheaton were ambushed southeast of Manila, Wheaton ordered every town and village within 12 miles to be destroyed and their inhabitants killed. During the first half of the Philippine War, American commanders imposed censorship on foreign correspondents to assure that news of episodes like this did not reach the home audience. Only after censorship was lifted in 1901 were Americans able to learn how the war was being waged. Newspapers began carrying reports like one filed early in 1901 by a correspondent from the Philadelphia Ledger. Our present war is no bloodless, fake, opera bouffe engagement. Our men have been relentless, have killed to exterminate men, women, children, prisoners and captives, active insurgents and suspected people, from lads of 10 and up, an idea prevailing that the Filipino, as such, was little better than a dog, noisome reptile in some instances, whose best disposition was the rubbish heap. Our soldiers have pumped salt water into men to make them talk, have taken prisoner people who held up their hands and peacefully surrendered, and an hour later, without an atom of evidence to show that they were even insurrectos, stood them on a bridge and shot them down one by one, to drop into the water below and float down as an example to those who found their bullet-riddled corpses. The turning point in this war may have come on the afternoon of March 23, 1901, when a 36-year-old brigadier general named Frederick Funston staged one of the boldest counter-guerrilla operations in American military history. Funston, who had won the Medal of Honor in Cuba 3 years earlier, was commanding a district on the island of Luzon when he received news, extracted from a captured courier, that Aguinaldo was encamped at a village in his district. He came up with the idea of using a group of Filipino scouts to help him penetrate the village and capture Aguinaldo. The scouts were from the Macabebe ethnic group, which considered itself a rival of the Tagalogs, to which Aguinaldo and many other rebels belonged. General Funston and 4 other officers set out on their mission with 79 Macabebe scouts. Their plan was for the scouts to pose as rebels and tell Aguinaldo that they were bringing him a group of American prisoners. When the group was about 10 miles from Aguinaldo's hideout, he sent word that the Americans should be kept away. He did invite the rebels to come, though, and as his honor guard was welcoming them, they suddenly began firing. "Stop all the foolishness!" Aguinaldo shouted from inside his headquarters. "Don't waste ammunition." One of the scouts turned, burst into Aguinaldo's office, and, with pistol drawn, told him, "You are our prisoners. We are not insurgents. We are Americans. Surrender or be killed." Aguinaldo and his officers were too stunned to respond. Within minutes, they had been subdued and disarmed. General Funston appeared soon afterward and introduced himself to the rebel leader. "Is this not some joke?" Aguinaldo asked. It was not. Aguinaldo was arrested and brought to Manila, which Funston later said went wild with excitement. Americans back home were thrilled with their new hero. Their satisfaction deepened when, less than a month after Aguinaldo's capture, he issued a proclamation accepting American sovereignty and urging his comrades to give up their fight. Several thousand did, leading the American commander in the Philippines, General Arthur MacArthur, to proclaim the rebellion almost entirely suppressed. He spoke too soon. Rebels who were still in the field fought with intensifying ferocity. In September 1901, a band of them overran an American position on the island of Samar with a brutality that set off some of the harshest countermeasures ever ordered by officers of the United States. The episode began with what seemed like a routine landing of infantrymen at a beach near the village of Balangiga. Some seemed to realize that they were in uncertain territory. As they approached the shore, one lieutenant gazed ahead and told his comrades, "We are bound for Gugu land now." The Americans occupied Balangiga for several weeks, subduing it, according to later testimony, through imprisonment, torture, and rape. At dawn on the morning of September 28, they rose as usual to the sound of reveille. A few remained on sentry duty while the rest ate breakfast. The town's police chief strolled up to one of the sentries, said a few pleasant words, and then suddenly produced a long knife and stabbed him. Immediately the church bells began ringing. Scores of rebels who had infiltrated the town poured out of their hiding places. They fiercely set upon the unarmed Americans, stabbing and hacking them to death. Within minutes the campground was awash in blood. Some Americans managed to escape in boats, and made their way to a base 30 miles up the coast. Of the 74 men who had been posted in Balangiga, only 20 survived, most with multiple stab wounds. News of the Balangiga massacre was quickly flashed back to the United States. It stunned a nation that was only beginning to realize what kind of war was being fought in the Philippines. American commanders on the islands were just as shocked, but they were in a position to react, and react they did. They ordered Colonel Jacob Smith, who had participated in the Wounded Knee massacre in the Dakota Territory a decade before, to proceed to Samar and do whatever was necessary to subdue the rebels. Smith arrived, took charge of the remaining garrisons, and ordered his men to kill everyone over the age of 10 and turn the island's interior into a howling wilderness. "I want no prisoners," he told them. "I wish you to kill and burn. The more you kill and the more you burn, the better you will please me." American soldiers carried out these orders with gusto. They started by razing Balangiga, and then rampaged through the countryside. Knowing that the assailants at Balangiga had disguised themselves as civilians, they took little care to discriminate between combatants and non-combatants. Fueled by a passion to avenge their comrades, they killed hundreds of people, burned crops, slaughtered cattle, and destroyed dozens of settlements. During one long and amazingly ill-conceived march through the Samar jungle, 11 Marines perished from a combination of starvation and exposure. Their captain, delirious and only intermittently conscious, became convinced that their Filipino porters had contributed to their deaths by withholding potatoes, salt, and other supplies. He singled out 11 of them, one for each dead Marine, and had them shot. Americans had used harsh tactics since the beginning of the Philippine War, but the summary execution of 11 Filipinos who were working for them, and who had committed no apparent crime, was too much for commanders to ignore. They ordered the offending officer court-martialed on charges of murder. He was eventually acquitted, but the case set off an explosion of outrage in the United States. Until this episode, many Americans had believed that their soldiers were different from others, operating on a higher moral plane because their cause was good. After Balangiga, however, a flood of revelations forced them out of their innocence. Newspaper reporters sought out returned veterans and from their accounts learned that American soldiers in the Philippines had resorted to all manner of torture. The most notorious was the water cure, in which sections of bamboo were forced down the throats of prisoners and then used to fill the prisoners' stomachs with dirty water until they swelled in torment. Soldiers would jump on the prisoner's stomach to force the water out, often repeating the process until the victim either informed or died. This technique was so widely reported in the United States that the Cleveland Plain Dealer even published a joke about it. "Ma, what's the sound of running water out there, Willie?" "Willie, it's only us boys, Ma. We been trying the Philippine water cure on Bobby Snow, and now we're pouring him out." Others took the matter more seriously. "We have actually come to do the thing we went to war to banish," the Baltimore American lamented. The Indianapolis News concluded that the United States had adopted the methods of barbarism, and the New York Post declared that American troops have been pursuing a policy of wholesale and deliberate murder. David Starr Jordan, the president of Stanford University, declared that Filipinos had done no more than rebel against alien control and that therefore it was our fault and ours alone that this war began. The revered Harvard professor William James said that Americans were guilty of murdering another culture and concluded one of his speeches by declaring, "God damn the U.S. for its vile conduct in the Philippines." Mark Twain suggested that the time had come to redesign the American flag with the white stripes painted black and the stars replaced by skull and crossbones. This spasm of recrimination continued for several months, but soon a counter-campaign began. Defenders of American policy, who at first were too overwhelmed by the onslaught of horrific revelations to respond, finally found their voice. Extreme conditions, they insisted, had forced soldiers to act as they did. The New York Times argued that brave and loyal officers had reacted understandably to the cruel, treacherous, murderous Filipinos. This St. Louis Globe Democrat said that American soldiers had done nothing in the Philippines that they had not done during the Civil War, and that in view of the provocation received and the peculiar nature of the task to be performed, the transgressions have been extremely slight. The Providence Journal urged its readers to accept the wisdom of fighting fire with fire. A second theme that echoed through the press was that any atrocities committed in the Philippines had been aberrations. They were deplorable, the St. Paul Pioneer Press conceded, but had no bearing on fundamental questions of national policy. The New York Tribune said only a few soldiers were guilty and the penalty must fall not upon the policy, but upon those men. By the time this debate reached its crescendo, in the early months of 1902, President McKinley had been assassinated and replaced in office by Theodore Roosevelt. To Roosevelt fell the task of defending the honor of the troops he loved, and he embraced it even though he had never been enthusiastic about the Philippine operation. He enlisted his close friend and ally Henry Cabot Lodge to lead the defense. In a long and eloquent speech on the Senate floor, Lodge conceded that there had been cases of water cure, of menaces of shooting unless information was given up, of rough and cruel treatment applied to secure information. But Americans who lived in sheltered homes far from the sound and trials of war, he warned, could not understand the challenges of bringing law to a semi-civilized people with all the tendencies and characteristics of Asiatics. Let us be just, at least to our own, Lodge begged the Senate. At Roosevelt's suggestion, Lodge arranged for the Senate to hold hearings into charges of American misconduct in the Philippines. It was a clever move. Lodge himself ran the hearings, and he carefully limited their scope. There was much testimony about operational tactics, but no exploration of the broader policy that lay behind them. The committee did not even issue a final report. One historian described its work as less a whitewash than an exercise in sleight of hand. On July 4, 1902, soon after the investigating committee ended its work, President Roosevelt declared the Philippines pacified. He was justified in doing so. The important guerrilla leaders had been killed or captured and resistance had all but ceased. It had been a far more costly operation than anyone had predicted at the outset. In 3.5 torturous years of war, 4,374 American soldiers were killed, more than 10 times the toll in Cuba. About 16,000 guerrillas and at least 20,000 civilians were also killed. Filipinos remember those years as some of the bloodiest in their history. Americans quickly forgot that the war ever happened. 3. From a whorehouse to a White House. A postage stamp led the United States to overthrow the most formidable leader Nicaragua ever had. It set off a chain of events that reverberate to this day, making it probably the most influential stamp in history. Had it never been issued, Nicaragua might have emerged long ago as a peaceful, prosperous country. Instead it is chronically poor and unstable, a cauldron of rivalries and a stage for repeated American interventions. To the casual eye, this stamp looks unremarkable. It is printed in purple and depicts a steaming volcano at the edge of a lake. Around the edges are the words Nicaragua, Correos 10 centavos, and, in tiny letters at the bottom, American Banknote Company New York. When it was issued in 1900, Nicaragua was in the midst of a modernizing revolution. Today it is a poignant reminder of what might have been. During the last decades of the 19th century, the ideals of social and political reform swept across Central America. Visionary leaders, inspired by European philosophers and nation builders, sought to wipe away the feudal systems that had frozen their countries into immobility. One of them, President José Santos Zelaya of Nicaragua, took his nationalist principles so seriously that the United States felt compelled to overthrow him. Portraits of Zelaya, like the one that today adorns Nicaragua's 20 Cordoba note, show him to have had a forceful countenance, with an elegantly twirled mustache and piercing eyes that seemed to blaze with impatient energy. As a young man, he displayed such promise that his father, an army colonel and coffee farmer, arranged to send him to school in Europe. After graduating, he returned home with his Belgian wife and joined the Liberal Party, which represented the ideals of secularism and radical reform. In 1893, as the long-ruling conservatives were consumed by factional conflict, he and a group of liberal comrades organized a revolt that brought them down with remarkable ease. Within a few months, he emerged as the country's new leader. Zelaya was 6 weeks short of his 40th birthday when he was sworn in as president of Nicaragua. He proclaimed a revolutionary program and set out to shake his country from its long slumber. He built roads, ports, railways, government buildings, and more than 140 schools, paved the streets of Managua, lined them with street lamps, and imported the country's first automobile, legalized civil marriage and divorce, and even founded the nation's first baseball league, which included a team called Youth and another called the Insurgency. He encouraged business, especially the nascent coffee industry. In foreign affairs, he promoted a union of the 5 small Central American countries and fervently embraced the grand project that had thrust Nicaragua onto the world stage, the Interoceanic Canal. Every American president since Ulysses S. Grant had pushed for the canal project. In 1876 a government commission studied possible routes and concluded that the one across Nicaragua possesses, both for the construction and maintenance of a canal, greater advantage and offers fewer difficulties from engineering, commercial and economic points of view, than any one of the other routes. Slowly the project gained momentum. In 1889 a private company chartered by Congress began dredging near Nicaragua's Atlantic coast. It was undercapitalized and went broke shortly before Zelaya came to power. One group of men cheered this failure. They were members of a Paris-based syndicate that owned a great swath of land across Panama, where French engineers had tried and failed to build a canal. These men stood to become very rich if they could find a buyer for their land. The only possible customer was the United States government, but it was pursuing the Nicaragua route. Persuading Washington to change course would require a highly sophisticated lobbying campaign. To direct it, the syndicate hired a gifted New York lawyer who understood better than anyone else of his generation how to bend government to the will of business. As American corporations began expanding to enormous size in the late 19th century, they encountered a host of organizational and political problems. Many turned for help to William Nelson Cromwell. In appearance Cromwell was almost eccentric, with light blue eyes, a fair complexion, and long locks of snow-white hair. Behind that odd facade lay a brilliantly sharpened mind. Cromwell's business triumphs were legendary. "He can smile as sweetly as a society belle," one newspaper correspondent wrote, "and at the same time deal a blow at a business foe that ties him in a hopeless tangle of financial knots." As both a master of corporate law and a consummate Washington lobbyist, Cromwell was an ideal partner for the French Canal Syndicate. In 1898 the chief of the syndicate, Philippe Bonavarilla, hired him and gave him a daunting assignment: arrange for the United States to build its canal across Panama instead of Nicaragua. Cromwell's first tactic was to obstruct the slow but steady progress that was being made toward a resumption of work in Nicaragua. This he did repeatedly, with much help from friends in Congress and the State Department. Then, in 1901, the assassination of President McKinley brought Theodore Roosevelt, an ardent believer in sea power, to office. Roosevelt was determined to have the canal built quickly, no matter where. Early in 1902, he asked Congress to appropriate $140 million for a canal across Nicaragua. Cromwell had managed to win several influential figures to his side, including Senator Mark Hanna, a senior leader of the Republican Party. To cement their alliance, he made a $60,000 contribution to the Republicans, charging it off to the canal company as a business expense. Even these friends, however, were not strong enough to defeat the Nicaragua bill. On January 9 the House of Representatives approved it by the daunting margin of 308 to 2. Cromwell had managed to postpone this debate for years. Now that it was at hand, his cause looked doomed. He could win only if fate was somehow to intervene. It did, in the form of the American Banknote Company. Like a number of other small countries, Nicaragua had hired this reputable New York firm to manufacture its postage stamps. The company's designers produced stamps that showed Nicaragua's most notable geographical landmarks. Among them was a series depicting the majestic Momotombo volcano, complete with a plume of smoke spiraling from its crater. One day in Washington, an astute lobbyist for the French Canal Syndicate noticed one of these stamps on a letter sent from Nicaragua. It gave him an inspiration that changed the course of history. By coincidence, 1902 was a year of extraordinary volcanic activity in the Caribbean. In May, a devastating eruption killed 30,000 people on the island of Martinique. Soon afterward there was another eruption, on St. Vincent. American newspapers were full of horrifying stories about the destructive power of volcanoes, and for several months the public mind was seized by a kind of volcano hysteria. Cromwell realized that he could take great advantage of this happenstance. First he planted in the New York Sun a small item, later shown to have been false or highly exaggerated, reporting that the Momotombo volcano had erupted and set off seismic shocks. Then he rounded up a sheaf of Momotombo stamps, had them pasted onto sheets of paper bearing the title "An Official Witness to the Volcanic Activity of Nicaragua," and sent one to each senator. The leaflets conveyed an obvious message: it would be madness to build a canal in a country so geologically unstable that it used the image of a smoking volcano on its postage stamps. Few people in Washington knew that Momotombo is nearly dormant, that it lies more than 100 miles from the proposed canal route, and that the decision to portray it on a stamp had been made not in Nicaragua but by designers in New York. As the stamps were passed around Washington, the ministers of Nicaragua and Costa Rica, who were directing what they thought would be a fairly easy campaign to secure approval of the Nicaragua route, suddenly found themselves overwhelmed. When debate over the canal bill began in the Senate, Mark Hanna delivered a passionate speech favoring the Panama route, illustrating it with a frightening though highly fanciful map purporting to show zones of seismic danger in Central America. His speech and behind-the-scenes lobbying, closely coordinated with Cromwell's parallel efforts, produced the desired result. On June 19, 1902, 3 days after senators received the Momotombo stamps, they voted for the Panama route by a margin of 42 to 34. Soon afterward the House reversed itself and also accepted that route. For his lobbying services, Cromwell collected a fee of $800,000. The Momotombo stamp was not the only factor in the vote. It came against the backdrop of a political feud between the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, John T. Morgan of Alabama, a leading advocate of the Nicaragua route, and Senator Hanna, who chose the Panama side partly as a way to undermine Morgan. Some senators were influenced by a last-minute report from the Isthmian Canal Commission, concluding that there were advantages to the Panama route. Others saw it as a good financial deal after the canal company reduced its asking price from $109 million to $40 million. Transcripts of the debate, however, show that senators had a highly exaggerated view of the danger volcanoes could pose to a Nicaraguan canal. The transcripts, as well as later statements by members of Congress, leave no doubt that the Momotombo stamp and the resulting fear of volcanic eruption in Nicaragua played a decisive role in the vote for Panama. Senator Morgan complained after the vote that a corrupt and influential pro-Panama lobby had unscrupulously misled his colleagues. He was right, but the issue had been decided. On June 29, President Roosevelt signed a law authorizing construction of a canal across Panama. Today a block of the Momotombo stamps is prominently displayed at the Interoceanic Canal Museum there. During the years when it appeared that the canal was going to be built across Nicaragua, American officials got along well with President Zelaya. In 1898 the American minister in Managua wrote in a dispatch that Zelaya has given the people of Nicaragua as good a government as they will permit him. Foreigners who attend to their own business, and do not meddle with politics which does not concern them, are fully protected. 2 years later, Secretary of State John Hay praised Zelaya's ability, high character, and integrity. The American consul at San Juan del Norte, which was to be the Caribbean terminus of the canal, called him the ablest and strongest man in Central America and reported that he is very popular with the masses, and is giving them an excellent government. After Congress chose the Panama route, this admiration quickly turned to disdain. American officials who had once viewed Zelaya's campaign to promote Central American unity as noble began to see it as destabilizing. His efforts to regulate American companies, once thought of as symbols of his self-confident nationalism, started to look defiant. To the State Department, Nicaragua was no longer a country that needed to be coddled or cared for in preparation for future usefulness, the American historian John Ellis Findling later wrote. Rather, it was now a country that needed to be watched carefully and kept in line. President Roosevelt plunged into the canal project with unrestrained vigor. Before he could build anything in the Republic of Panama, however, he had to resolve one remaining problem. There was no such thing as a Republic of Panama. Panama was a province of Colombia, and Colombian leaders were reluctant to surrender sovereignty over the proposed canal zone, although they suggested they might reconsider if the United States offered more money. "I feel there are two alternatives," Roosevelt wrote to Secretary of State Hay. "To take up Nicaragua, in some shape or way to interfere when it becomes necessary so as to secure the Panama route without further dealing with the foolish and homicidal corruptionists in Bogotá." After brief reflection, he chose the second option. The United States had little experience in fomenting revolutions. It did, however, have one model. A decade earlier, the American diplomat John L. Stevens had devised a simple plan that allowed a handful of people with little popular support to overthrow the government of Hawaii. Roosevelt decided to adapt that plan for Panama. He would encourage Panamanian revolutionaries to proclaim independence from Colombia, quickly give them diplomatic recognition, and then use American troops to prevent the Colombian army from re-establishing control. On November 2, 1903, the commander of the American gunboat Nashville, anchored at Colón on Panama's Caribbean coast, received an order from Washington to prevent the landing of any armed forces with hostile intent, either government or insurgent. He was puzzled, because no revolution had broken out. The next day, one did. A hastily assembled group of rebels announced in the provincial capital, Panama City, that they were declaring Panama independent. There was no army post in Panama City, but there was a large one in Colón, and its commander reacted immediately to news of the rebellion. He assembled a 500-man force, marched it across town to the railroad station, and demanded a train to take it to Panama City. The American manager of the Colón railroad station falsely told him that only a single car was available. Undaunted, the commander boarded with his staff officers, evidently confident that he could crush the rebels even without a large force. He had fallen into a trap. Americans telegraphed ahead and arranged for him and his officers to be arrested as they stepped off the train. A second American warship, the Dixie, docked at Colón on November 5 and put 400 Marines ashore. The next day the United States formally recognized the rebels as leaders of a new Republic of Panama. 8 more warships quickly appeared in the waters off Colón, forming a blockade that made it impossible for Colombian vessels to reach the breakaway province. One historian called it as brazen and successful an act of gunboat diplomacy as the world has ever seen. Even Roosevelt himself seemed ambivalent about what he had done. At first he sought to deny it. "I did not foment a revolution on the isthmus," he protested to one interviewer. Soon afterward he asserted that Colombia's utterly incompetent leaders had foolishly lost Panama by refusing to approve the Canal Treaty in spite of the plainest warnings. He was evidently not persuaded by his own words, because at his next cabinet meeting he asked Attorney General Philander Knox to come up with a legal argument he could use to justify the operation. "Oh, Mr. President," Knox replied, "do not let so great an achievement suffer from any taint of legality." "Have I answered the charges?" Roosevelt asked anxiously. "Have I?" "You certainly have, Mr. President," Secretary of War Elihu Root Riley answered. "You have shown that you were accused of seduction, and you have conclusively proved that you were guilty of rape. In Nicaragua, President Zelaya took these events with remarkable equanimity. He never showed any anger at losing the canal, or any outrage at the American-sponsored revolution that cut a nearby nation in two. Instead, just a few weeks after the uprising, he received an envoy from the Republic of Panama, gave a dinner party in his honor, and recognized his government. He had good reason for all this, as John Ellis Findling explained. Zelaya's complacency toward the loss of the canal route can be explained by two major factors new in Isthmian affairs. First, the years 1902 and 1903 were peaceful ones for Central America, and Zelaya used the time to begin quietly shaping a new Central American Union under his leadership. Second, had begun to grant large and potentially lucrative concessions to American and Nicaraguan businessmen. A United States canal would probably have interfered with this economic policy. Like idealists and utopians up to the present day, Zelaya dreamed of re-establishing the United Central America that existed from 1821 to 1838. In 1902 he called the presidents of the other four Central American countries Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, and Costa Rica to a conference at which he hoped to launch the process of reunification. It produced a series of fine-sounding accords, but soon the isthmus fell back into its age-old conflict between conservatives and liberals. Zelaya began trying to impose his will, first by applying political pressure and then by sending military expeditions into Honduras and El Salvador. Once construction of the Panama Canal started, American officials took an exceedingly dim view of adventures like these. Yet Zelaya's periodic military forays, upsetting as they were to some in Washington, would probably not have been enough to lead the United States to decree his overthrow. Nor would his failure to observe the niceties of democracy at home. To these two transgressions, however, he added a third, which tipped the balance against him. He continually clashed with American companies operating in his country. Among all of Zelaya's accomplishments, none stands above his unification of the Nicaraguan nation. Through his efforts, the British, who had long controlled the thriving ports on Nicaragua's eastern coast and the tropical wilderness around them, finally gave up their pretensions there. After they were gone, American businessmen moved in. More than a dozen bought concessions from Zelaya's government that allowed them exclusive logging, mining, or other rights in specified areas. Several later turned against him and appealed to the State Department for help. Among the most pugnacious of these was George D. Emery, a Boston lumber merchant. In 1894, Emery bought a concession to harvest mahogany, cedar, and other fine woods from a forest in eastern Nicaragua. Within a few years he had become the prime supplier of mahogany to the Pullman Palace Car Company and other discriminating customers. He employed more than 1,500 Nicaraguan laborers, paid the government $40,000 per year in concession fees, and represented $2 million in American investment. Emery's concession agreement required him to do two things: build a rail line through his forest preserve, and plant 2 trees for every one he cut down. He did neither. When the government began insisting, he demanded that the State Department defend him against Zelaya's molestation and oppressive extractions. President Roosevelt paid little attention to the complaints of businessmen like Emery, and the question of whether he would have moved to crush Zelaya has intrigued Nicaraguan historians for years. Roosevelt is often thought of as one of the founders of American imperialism. His colorful exploits in Cuba, his oft-quoted declaration that the United States should keep a big stick handy for use in world affairs, and his willingness to stage a sham revolution in Panama all argue for that view. It would be incomplete, however. Roosevelt was eager to resolve troubles with foreign nations peacefully when possible, and he took great pride in the fact that during his presidency, the United States never started a conflict in which a single life was lost. He had no sympathy for idle ruling classes like those that had long dominated Central America. In José Santos Zelaya, a man of restless intellect, impatient energy, and reformist zeal, he may even have seen a reflection of himself. As late as 1908, he was still addressing the Nicaraguan leader as his great and good friend. Nevertheless, Roosevelt was indirectly responsible for Zelaya's overthrow, because he propounded the principle that justified it. Since 1823, U.S. policy in the Western Hemisphere had been shaped by the Monroe Doctrine, a unilateral declaration that the United States would not tolerate any attempt by European powers to influence the course of events in the Americas. Once work began on the Panama Canal, Roosevelt decided to go further. In 1904 he proclaimed the Roosevelt Corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, which asserted the right of the United States to intervene in any country in the Western Hemisphere that it judged to be in need of intervention. If a nation shows that it knows how to act with reasonable efficiency and decency in social and political matters, if it keeps order and pays its obligations, it need fear no interference from the United States. Chronic wrongdoing, or an impotence which results in a general loosening of the ties of civilized society, may in America, as elsewhere, ultimately require intervention by some civilized nation, and in the Western Hemisphere the adherence of the United States to the Monroe Doctrine may force the U.S., however reluctantly, in flagrant cases of such wrongdoing or impotence, to the exercise of an international peace power. Roosevelt left the presidency in March 1909. His successor, William Howard Taft, was closer to big business, and chose Philander Knox, a highly successful corporate lawyer and former Attorney General, to be Secretary of State. Knox had spent years representing major American corporations, most notably Carnegie Steel, and had worked closely with William Nelson Cromwell to organize the company that became United States Steel. One of his most cherished clients was the Philadelphia-based La Luz and Los Angeles Mining Company, which held a lucrative gold mining concession in eastern Nicaragua. Besides his professional relationship with La Luz, Knox was politically and socially close to the Fletcher family of Philadelphia, which owned it. The Fletchers protected their company in an unusually effective way. Gilmore Fletcher managed it. His brother, Henry Fletcher, worked at the State Department, holding a series of influential positions and ultimately rising to undersecretary. Both detested Zelaya, especially after he began threatening, in 1908, to cancel the La Luz concession. Encouraged by the Fletcher brothers, Knox looked eagerly for a way to force Zelaya from power. He thought he might have won when the lumber baron George Emory approached him. Emory was demanding that the Nicaraguan government compensate him for losses he said he had incurred in Nicaragua, and Knox seized on his case. He sent a brusque note to the Nicaraguan minister in Washington, warning him that his country's unnecessary, unwarranted, and dilatory delay in settling this claim threatened the goodwill that existed between Managua and Washington. Much to Knox's surprise and perhaps disappointment, Zelaya met all his demands and quickly accepted the settlement Emory proposed. Under its provisions, Emory gave up his concession and received $640,000 in compensation. Soon afterward, Knox's anger flared again when Zelaya signed an agreement to borrow £1.25 million from European banks to finance his dream project, a coast-to-coast railroad. Knox had nothing against the railroad, but he understood perfectly well that by borrowing money from European rather than American banks, Zelaya was trying to make his country less dependent on the United States. This he could not abide. He asked the British and French governments to quash the loan, but they politely refused. In the summer of 1909, it was successfully floated in London and Paris. For several years, Knox and others in Washington had been spreading rumors that Zelaya was secretly negotiating with European or Japanese interests to build a canal across his country that would compete with the one the United States was building in Panama. Those rumors were false, but Zelaya did not deny that the canal idea intrigued him. Nor did he hide his conviction that it was to Nicaragua's advantage to have friends other than the United States. He was a fervent nationalist with outsized ambitions for himself and his country. Once he ordered a Peruvian citizen deported from Nicaragua, and when the Peruvian threatened to appeal to his government, Zelaya replied, "Appeal by all means. When I ridicule the United States, laugh at Germany and spit on England, what do you suppose I care for your beggarly Peru?" Knox found all this quite intolerable. In the summer of 1909, he began orchestrating a campaign designed to turn American public opinion against Zelaya. He seized on several minor incidents in Nicaragua, including one in which an American tobacco merchant was briefly jailed, to paint the Nicaraguan regime as brutal and oppressive. He sent diplomats to Nicaragua whom he knew to be strongly anti-Zelaya, and passed their lurid reports to friends in the press. Soon American newspapers were screaming that Zelaya had imposed a reign of terror in Nicaragua and become the menace of Central America. As their sensationalist campaign reached a peak, President Taft gravely announced that the United States would no longer tolerate and deal with such a medieval despot. With this declaration, the United States pronounced Zelaya's political death sentence. American businessmen in Bluefields, the main town on the Caribbean coast, rushed to carry out the execution. With tacit approval from the American consul, William Moffett, with whom they shared their plans at every stage, they formed a conspiracy with the ambitious provincial governor, General Juan José Estrada. On October 10, 1909, Estrada declared himself president of Nicaragua and appealed to the United States for diplomatic recognition. This revolution was extraordinarily well financed. The chief accountant for the La Luz Mining Company, Adolfo Diaz, a bespectacled clerk from a modest conservative family, served as its treasurer. American companies operating in and around Bluefields sent him large sums of money. The cost of the revolution has been variously estimated at between $63,000 and $2 million. Estrada used much of the money to raise and equip a militia. It did not prove a great fighting force, though, and his proclaimed march on Managua quickly bogged down in the jungle. Zelaya sent troops to crush it. Knox, watching from Washington, was stymied. His revolution had broken out, but it was quickly collapsing. He needed a pretext to intervene. To his great good fortune, Zelaya gave him one. Estrada's call for rebel fighters, like every call for fighters in Central America, had attracted dozens of American adventurers, mercenaries, and gunslingers. Some were miners looking for excitement. Others worked for American-owned companies in Bluefields or other coastal towns. A handful sailed down from New Orleans. Two would go down in Nicaraguan history. Leroy Cannon was a Virginian who had been a rubber planter in Nicaragua, a police officer in El Salvador, and a mercenary in Honduras. He had retired to Guatemala, but apparently retirement did not suit him. When Estrada offered him the rank of colonel in Nicaragua's rebel army, he accepted. Cannon's closest comrade was another veteran of Central American wars, Leonard Gross, a Texan who had taken leave from his job as the supervisor of mining properties for La Luz. The two men carried out several operations together. After one of them, both were captured. They confessed to having laid a mine in the San Juan River with the intention of blowing up the Diamante, a naval vessel that was carrying 500 government soldiers to suppress their uprising. Both were summarily convicted of the crime of rebellion and sentenced to die. Zelaya rejected their pleas for clemency, and early on the morning of November 17, 1909, they were put to death by firing squad. As soon as news of these executions reached Washington, Knox seized on it. He fired off an angry note to the Nicaraguan foreign minister declaring that the United States would not for one moment tolerate such treatment of American citizens. Then he issued an official legal opinion holding that because Estrada's rebellion had given his men the stature of belligerents, Cannon and Gross had been entitled to prisoner of war status. That made Zelaya a war criminal. Knox tried to persuade Guatemala, El Salvador, and Costa Rica to send armies into Nicaragua to topple Zelaya, but all three demurred. That left the Secretary of State and President Taft to decide whether the United States should act alone. They had no trouble making up their minds. On December 1, Knox wrote the Nicaraguan minister in Washington an extraordinary letter demanding that Zelaya's government be replaced by one entirely disassociated from the present intolerable conditions. Nicaraguan school children study it to this day. It is notorious that President Zelaya has almost continually kept Central America in tension or turmoil. It is equally a matter of common knowledge that under the regime of President Zelaya, Republican institutions have ceased in Nicaragua to exist except in name. that public opinion and the press have been throttled, and that prison has been the reward of any tendency to real patriotism. 2 Americans who, this government is now convinced, were officers connected with the revolutionary forces, and therefore entitled to be dealt with according to the enlightened practice of civilized nations, have been killed by direct order of President Zelaya. Their execution is said to have been preceded by barbarous cruelties. The consulate at Managua is now officially reported to have been menaced. The government of the United States is convinced that the revolution represents the will of a majority of the Nicaraguan people more than does the government of President Zelaya. In these circumstances, the president no longer feels for the government of President Zelaya that respect and confidence which would make it appropriate hereafter to maintain with it regular diplomatic relations. There was no mistaking the seriousness of this message. "We are stricken to the heart, we are paralyzed," the Nicaraguan minister said after receiving it. Zelaya was also taken aback. He appealed to Mexico and Costa Rica, whose leaders were on good terms with the Taft administration, to intercede on his behalf, but they refused. Then he proposed that a commission made up of Mexicans and Americans come to Nicaragua to investigate the Cannon and Gross cases, and promised to resign if it found him guilty of any wrongdoing. Taft replied by ordering warships to approach both Nicaraguan coasts, and the Marines to assemble in Panama. The Knox note, as it came to be known, made clear that the United States would not rest until Zelaya was gone. Given the American military forces arrayed against him, he had no alternative but to comply. On December 16, 1909, he submitted his resignation. In his farewell speech to the National Assembly, he said he hoped his departure would produce peace and above all, the suspension of the hostilities shown by the United States, to which I wish to give no pretext that will allow it to continue intervening in any way with the destiny of this country. A few days later he boarded a ship at the Pacific port of Corinto and sailed into exile. The new president, José Madrayas, a distinguished liberal jurist, made suppressing the rebellion his first priority. He dispatched an infantry force to Bluefields, and also ordered the purchase of a New Orleans-based steamship, the Venus, and her refitting for military use. By the time the Venus arrived off the coast of Bluefields, in mid-May 1910, the infantry was already there. Government commanders demanded that Estrada's rebels surrender or face simultaneous attack from land and sea. Before a shot could be fired, the United States intervened. William Moffett, the American consul, sent the commander of the Venus a note telling him that out of concern for the lives of Americans in and around Bluefields, he had declared the area a neutral zone. Following the example of John L. Stevens, the American diplomat who had ordered government troops in Hawaii not to attack or arrest rebels, Moffett ordered the commander not to fire at any onshore position and not to interfere with commercial shipping. This meant that the Venus could neither attack the rebels nor stop ships that were bringing them arms. It also assured the rebels of a continuing source of income from customs revenue. When Moffett wrote the note, he had no military power to enforce it. A few days later, 2 American warships, the Paducah and the Dubuque, appeared at Bluefields and disgorged several companies of Marines. Their commander was Major Smedley Butler, a master of counterinsurgency who, at the age of 28, was already a veteran of the Spanish-American War, the Philippine conflict, and the Panama intervention of 1903. Butler's men took control of Bluefields without resistance. After quickly assessing the situation there, he concluded that the rebels had no chance of withstanding an army attack. Unless something drastic was done, the revolution would fail, Butler wrote later. It didn't take a ton of bricks to make me see daylight. It was plain that Washington would like to see the revolutionists come out on top. To help that happen, Butler devised a simple formula. He wrote a letter to the Nicaraguan army commanders poised outside Bluefields, telling them that while they were of course free to attack whenever they wished, he must insist that they not use firearms. Stray bullets, he explained, might accidentally hit American citizens. How are we to take the town if we can't shoot? The commanders demanded in reply. And won't you also disarm the revolutionaries defending the town? "There is no danger of the defenders killing American troops," Butler told them smoothly, "because they will be shooting outwards, but your troops will be firing towards us." Nicaraguan soldiers encamped outside Bluefields were thus forbidden to assault the rebels there. They withdrew and marched to the town of Rama, about 25 miles up the coast. Butler led a handful of Marines after them. "We sent an American beachcomber on ahead to Rama to be sure there would be another American life to protect, and then reenacted the farce at Bluefields. We forbade shooting by the government forces, and they finally melted away, convinced of the hopelessness of opposing the revolutionists backed by the Marines. The revolution ended then and there." President Madriz, who had devoted his life to jurisprudence, believed he could negotiate with the United States on the basis of legality. He did not anticipate that American leaders would intervene so directly against his government. When they did, he proposed a series of compromises. American diplomats rejected all of them, insisting that Nicaragua must have a government free of Zeleist influence. There was nothing more to be said or done. At the end of August, Madriz resigned from office and followed Zelaya into exile. With the seat of power vacant, General Estrada was able to march unopposed to Managua. While still underway, he sent a telegram to Secretary of State Knox assuring American leaders of the warm regard entertained for them by the victorious party of the revolution. He entered the capital and was sworn in as president on August 21, 1910. On that day, New York Times correspondent Harold Denny later wrote, "Began the American rule of Nicaragua, political and economic." The day was more significant than Denny could have known. It may now be recognized as the opening of an era. This was the first time the United States government had explicitly orchestrated the overthrow of a foreign leader. In Hawaii, an American diplomat had managed the revolution, but without specific instructions from Washington. In Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines, American regime change operations were part of a larger war. The overthrow of President Zelaya in Nicaragua was the first real American coup. On a December evening in 1910, barely a year after Zelaya fell, four dapper figures stepped out of their New Orleans hotel to sample the fleshy delights of Storyville, one of the world's most celebrated concentrations of bordellos, jazz clubs, and gambling halls. Music spilled onto the streets. Women flashed meretricious smiles and more at men wearing silk suits and diamond stick pins. It was a fine place for four adventurers to spend their last night in the United States before setting out to overthrow a government. As the four strolled through Storyville, United States Secret Service agents followed at a respectful distance. The agents had been watching them for days. It was common knowledge that these four men were plotting a revolution in Honduras, and the Secret Service, which was responsible for enforcing neutrality laws, wanted to make sure they did not launch it from American soil. The best known of the four conspirators was Lee Christmas, a flamboyant soldier of fortune who had fought in almost every Central American war and revolution of the past quarter century. Christmas, who styled himself a general, wore a tasseled uniform made especially for him by a Paris tailor. He was as famous in the United States as he was in Central America. Sunday supplements competed to publish breathless accounts of his exploits. One of them, in the New York Times, called him a Dumas hero in real life and the most spectacular figure in Central America today. Business, specifically the business of revolution, brought Christmas to New Orleans at the end of 1910. The most ambitious and successful banana planter in Central America, Sam Zamuri, had hired him to overthrow the Honduran government, and he had come to New Orleans to organize the plot. This he had done. Now he needed to slip away from the Secret Service so he could sail off to Honduras and start fighting. That night in Storyville, Christmas was accompanied by his three most important co-conspirators. One was a notorious New Orleans gangster, George Machine Gun Maloney, whom Christmas trusted to shoot his way into or out of any situation they might encounter in Honduras. The other two were Hondurans, Manuel Bonilla, the man Zamuri had chosen to be the country's next president, and Bonilla's chief aide, Florian de Vatti. Trapped in New Orleans as they were, these four decided to make the best of their situation. That led them to the sumptuous May Evans Bordello on Basin Street. As the four conspirators disappeared into the warm embrace for which May Evans was famous, Secret Service agents took up posts nearby. It must have been frustrating duty. The agents huddled against the raw wind that chills New Orleans in midwinter, while the men they were watching carouse the night away inside. Finally, at 2 o'clock in the morning, they called it a night. "It's nothing but a drunken brawl in the district," they reported to their supervisor before heading home. Christmas was immediately told that the agents had walked away from their posts. He jumped from his bed, quickly dressed, grabbed Bonilla and their two companions, and raced toward their car. "Well, compadre," he told Bonilla as they sped away, "this is the first time I've ever heard of anybody going from a whorehouse to a White House." The four men raced to Bayou St. John, where Sam Zamuri's private yacht was docked, climbed aboard, and then sailed across Lake Pontchartrain and the Mississippi Sound to his hideaway on Ship Island. Their patron was waiting for them. He had cases of rifles and ammunition hidden on the island, and under cover of the winter darkness, the men ferried them to the Hornet, a surplus Navy ship they had bought for the operation. Before dawn they set sail for Honduras. Deposing Zelaya's government in Nicaragua had required the combined efforts of the State Department, the Navy, the Marines, and President Taft. In Honduras, Zamuri set out to do the job himself. No American businessman ever held a foreign nation's destiny so completely in his hands. Sam the Banana Man was one of the most colorful figures in the history of American capitalism. In New Orleans he is remembered as a philanthropist who donated $1 million to Tulane University and paid to build a hospital for black women. Agronomists still admire his contributions to the science of banana cultivation. Some Jews consider him an exemplary figure of their diaspora, an immigrant from Eastern Europe who arrived at Ellis Island as a penniless youth and rose to great wealth and power. In Honduras, people know him as the man who overthrew their government and took over their country. It is safe to presume that no one in Chisinau, today the capital of Moldova, had ever seen a banana when Samuel Zamuri was born there in 1877. Nor had most people in Alabama, where the renamed Sam Zamuri landed with relatives when he was 15 years old. He found work as a dock laborer in Mobile. There he watched sailors dump bunches of overripe bananas into the sea. He came up with the idea of buying them and sending them quickly to inland towns. Business boomed. By the time Zamuri was 21, he was worth more than $100,000. After selling other people's bananas for more than a decade, Zamuri decided to try growing his own. He borrowed $500,000, some of it at usurious interest rates of up to 50%, and bought 15,000 acres of land in Honduras. Once again he was brilliantly successful, easily paying off his loans and becoming a major force in the banana trade. His only problem was the Honduran government. Like many other American businessmen in Central America, Zamuri considered his land a private fiefdom. He resented having to pay taxes and abide by Honduran laws and regulations. That put him in conflict with President Miguel Davila, who not only insisted that foreign businesses submit to taxation but was campaigning to limit the amount of land foreigners could own in Honduras. Davila was a liberal who had been a protege of the deposed Nicaraguan leader José Santos Zelaya. When Zelaya fell, he lost a vital political and military ally. Among those who realized this was Sam Zamuri. He decided that Davila was now ripe to be overthrown, and with typical resolve set out to do the overthrowing himself. The first thing Zamuri needed was a pretender, someone who could take over the Honduran presidency and run the country on his behalf. Bonilla, a conspiracy-minded former general who had once before seized the presidency, was an ideal candidate. Since being overthrown, Bonilla had been living in British Honduras and dreaming of a return to power. He had the ambition, but not the means. In the spring of 1910, he described his situation quite simply. "I am in need of the indispensable elements," he wrote to a friend. "Without the decided assistance of El Amigo, I do not rise in arms against General Davila." El Amigo was, of course, the most powerful man in Honduras, Sam Zamuri. It was inevitable that he and Bonilla would join forces. El Amigo had no other Honduran politico who, once installed in power, would be so understanding about the banana men's problems, according to one history of the period. Zamuri would unlikely stop his intrigues until the effective exercise of power in Honduras was in the hands of a leader or faction sympathetic to his banana business. Although Zamuri and Bonilla made a fine pair, they could not launch a revolution on their own. Zamuri had the money, and Bonilla made a reasonable front man, but neither had the skills to assemble and lead a reliable fighting force. Both knew who could. Lee Christmas, who had served as director of the Honduran police during Bonilla's presidency, was the hemisphere's most famous soldier of fortune. No one was better suited to the job of overthrowing a Central American government. Zamuri approached him with a generous offer, and he quickly accepted. At the end of 1910, Christmas, Bonilla, and Zamuri met in New Orleans to make their plan. They made no attempt to hide what they were doing. Christmas set about recruiting among the eager crowd of ne'er-do-wells who hung around New Orleans waiting for just such a chance. Zamuri, meanwhile, arranged to buy the Hornet. Secret Service agents realized full well that the Hornet was to be used in an attempt to overthrow the Honduran government. They told her new owners that she would be forbidden to sail unless federal inspectors certified that she was transporting no weaponry. Zamuri invited inspectors aboard, and they found her to be carrying only large amounts of food, 200 tons of coal, and 20 men. That meant they could not detain her, and on December 22, the conspirators set sail from Algiers Point. Rather than head for Honduras, though, the Hornet hovered just outside the American 3-mile limit. The plan was for her to wait there until Christmas and the other conspirators could shake off their Secret Service detail. On the night of December 23 in Storyville, they did. Early the next morning, the Hornet, newly laden with rifles, ammunition, and George Maloney's cherished Hotchkiss machine gun, sailed into action. On New Year's Eve the Hornet approached the Honduran island of Roatan and quickly captured it, with the defending government force surrendering after firing just one shot. Christmas and Maloney left their men there to celebrate. They took a launch to the nearby island of Utila, dragged the local commander out of bed, and told him he was deposed. Then they forced him to run in circles around his cabin, dressed only in underwear, and shout "Viva Bonilla!" 2 American gunboats, the Tacoma and the Marietta, were cruising nearby. Their commanders were uncertain whether to seize the Hornet. They knew they should act according to Washington's wishes, and were awaiting orders. The United States had a special interest in Honduras at this moment. Under a series of liberal presidents, Honduras had fallen into the habit of borrowing money from European banks. President Taft and Secretary of State Knox disapproved of this practice, just as they had disapproved of Zelaya's railroad loan in 1909. They asked President Davila to transfer his debt by accepting a $30 million loan from the American banking firm of J.P. Morgan, most of which would be used to pay off the European creditors. To guarantee repayment, J.P. Morgan would take over the Honduran Customs Service and oversee its treasury, in effect turning the country into a protectorate. This proposal put President Davila in an impossible position. He knew that if he accepted the loan, many of his fellow liberals would erupt in anger. If he rejected it, the Americans were certain to punish him. As Davila wrestled with his dilemma, rebels aboard the Hornet sailed to the port of Trujillo and seized it. When news of this reached the Honduran minister in Washington, he decided that it was time for him to sign the treaty authorizing the Morgan loan. He marched to the State Department and did so. That confused matters, and the news led Captain George Cooper, commander of the Marietta, to place the Hornet under military guard. He warned the insurgents on board not to launch further attacks, and when a group of them did anyway, he ordered the vessel seized for violating American neutrality laws. Despite this apparent unpleasantness, Christmas remained on friendly terms with Captain Cooper. On January 17, the two men met aboard the Marietta. He informed me, Cooper reported in a dispatch to Washington, that the State Department was well aware of all the plans of the revolutionists before they began, and that they were practically encouraged. This was clear diplomatic code. Cooper was asking the State Department if it did indeed support the revolution. When he received no reply contradicting Christmas's claim, he logically came to accept it as true. He was correct. Officials in Washington were ambivalent when the Honduran Revolution broke out, but they soon concluded that its success would benefit the United States. They considered Davila untrustworthy because of his well-known liberal sympathies and feared that, if allowed to remain in office, he would become a dangerous symbol of independence who might inspire nationalists elsewhere in Central America. His doubts about the Morgan loan confirmed his lack of deference to American power. Bonilla, on the other hand, was eager to lead Honduras into what would necessarily be a highly unequal partnership with the United States. It was an easy call. Christmas brought his men ashore from their confiscated ship and led them toward La Ceiba, the main town on the coast. When they arrived there, they found that Captain Cooper had done them a great favor. He had sent a message to the local army commander, General Francisco Guerrero, declaring La Ceiba a neutral zone that was off limits to any fighting. Guerrero, forbidden to defend his positions, resolved to attack the insurgents outside town. The Battle of La Ceiba, fought on January 25, 1911, was one of the fiercest of that era. Hundreds of men fought on each side. Machine Gun Milani lived up to his name by proving highly adept with his Hotchkiss, even using it to capture the defenders' single Krupp artillery piece. In the end, the insurgents triumphed. Among the dead was General Guerrero, who was shot off his horse while urging his men to the front. In the Honduran capital, Tegucigalpa, President Davila knew that the fall of La Ceiba was very bad news. Hoping to salvage something from the disaster, he called the American minister to his office and said he was ready to deliver the presidency to any person designated by the United States. To prove his good faith, he asked the National Assembly to approve the Morgan Loan Treaty. By a vote of 32-4, it indignantly refused and instead passed a resolution declaring the treaty unconstitutional and an offense against Honduras. Honduras had escaped the grasp of bankers, one historian later wrote, only to fall into the clutches of the banana men. The vote against the Morgan loan sealed President Davila's fate. A few days later, the United States issued an order forbidding any more fighting in Honduras, meaning that Davila could no longer use his army. Stripped of the most elemental power of self-defense, he resigned the presidency. He was defeated not by Lee Christmas but by a fiat issued in Washington. Over the next few weeks, Christmas and an American diplomat, Thomas Dawson, met several times aboard the Marietta to decide the future of Honduras. They came up with a formula under which a provisional president would hold office for a year and then resign in favor of Bonilla. It worked as planned, and Bonilla assumed the presidency in February 1912. As he took the oath of office in Tegucigalpa, 75 United States Marines guarded the wharf that American fruit companies used in Puerto Cortes, to ensure that nationalists would not destroy it in protest. An American prosecutor in New Orleans later indicted both Bonilla and Christmas for violating neutrality laws, but the cases never came to trial. President Taft personally ordered the charges against Bonilla dropped. The prosecutor, understanding this message, soon did the same for Christmas. President Bonilla handsomely rewarded the man who had placed him in power. Soon after taking office, he awarded Zamuri 10,000 hectares of banana land, about 24,700 acres near the north coast. Later he added 10,000 hectares near the Guatemalan border. Then he gave Zamuri a unique permit allowing his businesses to import whatever they needed duty-free. Finally, he authorized Zamuri to raise a $500,000 loan in the name of the Honduran government, and use the money to repay himself for what he claimed to have spent organizing the revolution. With assets like these, it is no wonder that Zamuri soon became known as the uncrowned king of Central America. He was certainly the king of Honduras. After Bonilla's death in 1913, he controlled a string of presidents. In 1925 he secured exclusive lumbering rights to a region covering 1/10 of Honduran territory. Later he merged his enterprises with United Fruit and took over as the firm's managing director. Under his leadership, United Fruit became inextricably interwoven with the fabric of Central American life. According to one study, it throttled competitors, dominated governments, manacled railroads, ruined planters, choked cooperatives, domineered over workers, fought organized labor and exploited consumers. 4 decades later, this uniquely powerful company would help overthrow another Central American government. 4. A break in the history of the world. The most powerful fleet of warships ever to sail under one flag lined up for a glorious procession off the coast of Virginia on the cool, cloudy morning of December 16, 1907. Thousands of people cheered from the shore and from small boats. Many waved American flags. Only a handful of them, though, knew where this fleet was going. As a band played The Girl I Left Behind Me, 16 battleships sailed slowly past the presidential yacht Mayflower at 400-yard intervals. Together they carried 14,000 soldiers and Marines, along with nearly 250,000 tons of armament. All were painted white, with gilded scrollwork adorning their bows. President Theodore Roosevelt, as fervent an advocate of sea power as ever occupied the White House, could barely contain his excitement. "Did you ever see such a fleet?" he asked his guests aboard the Mayflower, flashing his famous grin. "And such a day? It ought to make us all feel proud." Roosevelt had spent much of his presidency pushing for the construction of the ships. He wanted to show them off to the world, but no war was brewing to which they could be dispatched. With typical flair, he decided to assemble them into one spectacular fleet and send it on a long voyage. The Great White Fleet, as it came to be known, would sail south from Virginia, call at ports in the Caribbean, proceed along both coasts of South America, and finally dock in California. The fleet represented fearsome martial power, but it was more than simply a weapon of war. It symbolized the self-confidence and sense of limitless possibility that gripped the American imagination in the first decade of the 20th century. Roosevelt thought it a fine idea to show the flag in Trinidad, Brazil, Chile, Peru, and Mexico. Even that itinerary, however, was not ambitious enough for him. He was the first president whose conception of American power was truly global, and the Great White Fleet was his way of proclaiming it. A few hours after the fleet passed out of Hampton Roads, its commander, Admiral Robley Evans, summoned his officers and gave them startling news. Their route would not be as announced. Roosevelt had given him the real plan, to be kept secret until they sailed. The fleet would indeed sail around South America to California, but it would not stop there. It was to cross the Pacific Ocean, enter and cross the Indian Ocean, pass through the Suez Canal, sail across the Mediterranean, pass Gibraltar and then cross the Atlantic to dock back in Virginia. This would be a tour not around a continent but around the world. When the plan became public, Roosevelt's critics howled in protest. Sending such an enormous fleet of warships on such an ambitious trip was highly provocative, they charged, not to mention dangerous and expensive. Senator Eugene Hale of Maine, chairman of the Naval Appropriations Committee, threatened to withhold the necessary funds. Roosevelt replied curtly that he already had all the money he needed. Try and get it back, he dared Hale. For the next 14 months, Americans breathlessly followed the progress of the Great White Fleet. After a few sailors were involved in a barroom brawl in Rio de Janeiro, newspaper correspondents began portraying it as skirting constantly on the edge of danger. In fact, the opposite was true. The fleet's officers and men were welcomed warmly wherever they called. In South America they were feted with banquets, parades, gala balls, and sporting contests, and a Peruvian composer even wrote a rousing march for them, the White Squadron. At Pearl Harbor, they spent 6 days enjoying luau's, regattas, and other tropical pleasures. In Auckland, New Zealand, Maori dancers performed for them. 250,000 people greeted them in Sydney. From Australia they sailed to Manila, capital of the American-owned Philippines, but because of a cholera epidemic they were confined to their ships. Then it was on to Japan, which American strategists had already identified as an emerging rival in the Pacific, to China, back to the Philippines, westward to Ceylon, and, finally, through the Suez Canal and across the Atlantic to home. The fleet arrived back at its Virginia base on George Washington's birthday, February 22, 1909. A huge crowd turned out despite steady rain. As the giant ships maneuvered into their berths, a military band played "There's No Place Like Home." President Roosevelt, who had only 2 weeks remaining in his term, was of course on hand. He later wrote that sponsoring this extraordinary voyage was the most important service I rendered for peace. That is debatable, but the Great White Fleet's world tour did have profound effects. It gave the Navy invaluable experience in the logistics of long-distance deployment. For naval architects, it provided a host of insights that led to the development of the next generation of warships. In every country where the fleet called, it left government leaders and ordinary people with a new appreciation of American power. Most important, it was an ingeniously theatrical form of saber-rattling, a proclamation that the United States was now a major force in world affairs. No one who saw the Great White Fleet could have doubted either this nation's power or its ambition. Historic shifts in world politics often happen slowly and are hardly even noticeable until years later. That was not the case with the emergence of the United States as a world power. It happened quite suddenly in the spring and summer of 1898. Until then, most Americans had seemed satisfied with a nation whose reach extended only across their own continent. Their leaders had passed up several chances to seize Hawaii. They could have grabbed Cuba when revolution first broke out there in 1868 but did not even consider it. Nor did they try to take the Dominican Republic in the 1870s, when it seemed to be available for annexation. In 1898 the United States definitively embraced what Senator Henry Cabot Lodge called the large policy. Historians have given it various names: expansionism, imperialism, neocolonialism. Whatever it is called, it represents the will of Americans to extend their global reach. How stupendous a change in the world these 6 months have brought, the British diplomat and historian James Bryce marveled in the autumn of 1898. 6 months ago you no more thought of annexing the Philippine Isles and Puerto Rico than you think of annexing Spitsbergen today. Some Americans did, in fact, entertain ambitions that reached almost that far. Henry Cabot Lodge was among several members of Congress who urged the annexation of Canada. Roosevelt mused about attacking Spain, and picked out Cadiz and Barcelona as possible targets. Portuguese leaders feared that American troops might seize the Azores. Several times before the United States emerged as a world power in 1898, it had used its military might to force other countries to accept its goods. Commodore Matthew Perry led gunboats to Japan in 1854 and, in their shadow, induced the Japanese to sign a treaty opening their ports to American traders. In 1882 a naval force dispatched by President Chester A. Arthur did the same in Korea. Only at the end of the century, though, did the American economy reach a level of productivity that made these impositions a central feature of United States foreign policy. Here, then, is the new realpolitik, proclaimed the eminent historian Charles Beard. A free opportunity for expansion in foreign markets is indispensable to the prosperity of American business. Modern diplomacy is commercial. Its chief concern is with the promotion of economic interests abroad. Outsiders watched the emergence of this new America with a combination of awe and fear. Among the most astonished were European newspaper correspondents who were posted in the United States during 1898. One wrote in the London Times that he had witnessed nothing less than a break in the history of the world. Another, in the Manchester Guardian, reported that nearly every American had come to embrace the expansionist idea, while the few critics are simply laughed at for their pains. Some of these journalists were unsettled by what they saw. Love for the impossible, the manic passion for what has never been dared before, penetrates your nerves after an hour, makes your eyes shine and your hands shake, and you run, wrote La Stampa's New York correspondent. Le Temps said the United States, formerly as democratic as any society can be, had become a state already closer to the other states of the Old World, that arms itself like them and aggrandizes itself like them. The Frankfurter Zeitung warned Americans against the disastrous consequences of their exuberance but realized that they would not listen. Americans have never worried too much about diplomatic questions. Wild as their land is wild, they have their own opinions, their own politics and their own diplomatic code. Economically and psychologically, they have all that is needed for this. They go forward on the road they believe they must travel and do not care at all what Europe says. For at least a century, many people in the United States had believed it was their manifest destiny to dominate North America. Most cheered when, in 1898, they were told that this destiny was now global and entitled them to influence and dominate lands beyond their own shores. An outspoken band of idealists, however, denounced this change of national course as a mean-spirited betrayal of the American tradition. Among these protesters were university presidents, writers, several titans of industry including Andrew Carnegie, clergymen, labor leaders, and politicians of both parties, including former President Grover Cleveland. They condemned America's interventions abroad, especially the war against nationalist guerrillas in the Philippines, and urged Americans to allow other nations the right to self-determination that they themselves so deeply cherished. One of these critics, E. L. Godkin, the crusading editor of The Nation, lamented that by new standards, no one was considered a true blue American who harbored doubts of the ability of the United States to thrash other nations, or who fails to acknowledge the right of the United States to occupy such territories, canals, isthmuses, or peninsulas as they may think it is desirable to have, or who speaks disrespectfully of the Monroe Doctrine, or who doubts the need of a large navy, or who admires European society, or who likes to go to Europe, or who fails, in case he has to go, to make comparisons unfavorable to Europe. This kind of talk drove expansionists to distraction. Theodore Roosevelt denounced Godkin as a malignant and dishonest liar. The anti-imperialists as a group, he wrote in a letter to his friend Lodge, were feudal sentimentalists of the international arbitration type who exhibited a flabby type of character which eats away at the great fighting features of our race. On another occasion he described them as simply unhung traitors. In the end, the anti-imperialists failed not because they were too radical but because they were not radical enough. The United States was changing with amazing speed. Railroads and telegraph lines brought Americans closer to each other than they had ever been. Giant factories sprung up and absorbed wave after wave of European immigrants. The pace of life palpably quickened, especially in cities, which had begun to establish their dominance over national life. All of this appalled many of the anti-imperialists. They were elderly traditionalists who wanted the United States to remain the inwardly focused country it had always been. Their calls for American restraint, and their lamentations on the evils of modernity, did not resonate in a country brimming with ambition, energy, and a sense of unlimited possibility. The first wave of American regime change operations, which lasted from 1893 to 1911, was propelled largely by the search for resources, markets, and commercial opportunities. Not all of the early imperialists, however, were the tools of big business. Roosevelt, Lodge, and Captain Alfred Thayer Mahan were moved by what they considered to be the transcendent imperatives of history. Expanding, they believed, was simply what great nations did. In their minds, promoting commerce and defending national security fused into what one historian has called an aggressive national egoism and a romantic attachment to national power. They considered themselves nothing less than instruments of destiny and providence. The missionary instinct was already deeply ingrained in the American psyche. From the time John Winthrop proclaimed his dream of building a city upon a hill to which the world would look for inspiration, Americans have considered themselves a special people. At the end of the 19th century, many came to believe they had a duty to civilize needy savages and rescue exploited masses from oppression. Rudyard Kipling encouraged their missionary spirit with a famous poem published in McClure's magazine as the debate over annexing the Philippines began. Take up the white man's burden. Send forth the best ye breed. Go bind your sons to exile. To serve your captives' need. To wait in heavy harness. On fluttered folk and wild. Your new caught sullen peoples. Half devil and half child. Americans have a profoundly compassionate side. Many not only appreciate the freedom and prosperity with which they have been blessed but fervently wish to share their good fortune with others. Time and again, they have proved willing to support foreign interventions that are presented as missions to rescue less fortunate people. When President McKinley said he was going to war in Cuba to stop oppression at our very doors, Americans cheered. They did so again a decade later, when the Taft administration declared that it was deposing the government of Nicaragua in order to impose republican institutions and promote real patriotism. Since then, every time the United States has set out to overthrow a foreign government, its leaders have insisted that they are acting not to expand American power but to help people who are suffering. This paternalism was often mixed with racism. Many Americans considered Latin Americans and Pacific Islanders to be colored natives in need of guidance from whites. In a nation whose black population was systematically repressed, and where racial prejudice was widespread, this view helped many people accept the need for the United States to dominate foreign countries. Speeches justifying American expansionism on the grounds of the white race's presumed superiority were staples of political discourse in the 1890s. Senator Albert Beveridge of Indiana described expansion as part of a natural process, the disappearance of debased civilizations and decaying races before the higher civilization of the nobler and more virile types of man. Representative Charles Cochran of Mississippi spoke of the onward march of the indomitable race that founded this republic and predicted the conquest of the world by the Aryan races. When he finished this speech, the House burst into applause. It was logical that the rhetoric of imperialism would be heavily tinged with racism. What is more interesting is that anti-imperialists also used racist arguments. Many of them believed the United States should not seize foreign territories because doing so would increase the number of non-white people within its borders. Ultimately, they feared, these territories might have to be allowed to send representatives to Congress. One of the anti-imperialists, Representative Champ Clark of Missouri, rose to warn vividly of the horrors that would bring. How can we endure our shame when a Chinese senator from Hawaii, with his pigtail hanging down his back, with his pagan joss in his hand, shall rise from his curule chair and in pidgin English proceed to chop logic with George Frisbee Hoare or Henry Cabot Lodge? O temporal O mores! Mr. Speaker, should preside here 20 years hence, it may be that you will have a polyglot house, and it will be your painful duty to recognize the gentleman from Patagonia, the gentleman from Cuba, the gentleman from Santo Domingo, the gentleman from Korea, the gentleman from Hong Kong, the gentleman from Fiji, the gentleman from Greenland, or, with fear and trembling, the gentleman from the Cannibal Islands, who will gaze upon you with watering mouth and gleaming teeth. Within days after the overthrow of the Hawaiian monarchy, on January 17, 1893, many American newspapers were condemning it. The New York Evening Post called it a revolution on a strictly cash basis. To the New York Times, it was a business operation purely. Other papers reported it under headlines like Minister Stevens helped overthrow Liliuokalani and the warship Boston cut a big figure in Hawaiian Revolution. As these articles were appearing, Hawaii's new leaders were securing their power. President Sanford Dole and his advisory council declared martial law, suspended the right of habeas corpus, and ordered the creation of a National Guard. Then, evidently worried that even those steps might not be enough to safeguard their infant regime, they arranged for John L. Stevens, the American diplomat who made their revolution possible, to raise the Stars and Stripes over Government House in Honolulu and proclaim that in the name of the United States, he was assuming protection of the Hawaiian Islands. A company of United States Marines was stationed at the government building, and a force of sailors was given the C.R. Bishop residence and ground, Dole wrote later. Under this protectorate, matters quieted down. A few days later, Lorrin Thurston, chief organizer of the Hawaiian Revolution, arrived in Washington with 4 other annexation commissioners. They brought with them a draft of a treaty providing for the full, complete, and perpetual political union between the United States of America and the Hawaiian Islands. Before the Senate could vote on it, however, a most unwelcome Hawaiian turned up in Washington, the deposed Queen. In a written statement to Secretary of State John Watson Foster, who had replaced the ailing James G. Blaine, she asserted that the rebellion in her country would not have lasted an hour without the support of American troops and that the new government had neither the moral nor the physical support of the masses of the Hawaiian people. These accusations reinforced the doubts many Americans had about annexing Hawaii, and with the end of its session approaching, the Senate decided not to vote on the annexation treaty. Thurston and his disappointed comrades had to leave Washington without their prize. On March 4, 1893, Grover Cleveland was inaugurated for his second, non-consecutive term as president. Cleveland was a Democrat and a declared anti-imperialist. 5 days after taking office, he withdrew the treaty. On July 4, 1894, the archipelago's new leaders responded to this rebuff by proclaiming a Republic of Hawaii, with Sanford Dole as president. Under its constitution, most legislators would be appointed rather than elected, and only men with savings and property would be eligible for public office. This all but excluded native Hawaiians from the government of their land, and a few months later, a group of them staged an abortive uprising. The former queen was among those arrested. On the 6th day of her imprisonment, a delegation of officials visited her and induced her to sign a document of abdication. She later said she had signed it to save other defendants from execution, but a military tribunal sentenced 5 of them to death anyway. The sentences were not carried out, however, and within a couple of years all the plotters were freed. Liliuokalani herself was sentenced to 5 years in prison, and freed after 2. In 1897, Cleveland was succeeded by William McKinley, a pro-business Republican who sympathized with the imperial idea. A delegation from the Hawaiian government visited him soon after his inauguration. One of its members, William Smith, wrote later that hearing him after years of listening to Cleveland was like the difference between daylight and darkness. McKinley soon announced his support for the annexation of Hawaii, and the lobbying began anew. President Dole himself came to Washington to help lead it. No one paid him much attention, but as he was starting to lose hope, the atmosphere in Washington suddenly changed. In the spring of 1898, in quick succession, the Maine was destroyed at Havana, the United States went to war with Spain, and Commodore Dewey wiped out the Spanish fleet in the Philippines. Annexationists found themselves with a new and hugely persuasive argument: Hawaii would be the base Americans needed in their emerging campaign to project power in Asia. The annexation of the Hawaiian Islands, for the first time in our history, is presented to us as a war necessity, Representative de Alva S. Alexander of New York gravely declared. Today we need the Hawaiian Islands much more than they ever needed us. Many of his colleagues quickly came to agree. In short order, seized by the fever that transformed the United States in the summer of 1898, both houses of Congress approved the annexation treaty. McKinley signed it on July 7, and with his signature, Hawaii became a territory of the United States. There is little doubt that Hawaii was annexed because of the Spanish War, William Adam Russ wrote at the end of his 2-volume history of the period. The chain of circumstances which explains that event goes like this: the United States fought Spain in defense of Cuban rights. In order to defeat Spain it was thought necessary to conquer the Philippines. In order to win the Philippines, a halfway stop was needed to serve as a coaling station. In other words, Hawaiian annexation came about when the United States needed the islands for its newly conceived empire. 2 generations later, following a world war that the United States entered after an attack on Pearl Harbor, many members of Congress were reluctant to grant statehood to Hawaii, partly because of its racial composition and partly because of its distance from the mainland. After Congress voted to admit Alaska in 1958, those arguments became impossible to sustain. On March 11, 1959, the Senate voted to make Hawaii the 50th state, and the House of Representatives followed the next day. 3 months later, Hawaiians went to the polls in a plebiscite and voted for statehood by a 17-1 margin. Of the 240 electoral precincts, only one, the small island of Niihau, almost all of whose residents were native Hawaiians, voted no. Native Hawaiians will probably never again constitute even a large minority of the population in the land of their ancestors. According to the 2000 census, fewer than 10% of the people living in the archipelago fall into the category Native Hawaiian and other Pacific Islander. Nonetheless, during the last decades of the 20th century, many Hawaiians began to look more closely at their heritage. A movement for Hawaiian sovereignty emerged and won considerable support, partly because it never defined specifically what sovereignty should be. Few Hawaiians went so far as to advocate separation from the United States, but a surprising number, including some leading politicians, came to believe that Hawaii should be granted some form of autonomy that would recognize the uniqueness of its history and the way it became part of the Union. In 1993, 100 years after the American-backed revolution that brought down Hawaii's monarchy, this movement achieved a remarkable success. Its leaders persuaded the United States Senate and the House of Representatives to pass a resolution declaring that Congress apologizes to Native Hawaiians on behalf of the people of the United States for the overthrow of the Hawaiian Kingdom on January 17, 1893, and for the subsequent deprivation of the rights of Native Hawaiians to self-determination. The entire Hawaiian congressional delegation came to the Oval Office to watch President Bill Clinton sign the resolution, on November 22, 1993. 100 years ago, a powerful country helped overthrow a legal government, Senator Daniel Akaka asserted. We've finally come to the point where this has been acknowledged by the United States. Supporters of this resolution were not the only ones who considered its passage to be a profoundly important event. While it was being debated, several opponents warned that if passed, it could have far-reaching effects. According to one of the dissenters, Senator Slade Gorton of Washington, the logical consequence of this resolution would be independence. Some Hawaiians dared to hope that he would one day be proven right. Most people on the islands, however, are pleased with the way their history has turned out. They enjoy the prosperity and freedom that comes with American citizenship, and especially with statehood. Their experience suggests that when the United States assumes real responsibility for territories it seizes, it can lead them toward stability and happiness. In Hawaii, it did that slowly and often reluctantly. The revolution of 1893 and the annexation that followed undermined a culture and ended the life of a nation. Compared to what such operations have brought to other countries, though, this one ended well. Although the annexation of Hawaii provoked intense debate in the United States, it was ultimately accomplished with the stroke of a pen. No force in Hawaii had the slightest hope of challenging it. That was not the case in Cuba. The Republic of Cuba came into existence on May 20, 1902. Its early years were marked by sporadic uprisings and attacks on American property. After a protest against electoral fraud in 1906, American troops landed and placed the country under direct military rule. They stayed for 3 years. When they left, President William Howard Taft warned Cubans that although the United States did not wish to annex their country, it was absolutely out of the question that the island should continue to be independent if its citizens persisted in their insurrectionary habit. Opposition movements matured during the rule of Gerardo Machado in the 1920s and 1930s. All of Latin America was being swept by winds of nationalism and anti-Yankee sentiment, and they blew especially strongly in Cuba, which had strong trade unions, a core of radical writers and thinkers, and a long tradition of resistance to foreign power. The greatest beneficiary was the Communist Party. Founded in 1925 and quickly banned by Machado, it took advantage of its position as an outlawed enemy of the dictator, and by 1930 was the dominant force in Cuba's labor movement. During this period, Communists managed to persuade many Cubans that they were the nation's truest patriots. After Franklin Roosevelt became President of the United States in 1933, he decided that the Machado dictatorship had become an embarrassment and encouraged the Cuban army to rebel. It did so, and out of the ensuing turmoil emerged a sergeant named Fulgencio Batista. By the mid-1930s he was master of Cuba, and he shaped its fate for most of the next quarter century. Batista broke diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union, cracked down on the Communist Party, and invited American military advisors to train his army. He later encouraged American investors, including prominent gangsters, to build what became a spectacularly lucrative tourism industry based on prostitution and casino gambling. His most lasting legacy, however, may have been his cancellation of the congressional election that was to have been held in 1952. Among the candidates was Fidel Castro, a charismatic young lawyer and former student leader. Castro might have gone on to a career in electoral politics, but after Batista's coup made that impossible, he turned to revolution. For an astonishingly long time, American policymakers deluded themselves into believing that all was well in Cuba. In 1957 the National Security Council reported that Cuban-American relations faced no critical problems or difficulties. A year later Allen Dulles, director of the Central Intelligence Agency, told a congressional hearing that there was no likelihood of Soviet influence growing anywhere in Latin America. Blithe assurances like these suggest the shock that many Americans, especially those in Washington, felt when Batista fled the country on January 1, 1959, a few steps ahead of Castro's rebels. The day after Batista's flight, Castro descended from his mountain stronghold to Santiago, the city that the Americans had prevented General Calixto Garcia from entering at the end of the Spanish-American War. In the Central Plaza, which is named for Carlos Manuel de Cespedes, another 19th-century rebel leader, Castro made his first speech as leader of the victorious revolution. He said nothing about his political plans but made a solemn promise. It was one that would have puzzled most Americans, but it thrilled the Cuban soul. This time the revolution will not be frustrated. This time, fortunately for Cuba, the revolution will achieve its true objective. It will not be like 1898, when the Americans came and made themselves masters of the country. The Cuban Revolution, and especially Castro's turn toward anti-Yankee radicalism, baffled most Americans. Few had any idea of how the United States had treated Cuba in the past, so naturally they could not understand why Cubans wished so fervently to break out of the American orbit. Many were astonished, just as their grandparents had been in 1898, to learn that liberated Cubans were ungrateful to the United States. President Dwight Eisenhower was among the baffled. Here is a country that, you would believe on the basis of our history, would be one of our real friends. The whole history would seem to make it a puzzling matter to figure out just exactly why the Cubans and the Cuban government would be so unhappy when, after all, their principal market is here, their best market. You would think they would want good relationships. I don't know exactly what the difficulty is. Castro's government confiscated foreign corporations, banned capitalist enterprise, and steered Cuba into a close alliance with the Soviet Union. In 1961, exiles sponsored by the CIA invaded Cuba in an attempt to depose him but failed miserably. 18 months later, after the Soviets deployed offensive missiles in Cuba, Soviet and American leaders brought their countries to the brink of nuclear combat in the most terrifying showdown of the Cold War. Successive American presidents vowed to bring Castro down, and at several points the CIA tried to kill him. He not only survived but devoted much of his life to undermining United States interests from Nicaragua to Angola. That made him an icon of anti-Americanism and a hero to millions around the world. Castro was a pure product of American policy toward Cuba. If the United States had not crushed Cuba's drive to independence in the early 20th century, if it had not supported a series of repressive dictators there, and if it had not stood by while the 1952 election was cancelled, a figure like Castro would almost certainly not have emerged. His regime is the quintessential result of a regime change operation gone wrong, one that comes back to haunt the country that sponsored it. In Puerto Rico, 450 miles east of Cuba, American occupation troops declared the second anniversary of their takeover to be a national holiday. On that day, July 25, 1900, there would be banquets, speeches, band concerts, and a military parade. For the Americans, still caught up in the excitement of their country's sudden rise to world power, it seemed a wonderful moment to celebrate. They had, after all, acquired at almost no cost a lovely little island ideally situated to guard vital Caribbean trade routes. Puerto Ricans were in a more somber mood. On the eve of the celebration, Luis Muñoz Rivera, Puerto Rico's most distinguished political figure, sat down despondently to write his view of what the invasion had wrought. The North American government found in Puerto Rico a degree of autonomy larger than that of Canada. It should have respected and enlarged it, but only wanted to and did destroy it. Because of that, and other things about which we shall remain silent, we shall not celebrate our 25th of July. Because we thought that an era of liberty was dawning and instead we are witnessing a spectacle of terrible assimilation. Because none of the promises were kept, and because our present condition is that of serfs attached to conquered territory. The first decades of American colonial rule in Puerto Rico were an unhappy time. They began with an act of Congress, the Foraker Act, that established the rules by which the island would be governed. It vested absolute power in a governor appointed by the President of the United States. There would be an elected, 35-member House of Delegates, but its decisions were subject to veto by either the governor or Congress. The only Puerto Rican who testified at a congressional hearing on the act was Julio Henna, a veteran civil rights campaigner. No liberty, no rights, no protection, Henna said in an eloquent summary of its provisions. We are Mr. Nobody from nowhere. During the early years of the 20th century, 4 American corporations gobbled up most of Puerto Rico's best land. On it they planted sugar, a crop suited to large-scale farming. The big losers were families who grew coffee, which is known as the poor man's crop because it can be cultivated on small plots. By 1930, sugar accounted for 60% of the country's exports, while coffee, once the island's principal crop, had fallen to just 1%. With little access to land, ordinary Puerto Ricans became steadily poorer. One study found that while 17% of them were unemployed at the time of the American invasion, 30% were unemployed a quarter century later. 1/3 were illiterate. Malaria, intestinal diseases, and malnutrition were facts of everyday life, and most people had no access to even rudimentary medical care. Life expectancy was 46 years. Running water and electricity were rare luxuries. The annual per capita income was $230. Politics, in one historian's words, was dominated by a coalition of profit-hungry foreign corporations, a colonial state steeped in paternalism and distrustful of the capabilities of the subjects under its rule, and a complacent local political leadership wanting to protect their class prerogatives. Part of what made Puerto Rico's condition so vexing was the permanent uncertainty about its political status. It was never set on the path toward statehood, as Hawaii was, or toward the independence that was ultimately bestowed on the Philippines. Congress granted American citizenship to Puerto Ricans in 1917, and in 1948 gave them the right to elect their own governor. 4 years later, they voted in a referendum to accept the unique status of a free associated state part of the United States, but not a state itself. At a glittering ceremony on July 25, 1952, exactly 54 years after Marines landed on the beach at Guanica, the Puerto Rican flag was raised to fly alongside the American flag over the Capitol building in San Juan. The governor who presided over that ceremony was Luis Muñoz Marin, son of Luis Muñoz Rivera, whose dream of self-rule the United States had crushed at the dawn of the century. Rarely does the son of a brilliant political leader turn out to match his father in energy and vision, but Muñoz Marin did. He began his long political career as an advocate of independence for Puerto Rico, but in the years after World War II, he concluded that the eternal debate over political status was consuming so much political and emotional energy that little was left for resolving the island's dire problems. He also believed that in the newly complex Cold War world, keeping a small island within a larger nation made sense. In his speeches and writings, he urged Puerto Ricans to accept realities dictated from Washington and work within them to improve their lives. Beginning in the late 1940s, political leaders in Washington came to realize that ruling an impoverished colony in the Caribbean made the United States look bad. This sentiment became more urgent when Cuba turned to communism after 1959 and the Caribbean found itself caught up in the Cold War. Americans began allowing Puerto Rico steadily increasing control over its own affairs. As the island started to flower, not just economically but also intellectually, Puerto Rico became a center of democratic thought and action. Its national life finally began to fulfill the dreams its patriotic sons and daughters had harbored for generations. Despite more than a century of overt and covert efforts to turn them into real Americans, Puerto Ricans cling to their heritage with remarkable ferocity. Spanish is still their language of choice. They send their own team to the Olympic Games, and overwhelmingly oppose any effort to merge it with the United States team. Whether on the island or in New York and the other American cities where more than 2 million Puerto Ricans live, they are passionate about their native food, music, and traditions. Even in the heart of the melting pot, they have not melted. When they speak of my country, most mean Puerto Rico, not the United States. Election results and public opinion surveys suggest that many Puerto Ricans, perhaps even most, are satisfied with the political limbo in which they live. Their many frustrations are easy to understand, but so is their unwillingness to embrace the unknown implications of either statehood or independence. They have carved out a space in the global cartography that may be indistinct but has considerable advantages. It guarantees that they will not fall into the troubles that afflict their island neighbors Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Cuba, and Jamaica, while allowing them free entry into the mainland, a steady flow of subsidies from Washington, and the right to maintain a good measure of their traditional identity. Most Puerto Ricans understand that the United States, despite all its misdeeds over a century of colonial mastery, harbors no ambition to oppress them. Almost all wish to maintain their friendly ties to the mainland, although they disagree vigorously on how to do so by continuing the island's associated status, by joining the Union as the 51st state, or by becoming an independent country. As colonial experiments go, American rule over Puerto Rico has been relatively benign. It did not produce the violent backlash that emerged in countries like Cuba, Nicaragua, and the Philippines. This is due mainly to the fact that the United States agreed to take direct political responsibility for governing Puerto Rico, rather than ruling it through local clients. A reasonable case can be made for the proposition that Puerto Rico would be better off today if the United States had not seized it in 1898. Given the realities of that history, however, it has emerged in better shape than most lands whose governments the United States overthrew. A happy end to this long story, in the form of a resolution to the question of the island's political status, is at least possible. That would take away from Americans the stigma of ruling another people, a role for which they are psychologically and spiritually unsuited. It would also give them a welcome chance to believe that their toppling of foreign regimes need not always end badly. Of all the nations whose destiny the United States came to master in the early years of the 20th century, the Philippines was by far the largest, most distant, and most complex. When it became an American possession, it had a population of over 7 million, larger than that of Hawaii, Cuba, Puerto Rico, Nicaragua, and Honduras combined. Americans knew less about its 7,000 islands than they knew about the moon. 'Tis not more than 2 months since ye larned whether they were islands or canned goods, the satirist Finley Peter Dunne wrote as the United States took over the Philippines. The United States ruled the Philippines through an American governor and an advisory legislature, the lower house of which was elected. In the first election, held in 1907, 3% of the adult population voted. The overwhelming winner was the Nationalist Party, whose platform called for complete, absolute, and immediate independence. Americans ignored this demand for decades. As the world changed, however, many came to agree that independence for the Philippines might be a good idea. It would relieve the United States of the opprobrium reserved for colonizers, and given the extreme closeness of relations between the two lands would still allow the United States to maintain considerable power over the archipelago. In 1934, Congress approved a proposal to grant independence within 10 years. It could not be carried out because World War II intervened, but came to fruition a year after the war ended. On July 4, 1946, the United States formally relinquished power over the Philippines. Soon afterward, General Eisenhower recommended that the United States withdraw from its military bases there, the largest of which were Subic Bay Naval Station and Clark Air Base. He recognized their strategic value but concluded that it was outweighed by the anti-Americanism their presence would certainly provoke. Sadly, his superiors were not as far-sighted, and his recommendation was ignored. A few months after the independence ceremony, the new Filipino government signed an agreement leasing these bases to the United States for 99 years. Over the years that followed, Subic Bay and Clark grew to become cities unto themselves. Thousands of American soldiers were based at each one, and tens of thousands of Filipinos worked in their commissaries, warehouses, and repair shops. A vast network of bars, bordellos, and massage parlors thrived outside the base's perimeters. Just as Eisenhower predicted, these bases became a vivid symbol of American power and a focal point of nationalist anger. Filipino leaders, however, were eager to please their American patrons and did not want to lose the $200 million that the bases brought into the island's economy each year. In 1965, President Lyndon Johnson began a major escalation of the American war effort in Vietnam, giving Subic Bay and Clark a greater strategic importance than ever. In that same year, an ambitious politician named Ferdinand Marcos was elected President of the Philippines. The combination of these two factors, the base's growing importance and the emergence of Marcos, shaped the next quarter century of Philippine history. During Marcos's 2 four-year terms as president, dissatisfaction with his callous indifference to the injustices of Filipino life set off a series of armed rebellions. In 1971 he declared that since only a strong government could contain the growing insurgencies that his misrule provoked, he had no choice but to impose martial law. He closed Congress, suspended the Constitution, cancelled the forthcoming presidential election, and ordered the arrest of 30,000 opposition figures. For the next 14 years, he ran one of the most corrupt regimes in Asia. Through a maze of government-protected cartels and monopolies, he and his comrades stole billions of dollars. The country, which had been progressing slowly toward prosperity and freedom, slid backward into repression and poverty. None of the American presidents who dealt with Marcos during his period of absolute power held him in much esteem. His personal and political style repelled Richard Nixon. Jimmy Carter could not abide the campaigns of torture, rape, and murder by which he maintained his regime. Ronald Reagan, who had a warm spot for anti-communist dictators, heard complaints about him from American businessmen who could no longer make money in the Philippines because the ruling clique was taking it all. Despite these reservations, however, the United States maintained its friendship with Marcos until the end. It gave his regime billions of dollars in military aid, much of which he spent on violent campaigns against both rebel insurgencies and peaceful opposition movements. The reason was clear. Clark Air Base and Subic Bay Naval Station had become foundations of American military power in Asia, and the United States was willing to do whatever was necessary to hold on to them. One of the few concessions the United States managed to wrest from Marcos was the release from prison of Benigno Aquino, the main opposition leader. Aquino came to the United States for medical treatment, and, before long, began casting his eyes back on his homeland. On August 20, 1983, against the advice of some of his friends, he returned to Manila. As his plane descended, he slipped into the lavatory to put on a bulletproof vest. It did not help. Seconds after he stepped into the airport, a military squad blocked his way. One of its members fired a shot into the back of Aquino's head, and he fell dead. "I point an accusing finger straight at the United States," declared Raul Manglapus, an anti-communist moderate who was one of the country's leading political figures. Their support made murder and repression possible. The assassination of Aquino proved too much for Filipinos to bear. Under the banner People Power, they rose up against Marcos in one of the most remarkable peaceful revolutions in Asian history. Hoping to weaken it, the dictator called a presidential election for February 7, 1986. Aquino's widow, Corazon, ran against him. The official tally gave victory to Marcos, but no one believed it. Protests escalated, and even powerful military officers began endorsing them. Only the United States remained at Marcos's side. "I don't know anything more important than those bases," President Reagan explained at a news conference. Within a few days, however, even American officials had to recognize that their old ally was lost. Soon afterward, he realized it himself. On February 25, he and his wife flew on an American helicopter to Clark Air Base, and then on to Guam. From there they made their way to Hawaii, where the deposed tyrant died 3 years later. Corazon Aquino, who became president after Marcos fled, returned to her people the civil rights and public freedoms Marcos had taken from them. Her government failed to make substantial progress toward resolving the country's huge social and economic problems, but restoring democracy was not its only achievement. It also negotiated an epical agreement with the United States that led to the closing of American military bases in the Philippines. The last American soldiers left Clark and Subic Bay at the end of 1992. The story of Washington's rule over the Philippines, first direct and then indirect, is above all one of lost opportunity. Americans waged a horrific war to subdue the islands at the beginning of the 20th century, but once they won, their brutality ended. They did not impose murderous tyrants the way they did in much of Central America and the Caribbean. The parliamentary election they organized in 1907, although hardly democratic by modern standards, was the first of its kind in Asia. In the years that followed, they treated their Asian subjects no worse than the British did, perhaps better than the Dutch treated Indonesians, and certainly better than the Japanese treated people in the countries they occupied during World War II. When France was fighting to hold on to Indochina in the 1950s, the United States had already granted independence to the Philippines. During their decades of power in the Philippines, however, Americans never sought to promote the kind of social progress that might have led the country toward long-term stability. As in other parts of the world, Washington's fear of radicalism led it to support an oligarchy that was more interested in stealing money than in developing the country. The United States did bequeath to the Filipinos a form of democracy, but when the archipelago was finally allowed to go its own way, in the 1990s, it was as poor as it was unstable. What would have happened if the United States had not seized the Philippines at the beginning of the 20th century? Another colonial power might have done so, and perhaps found itself caught in the trap that the Dutch faced in Indonesia, or the French in Indochina. Alternately, Filipinos might have been able to maintain their independence. That could have led them to a happier 20th century. Even if it did not, it would have spared the United States the blame, justified or not, that many Filipinos and others around the world assign to it for the troubles the Philippines now faces. Nearly a decade passed between the time the United States subdued the Philippines and its next regime change operation. During that time, it adjusted its approach. President Taft adopted a policy he called dollar diplomacy, under which the United States brought countries into its orbit through commercial rather than military means. He assured foreign leaders that they had nothing to fear as long as they allowed free rein to American businesses and sought loans only from American banks. The first to reject those conditions was President José Santos Zelaya of Nicaragua. Nicaraguans remember Zelaya as a visionary who dared to imagine that his small, isolated country could reach greatness. His sins: impatience, egotism, an autocratic temperament, and a tendency to mix public funds with his own were and are common traits among leaders in Central America and beyond. Few others, however, have matched his reformist passion or his genuine concern for the downtrodden. Zelaya wandered the world unhappily in the years after his overthrow. He ended up in New York, and in 1918 he died in his apartment at 3905 Broadway. Although he never returned to his homeland, his memory and, more important, the memory of how the United States had pushed him out of power burned in the hearts of Nicaraguans. That made it impossible for his successor, General Estrada, to consolidate power. Estrada was finally forced to resign, and his faint-hearted vice president, Adolfo Diaz, the former chief accountant of the La Luz Mining Company, succeeded him. The ascension of this weak and pliable figure to the presidency marked final victory for President Taft and Secretary of State Knox. Knox quickly arranged for two New York banking houses, Brown Brothers and J&W Seligman, to lend Nicaragua $15 million and take over the country's customs agency to guarantee repayment. By 1912, Americans were also running the country's national bank, steamship line, and railway. Nicaraguans never accepted their country's role as a protectorate of the United States. At the end of 1912, Benjamin Zeletin, a fervent admirer of Zelaya, launched a futile but heroic rebellion. He died while fighting the United States Marines. Among those who saw his body being dragged to a cemetery near Maceió was a teenager named Augusto César Sandino. It was a decisive moment. Zeletin's death, Sandino later wrote, gave me the key to understanding our country's situation in the face of Yankee piracy. 14 years later, with United States Marines still occupying his country, Sandino launched a rebellion of his own. At first the State Department sought to dismiss his guerrillas as a comparatively small body made up of lawless elements and ordinary bandits. That view became steadily harder to sustain, and finally, in 1933, President Herbert Hoover decided the United States had shed enough blood in Nicaragua and ordered the Marines home. With the Americans gone, Sandino agreed to talk peace. He traveled to Managua under a guarantee of safe conduct, and in remarkably short order agreed to end his rebellion and rejoin the country's normal political life. That settled the matter for everyone except the ambitious young commander of the American-created National Guard, General Anastasio Somoza Garcia. He correctly saw Sandino as a threat to his ambitions and arranged for him to be assassinated. Soon afterward, General Somoza seized the presidency for himself. Shortly before Sandino was killed, he prophesied that he would not live much longer, but said that was fine because there are young people who will continue my fight. He was quite right. In 1956 an idealistic young poet assassinated President Somoza. Soon afterward, a group called the Sandinista National Liberation Front, named for Sandino, launched a rebellion against the dynastic Somoza dictatorship. It seized power in 1979, formed an alliance with Fidel Castro's Cuba, and proclaimed a nationalist program that directly challenged American power. President Ronald Reagan responded by sponsoring another round of war in Nicaragua's mountains and jungles. This turned Nicaragua into a bloody battlefield of the Cold War. Thousands of Nicaraguans died in a conflict that was in part a proxy fight between the United States and Cuba. American-sponsored rebels did not achieve their main goal, the overthrow of the Sandinista regime, but in 1990, 2 years after the war ended, Nicaraguans voted the Sandinistas out of office. The country remained deeply polarized, however, and one of the poorest in the Western Hemisphere. In few countries is it possible to trace the development of anti-American sentiment as clearly as in Nicaragua. A century of trouble between the two nations, which led to the death of thousands and great suffering for generations of Nicaraguans, began when the United States deposed President Zelaya in 1909. Benjamin Zeletin took up arms to avenge him. Zeletin's death inspired the young Sandino, who, in turn, inspired the modern Sandinista front. For all his faults, Zelaya was the greatest statesman Nicaragua ever produced. If the United States had found a way to deal with him, it might have avoided the disasters that followed. Instead, it crushed a leader who embraced capitalist principles more fully than any other Central American of his era. That terrible miscalculation drew the United States into a century of interventions in Nicaragua. They took a heavy toll in blood and treasure, profoundly damaged America's image in the world, and helped keep generations of Nicaraguans in misery. Nicaragua still competes with Haiti to lead the Western Hemisphere in much that is undesirable, including rates of poverty, unemployment, infant mortality, and deaths from curable diseases. Not all of Nicaragua's misfortune can be attributed to a single cause. At the dawn of the 20th century, though, it was headed toward a very different future from the one that unfolded. If Nicaragua had been left to develop in its own way, it might have become prosperous, democratic, and a stabilizing force in Central America. Instead, it is just the opposite. Sam Zamuri liked to describe Honduras, which lies just across Nicaragua's northern border, as a country where a mule costs more than a congressman. He bought plenty of both, and a string of pliable presidents as well. In the years after the coup he sponsored in 1911, his Kyamal Fruit Company and two others, Standard Fruit and United Fruit, came to own almost all the fertile land in the country. They also owned and operated its ports, electric power plants, sugar mills, and largest bank. In exchange for these concessions, the fruit companies promised to build a rail network that would tie the country together. They never did. The only lines they built were the ones they needed, connecting their plantations to Caribbean ports. The Life Pictorial Atlas of the World, published in 1961, devoted exactly one sentence to Honduras, a great banana exporter. Honduras has 1,000 miles of railroad, 900 of which belong to U.S. fruit companies. Strikes, political protests, uprisings, and attempted coups racked Honduras for decades. To suppress them, the country's presidents maintained a strong army that absorbed more than half of the national budget. When the army could not do the job, it called in the United States Marines. The suffocating control that Americans maintained over Honduras prevented the emergence of a local business class. In Guatemala, El Salvador, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica, coffee planters slowly accumulated capital, invested in banks and other commercial enterprises, and went on to assert civic and political power. That never happened in Honduras. The only option available to energetic or ambitious Hondurans was to work for one of the banana companies. These companies were triumphs of the American free market, but they used their power to prevent capitalism from emerging in Honduras. In 1958, the Liberal Party, which Sam Zamuri's coup had forced from office nearly half a century before, finally returned to power. Its leader, Ramon Villeda Morales, took over a country in which United Fruit was the biggest company, the biggest landowner, and the biggest private employer. He called it the country of the 70s: 70% illiteracy, 70% illegitimacy, 70% rural populations, 70% avoidable deaths. Villeda tried to pass a land reform law, but was forced to withdraw it under intense pressure from United Fruit. When his term was about to expire in 1963, the Liberal candidate who was nominated to succeed him vowed to revive the law, and also to curb the power of the army. That combination disturbed some powerful Hondurans. 10 days before the election, the army staged a coup, installed General Oswaldo López Arellano in the presidency, dissolved Congress, and suspended the Constitution. Military officers ruled Honduras for the next 18 years. During this period, the fruit companies' grip on the country weakened as plant diseases ravaged several of their plantations and banana production in other nations increased. In 1975, the Securities and Exchange Commission discovered that General López Arellano had received $1.25 million in secret payments from United Brands, the conglomerate that had absorbed United Fruit. The army reacted by removing López Arellano from the presidency and replacing him with another officer. At the New York headquarters of United Brands, the scandal had a more dramatic impact. Eli Black, the company's president and board chairman, became the focus of a federal investigation. On the morning of February 3, 1975, he smashed a hole in the window of his office on the 44th floor of the Pan Am building and jumped through it. Honduras held its next election in 1981, and Roberto Suazo Cordova, a country doctor and veteran political infighter, emerged as president. True power, however, remained with the military, specifically with the highly ambitious Army Commander General Gustavo Alvarez. That suited the United States, because Alvarez was a fierce anti-communist who detested the Sandinista movement that had recently come to power in neighboring Nicaragua. When the Reagan administration asked him to turn Honduras into a base for anti-Sandinista rebels, known as Contras, he eagerly agreed. Soon hundreds of Contras were operating from camps along the Nicaraguan border, and thousands of American soldiers were flying in and out of the ballooning Aguacate Air Base nearby. From 1980 to 1984, annual United States military aid to Honduras increased from $4 million to $77 million. Once again, it had surrendered its national sovereignty to Americans. Rivals forced General Alvarez from power in 1984 but did not dismantle his repressive machine. It had two purposes: supporting the Contras and repressing dissent within Honduras. To achieve this latter goal, the Army established a secret squad called Battalion 3-16, trained and supported by the CIA, that maintained clandestine torture chambers and carried out kidnappings and killings. The most powerful figure in the country during this period was the American ambassador, John Negroponte, who studiously ignored all pleas that he tried to curb the regime's excesses. While the Contra War raged, progress toward democracy in Honduras was impossible and citizens faced a frightening form of government-sponsored terror. The war had another effect, which did not become clear until years later. Thousands of poor Honduran families, submerged in grinding poverty and fearful of the military, fled the country during the 1980s. Many ended up in Los Angeles. There, large numbers of Honduran teenagers joined violent street gangs. In the 1990s, many of these youths were deported back to Honduras, where they faced the same lack of opportunity that had forced their parents to flee. Soon they established in their homeland a replica of the bloody gang culture they had absorbed in Los Angeles. These awful turns in Honduran national life were in part the result of United States intervention, and they symbolize the unimaginable consequences that regime change operations can have. At the beginning of the 20th century, Americans deposed a government in Honduras in order to give banana companies freedom to make money there. For decades, these companies imposed governments that crushed every attempt at national development. In the 1980s, when democracy finally seemed ready to emerge in Honduras, the United States prevented it from flowering because it threatened the anti-Sandinista project that was Washington's obsession. That was the period when Honduran children turned up by the thousands in Los Angeles, where many of them fell into the criminality they later brought home. Honduras, a miserably poor country where the average person earns less than $3,000 a year, was unprepared for this plague. It sank into a tragedy more brutal than any it had ever known. No one can know what might have happened in Honduras if the United States had never intervened there. Two facts, however, are indisputable. First, the United States has been the overwhelming force in Honduran life for more than a century. Second, Honduras today faces a nightmare of poverty, violence, and instability. Hondurans bear part of the blame for this here trending situation, but Americans cannot escape their share. The shattering events of 1898 established the United States as a world power. In the first years of the 20th century, it began flexing its newfound political muscle. The first region to feel the effect was the Caribbean basin. Once the United States resolved to build an interoceanic canal, it felt the need to control events in nearby countries. The inevitable effect of our building the canal, Secretary of War Elihu Root asserted in 1906, must be to require us to police the surrounding premises. Most of the nations in these surrounding premises were still searching for their modern identities. Viewed from the United States, they seemed chronically unstable or in turmoil. Americans came to believe that by establishing order in these unhappy lands, they could achieve two wonderful results simultaneously. They would bring economic benefit to themselves while at the same time civilizing and modernizing nations that seemed primitive and crying out for guidance. Caught up in the all-encompassing idea of their country's manifest destiny, they convinced themselves that American influence abroad could only be positive and that anyone who rejected it must be bad. All that this country desires is that the other republics on this continent shall be happy and prosperous, Theodore Roosevelt declared, and they cannot be happy and prosperous unless they maintain order within their boundaries and behave with a just regard for their obligations toward outsiders. The outsiders toward whom Latin Americans were supposed to behave properly were businessmen from the United States. Countries that allowed them free rein were considered progressive and friendly. Those that did not were turned into pariah states and targets for intervention. The first burst of American expansionism was over by the time President Taft left office at the beginning of 1913. By then, the United States owned Puerto Rico and the Philippines, and had turned Cuba, Nicaragua, and Honduras into official or unofficial protectorates. Through a series of political and military maneuvers, it had come to dominate the Caribbean basin. It had also annexed two uninhabited but strategically located Pacific atolls, Wake and Midway, as well as Guam and the islands that became known as American Samoa. In each of these places, it established naval bases that became valuable assets as it began projecting power around the world. The tendency of modern times is toward consolidation, Senator Lodge asserted. Small states are of the past, and have no future. The leaders of those small states, like José Santos Zelaya in Nicaragua and Miguel Dávila in Honduras, found that powerful figures in Washington considered their independence deeply threatening. Their overthrows marked the end of a period during which Central America was moving toward profound social reform. They dreamed of transforming their feudal societies into modern capitalist states, but American intervention aborted their grand project. Expansion presented the United States with a dilemma that has confronted many colonial powers. If it allowed democracy to flower in the countries it controlled, those nations would begin acting in accordance with their own interests rather than the interests of the United States, and American influence over them would diminish. Establishing that influence, though, was the reason the United States had intervened in those countries in the first place. Americans had to choose between permitting them to become democracies or maintaining power over them. It was an easy choice. If the United States had been more far-sighted, it might have found a way to embrace and influence reformers in Cuba, Puerto Rico, the Philippines, Nicaragua, and Honduras. That could have produced a fairer social order in those countries, with two results. First, it would have improved the lives of many who have instead lived and died in poverty. Second, it would have eased festering social conflicts that periodically exploded into violence and dragged the United States into new rounds of intervention. Nationalists reflexively rebel against governments they perceive as lackeys of foreign power. In the 20th century, many of these rebels were men and women inspired by American history, American principles, and the rhetoric of American democracy. They were critical of the United States, however, and wished to reduce or eliminate the power it wielded over their countries. Their defiance made them anathema to American leaders, who crushed them time after time. The course the United States followed brought enormous power and wealth but slowly poisoned the political climate in the affected countries. Over a period of decades, many of their citizens concluded that democratic opposition movements had no chance of success because the United States opposed them so firmly. That led them to begin embracing more radical alternatives. If the elections of 1952 in Cuba had not been cancelled, and if candidates like the young Fidel Castro had been allowed to finish their campaigns for public office and use democratic institutions to modernize Cuba, a communist regime might never have emerged there. If the United States had not resolutely supported dictators in Nicaragua, it would not have been confronted with the leftist Sandinista movement of the 1980s. In the quarter century before 1898, much of the world suffered through a series of economic crises. The United States was not exempt, passing through depressions or financial panics in the mid-1870s, mid-1880s, and early 1890s. political leaders saw overseas expansion as the ideal way to end this destructive cycle. They believed it would answer the urgent questions raised by two epochal developments that changed the United States at the end of the 19th century, the closing of its frontier and the greatly increased production of its farms and factories. Successive presidents embraced the open-door policy, which they described as a way of bringing all nations into a global trading system. It might better have been called kick in the door, because in reality it was a policy of forcing foreign nations to buy American products, share their resources with the United States, and grant privileges to American businesses, whether they wanted to or not. American leaders clamored for this policy because, they said, the country desperately needed a way to resolve its glut of overproduction. This glut, however, was largely illusory. While wealthy Americans were lamenting it, huge numbers of ordinary people were living in conditions of severe deprivation. The surplus production from farms and factories could have been used to lift millions out of poverty, but this would have required a form of wealth redistribution that was repugnant to powerful Americans. Instead they looked abroad. By embracing the open-door policy, the United States managed to export many of its social problems. The emergence of markets abroad put Americans to work, but it distorted the economies of poor countries in ways that greatly increased their poverty. As American companies accumulated vast sugar and fruit plantations in the Pacific, Central America, and the Caribbean, they forced countless small farmers off their land. Many became contract laborers who worked only when Americans needed them, and naturally came to resent the United States. At the same time, American companies flooded these countries with manufactured goods, preventing the development of local industry. The first American regime change operations had effects that rippled across the country and around the world. Within the United States, they brought together a nation that was still divided by the legacy of the Civil War, secured the power of the sensationalist press, especially its most ardent exponent, William Randolph Hearst, and convinced most Americans that their country was destined for global leadership. They also robbed Americans of an important measure of their innocence. The scandal over torture and murder in the Philippines, for example, might have led Americans to rethink their country's worldwide ambitions, but it did not. Instead, they came to accept the idea that their soldiers might have to commit atrocities in order to subdue insurgents and win wars. Loud protests followed revelations of the abuses Americans had committed in the Philippines, but, in the end, those protests faded away. They were drowned out by voices insisting that any abuses must have been aberrations and that to dwell on them would show weakness and a lack of patriotism. American presidents justified these first regime change operations by insisting that they wanted only to liberate oppressed peoples, but in fact all these interventions were carried out mainly for economic reasons. The United States annexed Hawaii and the Philippines because they were ideal stepping stones to the East Asia trade, took Puerto Rico to protect trade routes and establish a naval base, and deposed the presidents of Nicaragua and Honduras because they refused to allow American companies to operate freely in their countries. In none of these places was Washington prepared for either the challenges of rule or the anger of nationalists. Why did Americans support policies that brought suffering to people in foreign lands? There are two reasons, so intertwined that they became one. The essential reason is that American control of faraway places came to be seen as vital to the material prosperity of the United States. This explanation, however, is wrapped inside another one, the deep-seated belief of most Americans that their country is a force for good in the world. Thus, by extension, even the destructive missions the United States embarks on to impose its authority are tolerable. Generations of American political and business leaders have recognized the power of the noble idea of American exceptionalism. When they intervene abroad for selfish or ignoble reasons, they always insist that in the end, their actions will benefit not only the United States but also the citizens of the country in which they are intervening and, by extension, the causes of peace and justice in the world. Two other facts of geopolitical life emerge from the history that Americans made between 1893 and 1913. One is the decisive role that presidents of the United States play in shaping the course of world events. there is no limit to the number of what-if scenarios to which this evident fact can give rise. If the anti-imperialist Grover Cleveland had not lost the election of 1888 to Benjamin Harrison, the United States would certainly not have supported a revolution against the monarchy in Hawaii. If someone other than William McKinley had been president in 1898, he might have decided to set Cuba and the Philippines on the path to independence after the Spanish-American War. If the strongly pro-business William Howard Taft had not won the presidency in 1908 and named the corporate lawyer Philander Knox as Secretary of State, Washington might not have insisted on crushing the Zelaya government in Nicaragua and, with it, the hope for modernization in Central America. Since presidents can so decisively shape the fate of foreign nations, it is no wonder that non-Americans sometimes wish they could vote in American elections. A second fact that jumps from the history of this era is the absolute lack of interest the United States showed in the opinions of the people whose lands it seized. American leaders knew full well that most Hawaiians opposed the annexation of their country but proceeded with it anyway. No representative of Cuba, the Philippines, or Puerto Rico was present at the negotiations in Paris that ended the Spanish-American War and sealed their country's fates. In Nicaragua and Honduras, even American diplomats conceded in their dispatches to Washington that the liberal reform project was far more popular than the oligarchic regimes the United States imposed. The idea that the victorious power should listen to public opinion in these countries would have struck most Americans as absurd. They believed Latin Americans and Asians to be as they were portrayed in editorial cartoons, ragged children, usually non-white, who had no more idea of what was good for them than a block of stone. Although much has been written about the profound changes that 1898 brought to the United States and about the decisive impact that year had on former Spanish colonies, less attention has been focused on the impact in Spain itself. There, the Great Defeat was for many years described simply as El Catastrophe. It marked the end of an empire that had survived for more than 4 centuries and had played a decisive role in world history. Inevitably, the collapse of that empire led to a period of recrimination and self-doubt. It also, however, produced a group of brilliant poets, novelists, and philosophers who became known as the Generation of '98, and who together constituted probably the most important intellectual movement in Spanish history. These figures, among them Ramón del Valle Inclán, Miguel de Unamuno, and José Ortega y Gasset, proclaimed a cultural and spiritual rebirth for their country in the wake of its loss. Their belief that a nation can achieve greatness within itself, rather than through empire, helped lay the foundation for the Spanish Republic that came to life in the 1930s and, more successfully, for the vibrant Spain that emerged at the end of the 20th century. Some have even seen in Spain's resurgence a model for the way countries can not only survive the loss of empire but emerge from it to become stabilizing forces in the world they once sought to dominate. Part 2. Covert Action. 5. Despotism and Godless Terrorism. On the Austin campus of the University of Texas, a great library houses a collection of objects that have set off shattering revolutions. Among them are the world's first photograph, which was printed on a pewter plate in 1826, a Gutenberg Bible, one of 5 in the United States, and a copy of the first book printed in English. Waves of history radiate from these objects. They inspire awe, set off complex emotions, and tug at the mystic chords of memory. One of the most extraordinary objects in this collection does not seem to belong in a library at all. It is a reconstruction of the home office that John Foster Dulles used during his term as Secretary of State, from 1953 to 1958. His family donated the entire office, complete with furniture, wall panels, carpets, bookcases, and books. Visitors may view the framed photos Dulles kept on his desk, his silver tea set, his collection of fine jade, and a display of gifts he received from foreign dignitaries. The library considers this room to be a historical artifact. So it is. On most days, Dulles worked at the State Department until late afternoon. At about 6 o'clock he was driven to the White House, where he and President Dwight Eisenhower would, in Eisenhower's words, try to analyze the broader aspects of the world drama we saw unfolding. Then, if he had no pressing diplomatic engagement, Dulles came home to this room. He would pour himself a glass of old overhold rye, sit down in his favorite armchair, and peer into the fireplace. Often he absent-mindedly stirred his drink with his index finger. Sometimes he would read a detective novel. At other times, he reflected silently on the challenges of power. Although the precise topics Dulles thought about as he sat in this room are unrecorded, the experience of seeing it is strongly evocative. Quite probably, Dulles considered the overthrow of foreign governments. In this armchair, before this fireplace, with these curtains behind him, he shaped the fate of millions around the world, including generations yet unborn. If ever a man was born to international privilege, it was John Foster Dulles. His family traced its ancestry to Charlemagne. As a boy he thrived under the special encouragement of his grandfather and namesake, the lawyer-diplomat John Watson Foster, who had been a treaty negotiator, minister to Russia and Spain, and Secretary of State under President Benjamin Harrison. Young Dulles often stayed at his grandfather's manse in Washington. Foster took him to dinner parties at the White House, and allowed him to join in long conversations with distinguished guests who called at his home, among them President William Howard Taft, former President Grover Cleveland, and future President Woodrow Wilson. Besides being a diplomat, Foster was one of the first high-level international lawyers in Washington. He negotiated loans to foreign governments, served as counsel to the Mexican and Chinese legations, and undertook diplomatic missions for Presidents Cleveland, William McKinley, and Theodore Roosevelt. Perhaps most important, he influenced his grandson to follow in his footsteps. In order to spend as much time as possible with his grandfather, Dulles attended law school at George Washington University. That made it difficult for him to find a job at any of the major New York firms, which preferred to hire Ivy League graduates. His doting grandfather stepped in to help. As a young man in Indiana, Foster had worked with a lawyer named Algernon Sullivan, who later moved to New York and formed a partnership with William Nelson Cromwell, the silver-haired legal genius who persuaded Congress to build the Central American Canal across Panama instead of Nicaragua. Sullivan was no longer living, so Foster approached his surviving partner. "Isn't the memory of an old association enough to give this young man a chance?" he asked Cromwell. Few power brokers would refuse such an appeal from a former Secretary of State. Dulles was hired as a clerk at the firm of Sullivan and Cromwell, with a monthly salary of $50. Unlike other clerks, he was able to live well, since his grandfather allowed him to draw on the $20,000 that had been set aside as the young man's inheritance. He needed that help only for a short time. Propelled by his sharp legal mind and network of connections, Dulles rose through the firm more quickly than anyone ever had. By 1927, 16 years after being hired, he was its sole managing partner and one of the highest-paid lawyers in the world. Dulles's web of international contacts grew spectacularly during this period. In the spring of 1915, President Wilson named Dulles's uncle, Robert Lansing, to succeed William Jennings Bryan as Secretary of State. Lansing arranged for the young lawyer to receive a string of diplomatic assignments. By the time he reached his mid-30s, Dulles was on easy terms with some of the world's richest and most powerful men. From them he absorbed what one of his biographers, the historian Ronald Pruisin, called a rather simplistic view of the world. Dulles may have been a world watcher, but his thoughts always demonstrated the angular vision that came with a perch in a Wall Street tower. The way he saw the world, in particular the kinds of problems he identified and the kinds of concerns that led him to identify them, had been shaped by a lifetime of experiences. Day-to-day work with clients, spread out over 40 years, strongly affected his perspective on international affairs and helped shape the frame of reference from which he operated long before he was Secretary of State. It helped him develop a particular interest in the commercial and financial facets of international relations and a particular attentiveness to what he thought were the economic imperatives of American foreign policy. Economic preoccupations were often a dominant and initiating force in his worldview and thought. The list of Dulles' clients at Sullivan and Cromwell is nothing less than a guide to the biggest multinational corporations of early 20th century America. Some were companies that Cromwell had brought to the firm years before, like the Cuban Cane Sugar Corporation and International Railways of Central America. Others were American banking houses, among them Brown Brothers and J&W Seligman, which were then effectively governing Nicaragua, and foreign houses like Credit Lyonnais and Dresdner Bank. Dulles arranged loans to governments across Latin America, Europe, and the Middle East, sued the Soviet Union on behalf of American insurance companies, organized a worldwide takeover campaign for the American Banknote Company, which had printed the fateful Nicaraguan stamp showing a volcano in fictitious eruption, and negotiated utility concessions in Mexico and Panama for the American and Foreign Power Company. His clients built ports in Brazil, dug mines in Peru, and drilled for oil in Colombia. They ranged from International Nickel Company, one of the world's largest resource cartels, to the National Railroad Company of Haiti, which owned a single 65-mile stretch of track north of Port-au-Prince. Dulles was especially interested in Germany, which he visited regularly during the 1920s and 1930s. According to the most exhaustive book about Sullivan and Cromwell, the firm thrived on its cartels and collusion with the new Nazi regime, and Dulles spent much of 1934 publicly supporting Hitler, leaving his partners shocked that he could so easily disregard law and international treaties to justify Nazi repression. When asked during this period how he dealt with German clients who were Jewish, he replied that he had simply decided to keep away from them. Finally, facing a revolt by his partners, he agreed in 1935 to close the firm's Berlin office, later backdating the decision to a year earlier. Soon after World War II ended, Dulles found in communism the evil he had been so slow to find in Nazism. His epiphany came when he read Stalin's Problems of Leninism, which he found gripping. Several times he compared it to Hitler's Mein Kampf as a blueprint for world domination. In the spring of 1949, Governor Thomas E. Dewey of New York appointed Dulles to fill a vacant seat in the United States Senate. When Dulles ran for a full term that November, he decked his campaign car with a banner proclaiming him enemy of the Reds. His patrician style and evident unfamiliarity with the lives of ordinary people, however, made him an unappealing candidate, and he lost to Herbert Lehman, a liberal Democrat. This experience convinced him that if he wished to exert political influence, he should pursue appointive rather than elective office. Law and politics were not Dulles's only passions. Throughout his life he was also moved by deep Christian faith. It was an integral part of his character, and from it grew the intensity of his anti-communist zeal. He cannot be understood apart from it. Dulles's paternal grandfather was a missionary who spent years preaching in India. The young man's father was pastor of the First Presbyterian Church in Watertown, New York, on the shore of Lake Ontario. As a child, Dulles attended 3 church services on Sunday and several others on weekdays. Every week he was expected to memorize 2 verses from a hymn and 10 verses from Psalms or the New Testament. His mother wanted him to follow the family tradition by becoming a clergyman, and not until arriving at Princeton did he consider other options. In later life he was an elder of the Presbyterian Church and a member of Union Theological Seminary's board of directors. After his death he was described as the only religious leader, lay or clerical, ever to become Secretary of State. Dulles believed that the heritage of the United States, which he described as in its essentials a religious heritage, placed Americans under a special obligation. He felt what he called a deep sense of mission, a conviction that those who found a good way of life had a duty to help others to find the same way. Like his father, he was a born preacher, like his grandfather, a missionary. When the 1950s dawned, he was looking for a way to channel his Christian insight and Christian inspiration into the fight against the evil methods and designs of Soviet communism. The best way to do that, Dulles quite reasonably concluded, was to become Secretary of State. He thought he had the job in 1948, when his old friend Thomas Dewey seemed poised to take the presidency from Harry Truman, but voters frustrated his ambition by giving Truman an upset victory. Determined to try again, he spent the next several years expanding his network of Republican contacts and publishing articles about communism and the Soviet threat. In the spring of 1952, Eisenhower declared his candidacy for the Republican presidential nomination. He had spent his adult life in the Army, far from the refined circles in which Dulles moved. A mutual friend, General Lucius Clay, suggested that Dulles fly to Paris to meet Eisenhower, who was then serving as Supreme Commander of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Dulles found this a fine idea, and arranged to give a speech in Paris as a way of disguising the true purpose of his trip. He and Eisenhower met for 2 long conversations. The general was much impressed. He relied on Dulles throughout his presidential campaign and soon after the election named him Secretary of State. Dulles was then 65 years old. He had been shaped by 3 powerful influences: a uniquely privileged upbringing, a long career advising the world's richest corporations, and a profound religious faith. His deepest values, beliefs, and instincts were those of the international elite in which he had spent his life. One of his biographers wrote that he was out of touch with the rough and tumble of humanity because his whole background was superior, sheltered, successful, safe. At the State Department, as at Sullivan and Cromwell, Dulles was famous for his solitary style of decision-making. It was said that he carried the department in his hat, and that even his assistant secretaries did not know what he was planning. He shaped important policies without consulting anyone inside or outside the State Department. The diplomat and historian Townsend Hoopes called him a compulsive oversimplifier whose mind was fundamentally shrewd and practical, but quite narrow in range, seeking always immediate and tangible results. Dulles was an intellectual loner, a man who relied not merely in the last resort, but almost exclusively, in large matters and small, on his own counsel. His views on important matters were developed by an apparently elaborate, structured and wholly internalized process. The resulting conclusion thus stood at the end of a long chain of logic and, when finally arrived at, was not easily reversed. By nature Dulles was stiff and confrontational. He conveyed an absolute certainty about his course that many took for arrogance. One biographer wrote that he scarcely knew the meaning of compromise, and insofar as he understood it, he despised it. He believed that a Secretary of State should not be a conciliator but rather, in Eisenhower's words, a sort of international prosecuting attorney. In the take-no-prisoners style he had honed at Sullivan and Cromwell, Dulles wished neither to meet, accommodate, or negotiate with the enemy. He resolutely opposed the idea of cultural exchanges between the United States and any country under communist rule. For years he sought to prevent American newspapers from sending correspondents to China. He steadfastly counseled Eisenhower against holding summit meetings with Soviet leaders. Indeed, one biographer has written, evidence of America-Soviet agreement on any issue troubled him, for he judged it could only be a ruse designed to cause the free world to let down its guard. Dulles, as a lawyer, had been trained in adversarial terms. Interests, for him, could at times appear to be whatever was necessary to overwhelm the opponent. Moreover, he had been much impressed by Arnold Toynbee's suggestion that without some kind of external challenge, civilizations withered and died. It was not too difficult, then, for threats and interests to merge in Dulles's mind, to conclude that the United States might actually have an interest in being threatened, if through that process Americans could be goaded into doing what was necessary to preserve their way of life. When Eisenhower and Dulles took office, at the beginning of 1953, the main fact of international political life was the spread of communism. The Soviet Union had imposed its rule on much of Eastern Europe, successfully tested an atomic bomb, and attempted to starve West Berlin into submission with a 16-month blockade. A communist army had seized power in China, and another had tried to do so in Greece. Communist parties in France and Italy were strong and growing. Thousands of Americans had been killed fighting communist forces in Korea. Senator Joseph McCarthy of Wisconsin shocked many Americans with charges that communists had even infiltrated the United States Army and State Department. The United States was gripped by a fear of encirclement, a terrible sense that it was losing the post-war battle of ideologies. During the 1952 presidential campaign, Dulles made a series of speeches accusing the Truman administration of weakness in the face of communist advances. He promised that a Republican White House would roll back communism by securing the liberation of nations that had fallen victim to its despotism and godless terrorism. As soon as the election was won, he began searching for a place where the United States could strike a blow against this scourge. Before he had even taken office, like a messenger from heaven, a senior British intelligence officer arrived in Washington carrying a proposal that perfectly fit Dulles's needs. Britain was at that moment facing a grave challenge. Its ability to project military power, fuel its industries, and give its citizens a high standard of living depended largely on the oil it extracted from Iran. Since 1901, a single corporation, the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, principally owned by the British government, had held a monopoly on the extraction, refining, and sale of Iranian oil. Anglo-Iranians' grossly unequal contract, negotiated with a corrupt monarch, required it to pay Iran just 16% of the money it earned from selling the country's oil. It probably paid even less than that, but the truth was never known, since no outsider was permitted to audit its books. Anglo-Iranian made more profit in 1950 alone than it had paid Iran in royalties over the previous half-century. In the years after World War II, the currents of nationalism and anti-colonialism surged across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. They carried an outspokenly idealistic Iranian, Mohammad Mossadegh, to power in the spring of 1951. Prime Minister Mossadegh embodied the cause that had become his country's obsession. He was determined to expel the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, nationalize the oil industry, and use the money it generated to develop Iran. Mossadegh, a European-educated aristocrat who was 69 years old when he came to power, believed passionately in two causes, nationalism and democracy. In Iran, nationalism meant taking control of the country's oil resources. Democracy meant concentrating political power in the elected parliament and prime minister, rather than in the monarch, Mohammad Reza Shah. With the former project, Mossadegh turned Britain into an enemy, and with the latter he alienated the Shah. In the spring of 1951, both houses of the Iranian parliament voted unanimously to nationalize the oil industry. It was an epical moment, and the entire nation celebrated. All of Iran's misery, wretchedness, lawlessness, and corruption over the last 50 years has been caused by oil and the extortions of the oil company, one radio commentator declared. Under the nationalization law, Iran agreed to compensate Britain for the money it had spent building its wells and refinery, although any impartial arbitrator would probably have concluded that given the amount of profit the British had made in Iran over the years, Iran's debt would be less than nil. Mossadegh loved to point out that the British had themselves recently nationalized their coal and steel industries. He insisted that he was only trying to do what the British had done, turn their nation's wealth to its own benefit, and make reforms in order to prevent people from resorting to revolution. British diplomats in the Middle East were, of course, unmoved by this argument. "We English have had hundreds of years of experience on how to treat the natives," one of them scoffed. "Socialism is all right back home, but out here you have to be the master." Mossadegh's rise to power and Parliament's vote to nationalize the oil industry thrilled Iranians but outraged British leaders. The idea that a backward country like Iran could rise up and deal them such a blow was so stunning as to be incomprehensible. They scornfully rejected suggestions that they offer to split their profits with Iran on a 50-50 basis, as American companies were doing in nearby countries. Instead they vowed to resist. "Persian oil is of vital importance to our economy," Foreign Secretary Herbert Morrison declared. "We regard it as essential to do everything possible to prevent the Persians from getting away with a breach of their contractual obligations." Over the next year, the British did just that. At various points they considered bribing Mossadegh, assassinating him, and launching a military invasion of Iran, a plan they might have carried out if President Truman and Secretary of State Dean Acheson had not become almost apoplectic on learning of it. The British sabotaged their own installations at Abadan in the hopes of convincing Mossadegh that he could not possibly run the oil industry without them, blockaded Iranian ports so no tankers could enter or leave, and appealed unsuccessfully to the United Nations Security Council and the International Court of Justice. Finally, they concluded that only one option was left. They resolved to organize a coup. Britain had dominated Iran for generations, and during that time had suborned a variety of military officers, journalists, religious leaders, and others who could help overthrow a government if the need arose. Officials in London ordered their agents in Tehran to set a plot in motion. Before the British could strike their blow, however, Mossadegh discovered what they were planning. He did the only thing he could have done to protect himself and his government. On October 16, 1952, he ordered the British embassy shut and all its employees sent out of the country. Among them were the intelligence agents who were organizing the coup. This left the British disarmed. Their covert operatives had been expelled from Iran, Truman's opposition made an invasion impossible, and world organizations refused to intervene. The British government faced the disorienting prospect of losing its most valuable foreign asset to a backward country led by a man they considered, according to various diplomatic cables, wild, fanatical, absurd, gangster-like, completely unscrupulous, and clearly unbalanced. Modern Iran has produced few figures of Mossadegh's stature. On his mother's side he was descended from Persian royalty. His father came from a distinguished clan and was Iran's finance minister for more than 20 years. He studied in France and Switzerland, and became the first Iranian to win a doctorate in law from a European university. By the time he was elected prime minister, he had a lifetime of political experience behind him. Mossadegh was also a highly emotional man. Tears rolled down his cheeks when he delivered speeches about Iran's poverty and misery. Several times he collapsed while addressing Parliament, leading Newsweek to call him a fainting fanatic. He suffered from many ailments, some physical and others of unknown cause, and had a disarming habit of receiving guests while lying in bed. His scrupulous honesty and intense parsimony he used to peel two-ply tissues apart before using them made him highly unusual in Middle Eastern politics and greatly endeared him to his people. In January 1952, Time named him Man of the Year, choosing him over Winston Churchill, Douglas MacArthur, Harry Truman, and Dwight Eisenhower. It called him an obstinate opportunist but also the Iranian George Washington and the most world-renowned man his ancient race had produced for centuries. Barely 2 weeks after Mossadegh shut the British embassy in Tehran, Americans went to the polls and elected Eisenhower as president. Soon after that, Eisenhower announced that Dulles would be his Secretary of State. Suddenly the gloom that had enveloped the British government began to lift. At that moment the chief of CIA operations in the Middle East, Kermit Roosevelt, happened to be passing through London on his way home from a visit to Iran. He met with several of his British counterparts, and they presented him with an extraordinary proposal. They wanted the CIA to carry out the coup in Iran that they themselves could no longer execute, and had already drawn up what Roosevelt called a plan of battle. What they had in mind was nothing less than the overthrow of Mossadegh. Furthermore, they saw no point in wasting time by delay. They wanted to start immediately. I had to explain that the project would require considerable clearance from my government and that I was not entirely sure what the results would be. As I told my British colleagues, we had, I felt sure, no chance to win approval from the outgoing administration of Truman and Acheson. The new Republicans, however, might be quite different. British officials were so impatient to set the coup in motion that they decided to propose it at once, without even waiting for Eisenhower to be inaugurated. They sent one of their top intelligence agents, Christopher Montague Woodhouse, to Washington to present their case to Dulles. Woodhouse and other British officials realized that their argument Mossadegh must be overthrown because he was nationalizing a British oil company would not stir the Americans to action. They had to find another one. It took no deep thought to decide what it should be. Woodhouse told the Americans that Mossadegh was leading Iran toward communism. Under normal circumstances, this would be a difficult case to make. There was a communist party in Iran, known as Today, and like every other party in the country, it supported the oil nationalization project. Mossadegh, a convinced Democrat, allowed Today to function freely but never embraced its program. In fact, he abhorred communist doctrine and rigorously excluded communists from his government. The American diplomat in Tehran assigned to monitor Today recognized all this, and reported to Washington that the party was well organized but not very powerful. Years later, an Iranian-American scholar conducted an exhaustive study of Today's position in 1953, and concluded that the type of coordinated cooperation and mutual reliance the Americans feared existed between Mossadegh and the Today could not have existed. The perceived Today threat, as feared by the perpetrators of the coup, was not real. The party had neither the numbers, nor the popularity, nor a plan to take over state power with any hope of holding on to it. This decision seems to have had little to do with on-the-ground realities and much to do with the ideological imperatives of the period, the Cold War. Woodhouse gave Dulles the idea that he could portray Mossadegh's overthrow as a rollback of communism. The State Department, however, did not have the capacity to overthrow governments. For that, Dulles would have to enlist the CIA. It was still a new agency, created in 1947 to replace the wartime Office of Strategic Services. Truman had used the CIA to gather intelligence and also to carry out covert operations, such as supporting anti-communist political parties in Europe. Never, though, had he or Secretary of State Acheson ordered the CIA or any other agency to overthrow a foreign government. Dulles had no such reservations. Two factors made him especially eager to use the CIA in this way. The first was the lack of alternatives. Long gone were the days when an American president could send troops to invade and seize a faraway land. A new world power, the Soviet Union, counterbalanced the United States and severely restricted its freedom to overthrow governments. An American invasion could set off a confrontation between superpowers that might spiral into nuclear holocaust. In the CIA, Dulles thought he might have the tool he needed, a way to shift the balance of world power without resorting to military force. Calling on the CIA had another great attraction for Dulles. He knew he would work in perfect harmony with its director, because the director was his younger brother, Alan. This was the first and only time in American history that siblings ran the overt and covert arms of foreign policy. They worked seamlessly together, combining the diplomatic resources of the State Department with the CIA's growing skill at clandestine operations. Before the coup could be set in motion, the Dulles brothers needed President Eisenhower's approval. It was not an easy sell. At a meeting of the National Security Council on March 4, 1953, Eisenhower wondered aloud why it wasn't possible to get some of the people in these downtrodden countries to like us instead of hating us. Secretary of State Dulles conceded that Mossadegh was no communist but insisted that if he were to be assassinated or removed from power, a political vacuum might occur in Iran and the communists might easily take over. If that happened, he warned, not only would the free world be deprived of the enormous assets represented by Iranian oil production and reserves, but in short order the other areas of the Middle East, with some 60% of the world's oil reserves, would fall into communist hands. Dulles had two lifelong obsessions, fighting communism and protecting the rights of multinational corporations. In his mind they were, as the historian James A. Bill has written, interrelated and mutually reinforcing. There is little doubt that petroleum considerations were involved in the American decision to assist in the overthrow of the Mossadegh government. Although many have argued for America's disinterest in Iranian oil, given the conditions of glut that prevailed, Middle Eastern history demonstrates that the United States had always sought such access, glut or no glut. Concerns about communism and the availability of petroleum were interlocked. Together, they drove America to a policy of direct intervention. After the National Security Council meeting in March, planning for a coup began in earnest. Allen Dulles, in consultation with his British counterparts, chose a retired general named Fazlollah Zahedi as titular leader of the coup. Then he sent $1 million to the CIA station in Tehran for use in any way that would bring about the fall of Mossadegh. John Foster Dulles directed the American ambassador in Tehran, Loy Henderson, to contact Iranians who might be interested in helping to carry out the coup. Two secret agents, Donald Wilbur of the CIA and Norman Derbyshire of the British Secret Intelligence Service, spent several weeks that spring in Cyprus devising a plan for the coup. It was unlike any plan that either country, or any country, had made before. With the cold calculation of the surgeon, these agents plotted to cut Mossadegh away from his people. Under their plan, the Americans would spend $150,000 to bribe journalists, editors, Islamic preachers, and other opinion leaders to create, extend and enhance public hostility and distrust and fear of Mossadegh and his government. Then they would hire thugs to carry out staged attacks on religious figures and other respected Iranians, making it seem that Mossadegh had ordered them. Meanwhile, General Zahedi would be given a sum of money, later fixed at $135,000, to win additional friends and influence key people. The plan budgeted another $11,000 per week, a great sum at that time, to bribe members of the Iranian parliament. On coup day, thousands of paid demonstrators would converge on Parliament to demand that it dismiss Mossadegh. Parliament would respond with a quasi-legal vote to do so. If Mossadegh resisted, military units loyal to General Zahedi would arrest him. So this is how we get rid of that madman Mossadegh. Secretary of State Dulles exclaimed happily when he was handed a copy of the plan. Not everyone embraced the idea. Several CIA officers opposed it, and one of them, Roger Goyerin, chief of the CIA station in Tehran, went so far as to quit. Neither of the State Department's principal Iran experts was even informed about the plot until it was about to be sprung. That was just as well, since State Department archives were bulging with dispatches from Henry Grady, who had been Truman's ambassador in Iran, reporting that Mossadegh has the backing of 95 to 98% of the people of this country, and from Grady's boss, Under-Secretary of State George McGee, who considered Mossadegh a conservative and a patriotic Iranian nationalist with no reason to be attracted to socialism or communism. None of this made the slightest impact on Dulles. His deepest instinct, rather than any cool assessment of facts, told him that overthrowing Mossadegh was a good idea. Never did he consult with anyone who believed differently. The American press played an important supporting role in Operation Ajax, as the Iran coup was codenamed. A few newspapers and magazines published favorable articles about Mossadegh, but they were the exceptions. The New York Times regularly referred to him as a dictator. Other papers compared him to Hitler and Stalin. Newsweek reported that, with his help, communists were taking over Iran. Time called his election one of the worst calamities to the anti-communist world since the Red Conquest of China. To direct its coup against Mossadegh, the CIA had to send a senior agent on what would necessarily be a dangerous clandestine mission to Tehran. Allen Dulles had just the man in Kermit Roosevelt, the 37-year-old Harvard graduate who was the agency's top Middle East expert. By a quirk of history, he was the grandson of President Theodore Roosevelt, who half a century earlier had helped bring the United States into the regime change era. Roosevelt slipped into Iran at a remote border crossing on July 19, 1953, and immediately set about his subversive work. It took him just a few days to set Iran aflame. Using a network of Iranian agents and spending lavish amounts of money, he created an entirely artificial wave of anti-Mossadegh protest. Members of parliament withdrew their support from Mossadegh and denounced him with wild charges. Religious leaders gave sermons calling him an atheist, a Jew, and an infidel. Newspapers were filled with articles and cartoons depicting him as everything from a homosexual to an agent of British imperialism. He realized that some unseen hand was directing this campaign, but because he had such an ingrained and perhaps exaggerated faith in democracy, he did nothing to repress it. Mossadegh's avowed commitment to promoting and respecting political and civil rights and liberties, and allowing the due process of law to take its course, greatly benefited his enemies, the historian Fakhreddin Azimi wrote years later. At the beginning of August, though, Mossadegh did take one step to upset the CIA's plan. He learned that foreign intelligence agents were bribing members of parliament to support a no-confidence motion against him, and to thwart them, he called a national referendum on a proposition that would allow him to dissolve parliament and call new elections. On this occasion he shaded his democratic principles, using separate ballot boxes for yes and no voters. The result was overwhelmingly favorable. His enemies denounced him, but he had won a round. Bribed members of parliament could not carry out the CIA's plan to remove him through a quasi-legal vote, since there no longer was a parliament. Roosevelt quickly came up with an alternative plan. He would arrange for Mohammad Reza Shah to sign royal decrees, or firmans, dismissing Mossadegh from office and appointing General Zahedi as the new prime minister. This course could also be described as quasi-legal, since under Iranian law, only parliament had the right to elect and dismiss prime ministers. Roosevelt realized that Mossadegh, who among other things was the country's best educated legal scholar, would reject the firman and refuse to step down. He had a plan for that, too. A squad of royalist soldiers would deliver the firman, and when Mossadegh rejected it the soldiers would arrest him. The great obstacle to this plan turned out to be the Shah. He hated Mossadegh, who was turning him into little more than a figurehead, but was terrified of risking his throne by joining a plot. In a series of meetings held late at night in the back seat of a car parked near the royal palace, Roosevelt tried and failed to persuade the Shah to join the coup. Slowly he increased the pressure. First he arranged to fly the Shah's strong-willed twin sister, Ashraf, home from the French Riviera to appeal to him. She agreed to do so after receiving a sum of money and, according to one account, a mink coat. When that approach failed, Roosevelt sent 2 of his Iranian agents to assure the Shah that the plot was a good one and certain to succeed. Still the Shah vacillated. Finally, Roosevelt summoned General Norman Schwarzkopf, a dashing figure who had spent years in Iran running an elite military unit and whose son would lead the Desert Storm invasion of Iraq 4 decades later to close the deal. The Shah received Schwarzkopf in a ballroom at the palace, but at first refused to speak. Through gestures, he let his guest know that he feared that microphones were hidden in the walls or ceiling. Finally the 2 men pulled a table into the center of the room and climbed on top of it. In what must have been unusually forceful whispers, Schwarzkopf made clear that the power of both Britain and the United States lay behind this plot, and that the Shah had no choice other than to cooperate. Slowly the Shah gave in. The next day he told Roosevelt he would sign the firmans, but only on condition that immediately afterward, he could fly to his retreat on the Caspian Sea. If by any horrible chance things go wrong, the Empress and I will take our plane straight to Baghdad, he explained. That was not exactly a resounding commitment to the coup, but it was good enough for Roosevelt. He secured the firmans and, on the afternoon of August 14, gave the one dismissing Mossadegh to an officer who was part of the plot, Colonel Nematollah Nassiri, commander of the Imperial Guard. Late that night, Nassiri led a squad of men to Mossadegh's house. There he told the gatekeeper that he needed to see the Prime Minister immediately. Then, much to Nassiri's surprise, a company of loyalist soldiers emerged from the shadows, surrounded him, and took him prisoner. Mossadegh had discovered the plot in time. The man who was supposed to arrest him was himself arrested. At dawn the next morning, Radio Tehran broadcast the triumphant news that the government had crushed an attempted coup by the Shah and foreign elements. The Shah heard this news at his Caspian retreat, and reacted just as he had promised. With Empress Soraya at his side, he jumped into his Beechcraft and flew to Baghdad. There he boarded a commercial flight to Rome. When an American reporter asked him if he expected to return to Iran, he replied, "Probably, but not in the immediate future." Roosevelt, however, was not so easily discouraged. He had built up a far-reaching network of Iranian agents and had paid them a great deal of money. Many of them, especially those in the police and the army, had not yet had a chance to show what they could do. Sitting in his bunker beneath the American embassy, he considered his options. Returning home was the obvious one. He even received a cable from his CIA superiors urging that he do so. Instead of obeying, he summoned two of his top Iranian operatives and told them he was determined to make another stab at Mossadegh. These two agents had excellent relations with Tehran's street gangs, and Roosevelt told them he now wished to use those gangs to set off riots around the city. To his dismay, they replied that they could no longer help him because the risk of arrest had become too great. This was a potentially fatal blow to Roosevelt's new plan. He responded in the best tradition of secret agents. First, he offered the two agents $50,000 to continue working with him. They remained unmoved. Then he added the second part of his deal: if the men refused, he would kill them. That changed their minds. They left the embassy compound with a briefcase full of cash and a renewed willingness to help. That week, a plague of violence descended on Tehran. Gangs of thugs ran wildly through the streets, breaking shop windows, firing guns into mosques, beating passers-by, and shouting "Long live Mossadegh and communism." Other thugs, claiming allegiance to the self-exiled Shah, attacked the first ones. Leaders of both factions were actually working for Roosevelt. He wanted to create the impression that the country was degenerating into chaos, and he succeeded magnificently. Mossadegh's supporters tried to organize demonstrations on his behalf, but once again his democratic instincts led him to react naively. He disdained the politics of the street, and ordered leaders of political parties loyal to him not to join the fighting. Then he sent police units to restore order, not realizing that many of their commanders were secretly on Roosevelt's payroll. Several joined the rioters they were supposed to suppress. Leaders of the Today Party, who had several hundred militants at their command, made a last-minute offer to Mossadegh. They had no weapons, but if he would give them some, they would attack the mobs that were trying to destroy his regime. The old man was horrified. "If ever I agree to arm a political party," he told one Today leader angrily, "may God sever my right arm." Roosevelt chose Wednesday, August 19, as the climactic day. On that morning, thousands of demonstrators rampaged through the streets, demanding Mossadegh's resignation. They seized Radio Tehran and set fire to the offices of a pro-government newspaper. At midday, military and police units whose commanders Roosevelt had bribed joined the fray, storming the Foreign Ministry, the Central Police Station, and the headquarters of the Army's General Staff. As Tehran fell into violent anarchy, Roosevelt calmly emerged from the embassy compound and drove to a safe house where he had stashed General Zahedi. It was time for the general to play his role as Iran's designated savior. He did so with gusto, riding with a group of his jubilant supporters to Radio Tehran and proclaiming to the nation that he was the lawful prime minister by the Shah's orders. From there he proceeded to his temporary headquarters at the Officers' Club, where a throng of ecstatic admirers was waiting. The day's final battle was for control of Mossadegh's house. Attackers tried for 2 hours to storm it but were met with withering machine gun volleys from inside. Men fell by the dozen. The tide finally turned when a column of tanks appeared, sent by a commander who was part of the plot. The tanks fired shell after shell into the house. Finally resistance from inside ceased. A platoon of soldiers gingerly moved in. Defenders had fled over a back wall, taking their deposed leader with them. The crowd outside surged into his house, looting it and then setting it afire. No one was more amazed by this sudden turn of events than the Shah. He was dining at his Rome hotel when news correspondents burst in to tell him the news of Mossadegh's overthrow. For several moments he was unable to speak. "Can it be true?" he finally asked. In the days that followed, the Shah returned home and reclaimed the peacock throne he had so hastily abandoned. Mossadegh surrendered and was placed under arrest. General Zahedi became Iran's new prime minister. Before leaving Tehran, Roosevelt paid a farewell call on the Shah. This time they met inside the palace, not furtively in a car outside. A servant brought vodka, and the Shah offered a toast. "I owe my throne to God, my people, my army, and to you," he said. Roosevelt and the Shah spoke for a few minutes, but there was little to say. Then General Zahedi, the new prime minister, arrived to join them. These three men were among the few who had any idea of the real story behind that week's tumultuous events. All knew they had changed the course of Iranian history. "We were all smiles now," Roosevelt wrote afterward. Warmth and friendship filled the room. 6. Get rid of the stinker. The most heavily attended funeral in Guatemalan history was for a man who had been dead 24 years. More than 100,000 people filled the streets of Guatemala City and jammed the cemetery. Many threw red carnations at the cortege and chanted, "Jacobo! Jacobo!" Some, especially those old enough to remember the statesman they were burying, were overcome with emotion. "All I know is that there was no persecution during his government," said a 77-year-old man in the crowd who struggled to hold back his tears. Afterwards, people began dying. Jacobo Arbenz Guzman was the second of two presidents who governed Guatemala during the country's democratic spring, which lasted from 1944 to 1954. 4 decades after the CIA overthrew him and chased him from his homeland, it was dangerous to speak well of Arbenz or lament his fate. He died alone and forgotten. Only when his remains were finally brought home to Guatemala and buried, on October 20, 1995, did his people have a chance to honor him. They did so with a fervor born of unspeakable suffering. Arbenz took office in 1951, the same year another nationalist, Mohammad Mossadegh, became Prime Minister of Iran. Each assumed leadership of a wretchedly poor nation that was just beginning to enjoy the blessings of democracy. Each challenged the power of a giant foreign-owned company. The company howled in protest, and charged that the government was communistic. Secretary of State John Foster Dulles agreed. Few private companies have ever been as closely interwoven with the United States government as United Fruit was during the mid-1950s. Dulles had, for decades, been one of its principal legal counselors. His brother, Alan, the CIA director, had also done legal work for the company and owned a substantial block of its stock. John Moores Cabot, the Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, was a large shareholder. So was his brother, Thomas Dudley Cabot, the Director of International Security Affairs in the State Department, who had been United Fruit's president. General Robert Cutler, head of the National Security Council, was its former chairman of the board. John J. McCloy, the president of the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, was a former board member. Both Under-Secretary of State Walter Bedell Smith and Robert Hill, the American ambassador to Costa Rica, would join the board after leaving government service. During the first half of the 20th century, United Fruit made great profits in Guatemala because it was able to operate without interference from the Guatemalan government. It simply claimed good farmland, arranged for legal title through one-sided deals with dictators, and then operated plantations on its own terms, free of such annoyances as taxes or labor regulations. As long as that system prevailed, men like John Foster Dulles considered Guatemala a friendly and stable country. When a new kind of government emerged there and began to challenge the company, they disapproved. For 13 years during the 1930s and 1940s, United Fruit thrived in Guatemala under the patronage of Jorge Ubico, a classically outsized Latin American caudillo. According to one historian, Ubico called anyone a communist whose social, economic, and political ideologies were more progressive than his own and trusted only the army, wealthy indigenous landowners and foreign corporations. The most important of those corporations was United Fruit, which provided tens of thousands of full and part-time jobs in Guatemala. Ubico showered United Fruit with concession agreements, including one in 1936 that his agents negotiated personally with Dulles. It gave the company a 99-year lease on a vast tract of land along the rich Pacific Plain at Tequisite, and guaranteed it an exemption from all taxes for the duration of the lease. Guatemalans became restive as Ubico's harsh rule wore on. An emerging middle class, inspired by the democratic rhetoric of World War II and the examples of reformist presidents Lázaro Cárdenas in Mexico and Franklin D. Roosevelt in the United States, began agitating for change. During the summer and fall of 1944, thousands of demonstrators, led by school teachers, launched a wave of street protests. As they reached a peak, young officers staged a lightning uprising and toppled the old regime. Guatemala's own October Revolution was won at the cost of fewer than 100 lives. A few months later, Guatemalans went to the polls in their country's first democratic election. By an overwhelming margin, they chose a visionary young schoolteacher, Juan José Arevalo, as their president. In his inaugural address, delivered to an expectant nation on March 15, 1945, Arevalo cited Roosevelt as his inspiration, and vowed to follow his example. There has in the past been a fundamental lack of sympathy for the working man, and the faintest cry for justice was avoided and punished as if one were trying to eradicate the beginnings of a frightful epidemic. Now we are going to begin a period of sympathy for the man who works in the fields, in the shops, on the military bases, in small businesses. We are going to add justice and humanity to order, because order based on injustice and humiliation is good for nothing. President Arevalo laid a solid foundation for Guatemala's new democracy, and did much to bring his country into the modern age. During his 6-year term, the National Assembly established the country's first social security system, guaranteed the rights of trade unions, fixed a 48-hour work week, and even levied a modest tax on large landholders. Each of these measures represented a challenge to United Fruit. The company had been setting its own rules in Guatemala for more than half a century, and did not look favorably on the surge of nationalism that Arevalo embodied. It resisted him every way it could. Arevalo's term ended on March 15, 1951. As thousands watched, he handed the presidential sash over to his elected successor, Jacobo Arbenz. It was the first peaceful transfer of power in Guatemalan history. Arevalo, though, was not in a celebratory mood. In his farewell speech, he lamented that he had not been able to do more for his people. The banana magnates, co-nationals of Roosevelt, rebelled against the audacity of a Central American president who gave to his fellow citizens a legal equality with the honorable families of exporters. It was then that the schoolteacher, ingenuous and romantic, from the presidency of his country, discovered how perishable, frail, and slippery the brilliant international doctrines of democracy and freedom were. It was then, with the deepest despondency and pain, that I felt, with consequent indignation, the pressure of that anonymous force that rules, without laws or morals, international relations and the relationships of men. The incoming president was destined to feel that pressure even more intensely. Arbenz was a 37-year-old colonel who had helped lead the 1944 uprising against Ubico, but he was by no means a typical Guatemalan army officer. His father was a pharmacist who had emigrated from Switzerland and had committed suicide while Jacobo was still a boy. That ended his hope of becoming a scientist or an engineer, but a friend in the tight-knit Swiss community arranged for him to be given a place at the military academy. There he compiled a brilliant academic record and excelled at boxing and polo. He was also strikingly good-looking, blue-eyed, and fair-haired but with a Latin profile. At a Central American athletic competition, he met a young Salvadoran woman, Maria Cristina Villanova, who, despite her upper-class background, was a passionate leftist. After their marriage, she encouraged him to develop a social conscience and political ambition. He showed both in his inaugural address, setting out 3 fundamental objectives for his presidency. To convert our country from a dependent nation with a semi-colonial economy into an economically independent country, to convert Guatemala from a country bound by a predominantly feudal economy into a modern capitalist state, and to make this transformation in a way that will raise the standard of living of the great mass of our people to the highest level. This was a sweeping agenda, and as soon as President Arbenz began to press it, he found himself at odds with all three of the American companies that dominated Guatemala's economy. First, he announced plans to build a publicly owned electric system, which would break a highly lucrative monopoly held by Electric Bond and Share. Then he turned his attention to International Railways of Central America, which owned nearly all the country's rail lines, including the sole link between the capital and the Atlantic port of Puerto Barrios, most of which it also owned. Arbenz proposed to build a new deep water port, open to all, with a highway connection to the capital. Then, confronting the cruelly unbalanced system of land ownership that was and is at the root of poverty in Guatemala, he won passage of a landmark law that threatened United Fruit itself. The Agrarian Reform Law, which the National Assembly passed on June 17, 1952, was the crowning achievement of Guatemala's democratic revolution. Under its provisions, the government could seize and redistribute all uncultivated land on estates larger than 672 acres, compensating owners according to the land's declared tax value. This was a direct challenge to United Fruit, which owned more than 550,000 acres, about one-fifth of the country's arable land, but cultivated less than 15% of it. The company said it needed these vast, fertile tracts for future contingencies. To citizens of a country where hundreds of thousands went hungry for want of land, this seemed grossly unjust. The three interlocking companies most affected by Arbenz's reforms had controlled Guatemala for decades. United Fruit was by far the country's largest landowner and largest private employer. It held 46% of the stock in International Railways of Central America, thereby securing freight service and access to Puerto Barrios at highly favorable rates. Electric Bond and Share supplied power for the railways and banana plantations. Together, the three companies had more than $100 million invested in Guatemala. Arbenz subjected them to a host of new regulations, and many of their executives and stockholders came to detest him. So did the New York lawyer who represented all three of them, John Foster Dulles. Early in 1953, the Guatemalan government seized 234,000 uncultivated acres of United Fruit's 295,000-acre plantation at Tequizit. It offered compensation of $1,185 million, the value the company had declared for tax purposes. United Fruit executives rejected the offer, asserting that no one took self-assessed valuations seriously. They demanded $19 million. Most Guatemalans considered land redistribution a welcome step in a nation where democracy was beginning to bloom. It looked quite different from Washington. Many old friends of United Fruit had assumed influential positions in the Eisenhower administration just as the Guatemalan government was seizing the company's land. They considered these seizures not only illegal and outrageous but proof of communist influence. Since Guatemala is the traditional leader in Central America, they also worried that any reforms allowed to succeed there would quickly spread to other countries. In their minds, defending United Fruit and defeating Central American communism fused into a single goal. They could achieve it only by overthrowing Arbenz. United Fruit rose to its mythical status in Guatemala under the leadership of Sam Zamuri, the visionary banana man who had organized the overthrow of President Miguel Dávila of Honduras in 1911 and gone on to become one of the most powerful figures in Central America. Soon after Guatemala turned democratic, in 1944, Zamuri sensed that its reformist government would give the company trouble. The stakes were high, and he wanted to be sure that American public opinion was with him. He decided to hire an outside public relations expert. The new man was Edward Bernays, a nephew of Sigmund Freud and the dominant figure in his young profession. Bernays was one of the first masters of modern mass psychology. He liked to describe himself as the father of public relations, and no one disagreed. His specialty was what he called the conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses. He proposed to Zamuri that United Fruit launch a campaign to blacken the image of Guatemala's government. That, he argued, could decisively weaken it and perhaps set off events that would trigger its collapse. I have the feeling that Guatemala might respond to pitiless publicity in this country, Bernays surmised. Never before had an American corporation waged a propaganda campaign in the United States aimed at undermining the president of a foreign country. Zamuri was reluctant to make United Fruit the first. Then, in the spring of 1951, Bernays sent him a message with alarming news. The reformist leader of faraway Iran, Mohammad Mossadegh, had just done the unthinkable by nationalizing the Anglo-Iranian oil company. Guatemala might follow suit, Bernays wrote in his note. That was all Zamuri needed to hear. He authorized Bernays to launch his campaign, and the results soon began to show. First were a series of articles in the New York Times, portraying Guatemala as falling victim to Reds. They appeared after Bernays visited Times publisher Arthur Hayes Sulzberger. Next came reports in leading magazines, most of them written, like the Times series, with helpful advice from Bernays. Then Bernays began organizing press junkets to Guatemala. They produced glowing dispatches about United Fruit and terrifying ones about the emergence of Marxist dictatorship in Guatemala. Prominent members of Congress echoed these themes. Most outspoken among them was a Massachusetts senator with a familiar name, Henry Cabot Lodge, scion of two families that United Fruit had helped make rich. In the same chamber where his grandfather and namesake had helped secure American control of Cuba and the Philippines more than half a century before, Lodge delivered vituperative speeches depicting Guatemalan leaders as crypto-communists. Meanwhile, in the House of Representatives, the majority leader and future speaker, John McCormack, also from Massachusetts, where United Fruit had sustained generations of prosperity, rose regularly to deliver chilling warnings that Guatemala's democratic leaders had become subservient to the Kremlin's design for world conquest and were turning their country into a Soviet beachhead. This rhetoric reached a new peak after the agrarian reform law was passed. Powerful officials in Washington, products of the international business world and utterly ignorant of the realities of Guatemalan life, considered the idea of land redistribution to be inherently Marxist. Products of the Cold War ethos, the historian Richard Immerman has written, they believed it axiomatic that no government would take such a radical measure against a United States business if it were not dominated by communists. Guatemala's Communist Party was actually a modest affair. Even at its peak it had only a few hundred active members, no mass base, and no support in the foreign ministry or army. Communists never held more than 4 seats in the 61-member National Assembly. None sat in Arbenz' cabinet, although 2 gifted young communist firebrands, one the leader of a labor federation and the other a charismatic peasant organizer, were among his closest advisors. Arbenz was a leftist and intrigued by Marxist ideas. Often he irritated the United States with symbolic gestures, like allowing an official newspaper to charge that American forces were using germ warfare in Korea, or permitting the National Assembly to observe a minute of silence when Stalin died in 1953. He may have considered these incidents trivial. Officials in Washington, however, seized on them as proof that he had become an enemy. If the first American error in assessing Arbenz was to believe that he was leading Guatemala toward communism, the second was to assume that he was doing so as part of a master plan drafted in Moscow. Secretary of State Dulles in particular had not the slightest doubt that the Soviet Union was actively working to shape events in Guatemala. The fact that the Soviets had no military, economic, or even diplomatic relations with Guatemala, that no delegation of Guatemalans had ever visited Moscow, and that a study by the State Department itself had found the few Guatemalan communists to be indigenous to the area interested him not at all. In the spring of 1954, he told a South American diplomat that although it was impossible to produce evidence clearly tying the Guatemalan government to Moscow, American leaders were acting against that government based on our deep conviction that such a tie must exist. No evidence ever emerged to support that deep conviction. Not in the vast archive of files the CIA captured after its coup, nor in any other document or testimony that has surfaced since, is there any indication that Soviet leaders were even slightly interested in Guatemala during the 1950s. Dulles could not have fathomed that. He was convinced to the point of theological certainty that the Soviets were behind every challenge to American power in the world. So was the rest of the Eisenhower administration. It believed, as one historian has put it, that it was dealing not with misguided, irresponsible nationalists, but with ruthless agents of international communism. Dulles and his colleagues came into office determined to rid themselves of the troublesome regime in Guatemala, but without a clear idea of how to do so. Kermit Roosevelt's triumph in Iran showed them the way. They decided to design a Guatemalan version of Operation Ajax. To reflect their confidence, they codenamed it Operation Success. On December 3, 1953, the CIA authorized an initial $3 million to set the plot in motion. It would start with a propaganda campaign, proceed through a wave of destabilizing violence, and culminate in an attack staged to look like a domestic uprising. This operation, though, would be much larger in scale than the one in Iran. Allen Dulles's idea was to find a suitable opposition leader among Guatemalan exiles, equip him with a militia that could pose as a full-scale rebel army, hire American pilots to bomb Guatemala City, and then, with the country in chaos, have the American ambassador tell military commanders that peace would return only if they deposed Arbenz. The ambassador that Secretary of State Dulles chose for this job was John Purifoy, a West Point dropout from South Carolina who had failed the Foreign Service examination and, eager to work in government, took a job as an elevator operator at the Capitol. He made friends easily and with the help of home state connections landed a job at the State Department. In 1950 he became ambassador to Greece, where he showed himself to be a flamboyant figure, happiest when driving fast cars or denouncing leftists. His passion for the latter attracted Dulles's attention, and at the end of 1953 he was named the new United States ambassador to Guatemala. The New York Times speculated that this choice would mean a change in the asserted passivity with which the United States has watched the growth of communist influence. On the evening of December 16, Purifoy had his first and only meeting with Arbenz. It lasted for 6 hours, over an extended dinner at Arbenz's official residence. When Arbenz began to discourse on United Fruit's abuses, Purifoy interrupted to say that the real problem in Guatemala was commie influence. The next day he sent Dulles a curt assessment of the man they had targeted: if he is not a communist, he will certainly do until one comes along. Normal approaches will not work in Guatemala, Purifoy added ominously. The candle is burning slowly and surely, and it is only a matter of time before the large American interests will be forced out entirely. These were just the words Dulles wanted to hear. He brought the cable to Eisenhower, who read it gravely. By the time he finished, according to his own account, he had decided to give Operation Success his final approval. Eisenhower's order set the CIA off on its second plot against a foreign government. It was run autonomously within the agency, meaning that its coordinator, Colonel Al Haney, a former college football star who had run CIA guerrillas behind enemy lines in Korea, could report directly to Allen Dulles. Haney established a clandestine headquarters at a military airfield in Opa-locka, Florida, on the outskirts of Miami, a transshipment post for weapons at France Field in the Panama Canal Zone, and a network of remote airstrips in Honduras and Nicaragua, both of which were ruled by dictators who fervently wished to see Arbenz overthrown. Allen Dulles found all of this brilliant, but Colonel J.C. King, the head of Western Hemisphere operations for the CIA's Directorate of Plans, which carries out covert action, spoke up to dissent. King had no use for nationalists like Arbenz, but he worried about the long-term impact of Haney's ambitious plan. He'll be starting a civil war in the middle of Central America. King protested. Allen Dulles responded by inviting both King and Haney to his Georgetown estate, Highlands. Over cocktails, he told them they had no more reason to argue. The President and Secretary of State had ordered that Arbenz be overthrown. It was the CIA's job to carry out that order. "Go to it, my boy," Dulles said as he slapped his hands on Hani's broad shoulders. "You've got the green light." Operation Success was now fully approved in Washington, and fully funded with $4.5 million, more than the CIA had ever spent on a covert operation. It lacked only one essential element, a Guatemalan to play the role of rebel leader. After several false starts, the CIA settled on a former Army officer, Carlos Castillo Armas, who had led an abortive uprising in 1950 and had become a familiar figure in Guatemalan exile circles. Agents found him in Honduras, flew him to Opa-locka, told him they were working with United Fruit on an anti-Arbenz project, and proposed that he become its putative leader. He accepted immediately. During the spring of 1954, Castillo Armas waited in Honduras while the CIA hired fighters, requisitioned planes, prepared bases, and secured the cooperation of Honduran and Nicaraguan officials. The CIA station on the fourth floor of the American Embassy in Guatemala City buzzed with activity. So did the operational base at Opa-locka. One of the agents assigned to Operation Success, Howard Hunt, who later became notorious for his role in the Watergate burglary, came up with the idea of using the Roman Catholic clergy to turn Guatemalans against Arbenz. Catholic priests and bishops in Guatemala, as in other Latin American countries, were closely aligned with the ruling class, and they loathed reformers like Arbenz. Hunt visited the most powerful Catholic prelate in the United States, Francis Cardinal Spellman of New York, and asked him if he could bring his Guatemalan counterparts into the coup plot. Spellman assured him that would be no problem. Soon, as Hunt later recalled, CIA agents were writing scripts or leaflets for the Guatemalan clergy, the Catholic clergy, and this information was going out across the country and in radio broadcasts. The most important of these pastoral letters, read in every Catholic church in Guatemala on April 9, warned the faithful that a demonic force called communism was trying to destroy their homeland and called on them to rise as a single man against this enemy of God and country. While the CIA was busily laying the groundwork for a coup in Guatemala, Secretary of State Dulles intensified his diplomatic campaign. In March he traveled to Caracas, Venezuela, for a meeting of the Organization of American States. Some foreign ministers came to Caracas with hopes of discussing economic development, but Dulles insisted that their major interest must be communism. He introduced a resolution declaring that if a country in the Western Hemisphere fell under the control of the international communist movement, any other nation in the hemisphere would be legally justified in taking appropriate action. Guatemala's representative, Foreign Minister Guillermo Torriello, called this resolution merely a pretext for intervention in our internal affairs. The plan of national liberation being carried out with firmness by my government has necessarily affected the privileges of foreign enterprises that are impeding the progress and economic development of the country. They wanted to find a ready expedient to maintain the economic dependence of the American republics and suppress the legitimate desires of their peoples, cataloging as communism every manifestation of nationalism or economic independence, any desire for social progress, any intellectual curiosity, and any interest in liberal and progressive reforms. More than a few delegates sympathized with this view, but Dulles was determined to win passage of his resolution. He remained in Caracas for 2 weeks, sitting through long meetings during which he fended off no fewer than 50 amendments. Finally and inevitably, he was successful. 16 countries supported the Declaration of Caracas. Only Guatemala opposed it, with Mexico and Argentina abstaining. This outcome was a great success for the United States, and it deeply shook Arbenz. The Dulles brothers agreed to intensify their pressure on him until the time seemed right to strike him down. Before they could do so, he made an unexpected misstep that delighted them. Until Guatemala turned to democracy, in 1944, the United States had been its main arms supplier. After the transition, the Americans stopped sending weaponry. They also pressured Denmark, Mexico, Cuba, Argentina, and Switzerland to back out of arms deals with Guatemala. When the CIA began arming Guatemalan exiles, Arbenz became alarmed at the poor state of his defenses. He looked urgently for a country that would sell him weapons, and finally found one. On May 15, 1954, a freighter called the Alfhelm docked at Porto Barrios and workers began unloading crates labeled optical and laboratory equipment. Inside were arms and ammunition from Czechoslovakia. Czech arms makers had demanded payment in cash, and most of the weaponry they shipped turned out to be obsolete, impractical, or non-functional. Still, they could not have sold weapons to Guatemala without approval from Moscow. The symbolism of the Alfhelm shipment was overwhelming. A vessel loaded with Soviet bloc arms had landed in Guatemala. To Representative McCormick, this was like an atom bomb planted in the rear of our backyard. Secretary of State Dulles declared it proof of communist infiltration. That is the problem, he told reporters in Washington, not United Fruit. From that moment, it became almost impossible for anyone in Washington to defend Arbenz. Some might have tried if they had known what the State Department and CIA were intending to do. The coup in Guatemala, though, like the one in Iran, was conceived in great secrecy. No one outside a handful of men knew about the plan, so no one could object, warn, or protest. This attraction of covert regime change operations was not lost on the Dulles brothers. Some doubts about the administration's policy toward Guatemala did emerge, publicly and privately, but they were easily brushed aside. One came on the pages of the New York Times, where the reporter Sidney Grosson wrote several articles after the Alfhelm incident suggesting that Guatemalans were rallying around their government and that they were caught up not in communism but in fervent nationalism. This was not what United Fruit and the Eisenhower administration wished Americans to hear. Allen Dulles arranged a dinner with his friend Julius Adler, the business manager of the Times, and complained. Adler passed the complaint on to Times publisher Arthur Flays Sulzberger. A few days later, Grosson's boss pulled him out of Guatemala. Allen Dulles also had to deal with the problem at his CIA station in Guatemala. The station chief, Birch O'Neill, did not like the idea of a coup. Like his counterpart in Tehran a year before, Roger Goyerin, he warned that it would not work out well in the long run. Dulles responded by transferring O'Neill out of the country. As Allen Dulles was removing these potential obstacles, his brother faced dissent from several State Department officials. One of them, Louis Halley, a member of the policy planning staff, circulated a lengthy memorandum asserting that Guatemala was in desperate need of social reform, that its government was nationalist and anti-Yankee but not pro-communist, and that the entire crisis was of United Fruit's making. Another official, Deputy Undersecretary of State Robert Murphy, found out about Operation Success by accident and fired off an angry note to Dulles telling him that the idea was wrong and would probably be very expensive over the long term. To resort to this action confesses the bankruptcy of our political policy vis-a-vis that country, Murphy wrote. Secretary of State Dulles had long since made up his mind to overthrow Arbenz, and did not bother to reply to dissenters in his ranks. News of their protests, though, filtered through higher echelons of the State Department. Ambassador Purifoy was concerned enough to ask his superiors if there had been a change in plans. In a return cable, Raymond Leddy, the State Department's policy director for Central America, assured him that Operation Success was still on. "We are on the road to settling this problem," Leddy wrote. "There is a 100% determination, from top down, to get rid of the stinker and not to stop until that is done." Haney's operation was already in full swing. He had recruited a mini army of nearly 500 Guatemalan exiles, American soldiers of fortune, and assorted Central American mercenaries and had sent them to camps in Nicaragua, Honduras, and Florida, where they were being given rudimentary training. His clandestine Voice of Liberation radio station, supposedly transmitting from somewhere in Guatemala but actually based in Opa-locka, was broadcasting a stream of false reports about popular unrest and military rebellions. It was time for Haney to send his hand-picked liberator, Colonel Castillo Armas, into action. Soon after dawn on June 18, Castillo Armas summoned his men, packed them into jeeps and trucks, and led them northward in his command car, a battered old station wagon. They crossed the Honduran border without incident. Then, following the orders his CIA handlers had given him, Castillo Armas led his motorcade 6 miles into Guatemalan territory. There he stopped. This was the invasion. Arbenz placed his army and police on alert but, on the advice of Foreign Minister Torriello, did not send troops to the border area. Torriello hoped to resolve this matter diplomatically. He wanted to show the world that foreign-sponsored troops were on Guatemalan territory, and did not want any government soldiers there to muddy the issue. By mid-morning, Torriello was writing an urgent appeal to the United Nations Security Council. He asked the Council to meet immediately and condemn an invasion of Guatemala launched at the instigation of certain foreign monopolies. While he wrote, the Voice of Liberation was broadcasting breathless reports of Castillo Armas's supposed swift progress through the countryside. 2 CIA planes buzzed low over the main military barracks in Guatemala City, firing machine gun rounds and dropping a fragmentation bomb that set off a series of loud explosions. Ambassador Purifoy, one of the few people in the country who knew exactly what was happening, heard them in his embassy office. He looked out his window, saw smoke billowing up from the barracks, and dashed off a gleeful cable to Dulles. "Looks like this is it," he wrote. The air raids continued for several days. One plane shot up the airport in Guatemala City. Others hit fuel tanks and military posts across the country. They led to several injuries and some property damage, but their purpose was not military. Like the bogus radio broadcasts, they were aimed at creating the impression that a war was underway. Each time a plane strafed another town, Guatemalans became more insecure, confused, and fearful and more willing to believe what they heard on the Voice of Liberation. Secretary of State Dulles was receiving almost hour-by-hour reports on these events, from his brother and from Ambassador Purifoy. His position, however, required him to dissemble in public. On the afternoon of June 19, the State Department issued a disingenuous statement saying it had news of serious uprisings and outbreaks of violence in Guatemala. Then it declared the lie that was at the heart of Operation Success. The department has no evidence that indicates this is anything other than a revolt of Guatemalans against the government, it said. Arbenz knew that was untrue. He had come to realize that the United States was behind this rebellion, which meant that he could not defeat it with armed force. This realization drove him first to drink, and then to a decision to address his country by radio. In his speech he declared that the arch-traitor Castillo Armas was leading a United Fruit Company expeditionary force against his government. Our crime is having enacted an agrarian reform which affected the interests of the United Fruit Company. Our crime is wanting to have our own route to the Atlantic, our own electric power and our own docks and ports. Our crime is our patriotic wish to advance, to progress, to win an economic independence that would match our political independence. It is completely untrue that communists are taking over the government. We have imposed no terror. It is, on the contrary, the Guatemalan friends of Mr. Foster Dulles who wish to spread terror among our people, attacking women and children by surprise with impunity from pirate airplanes. In the days after that speech, things began looking better for Arbenz. The army remained loyal to him, and his popularity among ordinary Guatemalans was unbroken. At a meeting of the Security Council in New York, France introduced a resolution calling for an end to any action likely to cause bloodshed in Guatemala and directing all countries to refrain from rendering assistance to any such action. Castillo Armas was making no military progress. Most important, the air raids, which had driven much of the country to near panic, were tapering off because one of the CIA's 4 P-47 Thunderbolts had been shot out of action and a second had crashed. From his command post at Opa-locka, Al-Haney sent an urgent cable to Alan Dulles. It said that Operation Success was on the verge of collapse and would probably fail without more air support. Dulles went immediately to the White House to ask President Eisenhower for permission to dispatch 2 more planes. Eisenhower readily agreed. Later he told one of his aides that he had seen no realistic alternative. If at any time you take the route of violence or support of violence, he said, then you commit yourself to carrying it through, and it's too late to have second thoughts. Arbenz, who of course knew nothing of this, pressed his diplomatic offensive. He dispatched Torriello to New York, and there the foreign minister urged the Security Council to send an investigating team to Guatemala immediately. This was exactly what the Americans wished to prevent. The new United States ambassador to the United Nations, none other than former Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, worked feverishly behind the scenes, and in a pivotal decision on June 25, the Security Council voted not to investigate what was happening in Guatemala. While Lodge was holding the diplomatic fort, Haney sent his 2 new planes into action. His first round of raids had been for psychological effect, but now they took a more serious turn. For 3 days and nights, the planes strafed military bases, shot up fuel tanks, and dropped incendiary bombs on ammunition dumps. These attacks spread alarm and led hundreds of people to flee from their homes. On the day of the Security Council vote, in a last-minute appeal that was poignant almost to the point of pathos, Torriello sent a long cable to Dulles. I regret to inform Your Excellency that a savage attack with TNT bombs took place yesterday on the civilian population of Chiquimula, as well as the strafing of that city and the cities of Gualan and Zacapa. Guatemala appeals urgently to Your Excellency to communicate to you this painful situation, and asks that your enlightened government, always respectful of the human rights of which it has been the standard-bearer, be good enough to intercede with the Security Council. Dulles ignored this appeal. He could afford to, because events were now turning his way. No outsider had discovered the great ruse of Operation Success. Most Guatemalans believed what the Voice of Liberation told them, that Castillo Armas was leading a rebel army through the countryside, that many Guatemalan soldiers had risen up to join him, and that the government was powerless to stop the juggernaut. As the bombing campaign intensified, Arbenz began to lose his grip. At one point he considered calling the peasantry to armed resistance, but his military commanders would not hear of it. He was out of options. At midday on Sunday, June 27, he sent Torriello to the American embassy to arrange the terms of his surrender. Ambassador Purifoy, who had taken to wearing a flight suit and brandishing a pistol, told Torriello that if there was a clean sweep at the National Palace, he might be able to persuade insurgent forces to end their campaign. A few hours later, the Army Chief of Staff, Colonel Carlos Enrique Diaz, invited Purifoy to his home. When Purifoy arrived, the 4 other senior Guatemalan military commanders were also there. Diaz began by complaining bitterly about what the United States was doing in his country. Purifoy, by his own account, replied sharply that if he had brought me to his house to make accusations against my government, I would leave immediately. That reminded the Guatemalans who was in the stronger position. They reluctantly agreed to confront Arbenz and demand his resignation, but indignantly told Purifoy that under no circumstances would they negotiate with Castillo Armas or bring him into a new government. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, the commanders called on Arbenz. They told him they had constituted themselves as a military junta and were deposing him. He had no choice but to agree. His friends promised him 2 things, that they would never deal with Castillo Armas, and that they would allow him to deliver a farewell message over the radio. At 9:15 in the evening, Arbenz addressed his people for the last time. Workers, peasants, patriots, my friends, people of Guatemala, Guatemala is enduring a most difficult trial. For 15 days a cruel war against Guatemala has been underway. The United Fruit Company, in collaboration with the governing circles of the United States, is responsible for what is happening to us. I have not violated my faith in democratic liberties, in the independence of Guatemala and in all the good that is the future of humanity. I have always said to you that we would fight regardless of the cost, but the cost should not include the destruction of our country and the sending of our riches abroad. And this could happen if we do not eliminate the pretext that our powerful enemy has raised. A government different from mine, but always inspired by our October Revolution, is preferable to 20 years of fascist bloody tyranny under the rule of the bands that Castillo Armas has brought into the country. After Arbenz finished his broadcast, he left the studio and walked forlornly to the Mexican embassy, where he asked for and was granted political asylum. Colonel Diaz took the microphone. He officially accepted the reins of power, and then promised Guatemalans, the struggle against mercenary invaders will not abate. Ambassador Purifoy's jaw tightened as he listened over the radio. When Diaz was finished, the ambassador slammed his hand onto his desk. "Okay," he spat, "now I'll have to crack down on that S.O.B." The broadcast also upset the two principal CIA operatives in Guatemala, Station Chief John Doherty and Agent Eno Hobbing, who had been sent from Washington to help oversee Operation Success. As soon as it was over, they agreed that their work was not yet complete. They decided to depose Diaz that very night and replace him with an officer they knew and trusted, Colonel Elfegio Monzon. Doherty and Hobbing drove to Monzon's home, gave him the good news that he was about to become president, and packed him into their back seat. Together the three drove to Diaz's headquarters. It was midnight when they arrived. Diaz, who had been in power for only a few hours, feared the worst. He began by trying to defend Arbenz's reforms, but Hobbing cut him off. "Let me explain something to you," he said. "You made a big mistake when you took over the government." There was a long moment of silence as Diaz absorbed this message. Then Hobbing spoke again. "Colonel," he told Diaz, "you're just not convenient for the requirements of American foreign policy." "But I talked to your ambassador," Diaz protested. "Well, Colonel, there is diplomacy and then there is reality. Our ambassador represents diplomacy. I represent reality. And the reality is we don't want you." "Can I hear it from the ambassador?" Diaz asked plaintively. It was 4 o'clock in the morning when an irritated Purifoy arrived at Diaz's headquarters. They had a tense meeting. Diaz insisted that he would not resign without a guarantee that Guatemala would not be turned over to Castillo Armas. Purifoy refused to give it. Finally he stormed out. Back at the embassy at dawn, he composed a pithy cable to Haney. "We have been double-crossed," it said. Bomb. That afternoon, at a clandestine airstrip in Honduras, a CIA pilot named Jerry DeLarme stepped into the cockpit of a P-47. Accompanied by a fighter escort, he headed to Guatemala City. There he dropped 2 bombs on the parade ground of the main military base and several more on the government radio station. Reality was closing in on Colonel Diaz. He summoned Purifoy in the pre-dawn hours of Tuesday, June 29, but as soon as they started talking he was called into a side room to consult with other officers. A few minutes later he emerged, with a Tommy gun pointed at his ribs. Beside him was Colonel Monzon. "My colleague Diaz has decided to resign," Monzon said suavely. "I am replacing him." Monzon formed a 3-man junta and, a few days later, flew to El Salvador for negotiations with Castillo Armas. They met under Ambassador Purifoy's supervision. His influence brought them to a speedy agreement. Within a few days, the 2 subsidiary members of the junta, reportedly encouraged by payments of $100,000 apiece, accepted diplomatic posts abroad. On July 5, Monzon followed them into retirement. Castillo Armas replaced him and proclaimed himself President of Guatemala. Soon afterward, Secretary of State Dulles addressed Americans by radio and told them that a great victory over communism had been won. The Guatemalan government and communist agents throughout the world have persistently attempted to obscure the real issue, that of communist imperialism, by claiming that the U.S. is only interested in protecting American business. We regret that there have been disputes between the Guatemalan government and the United Fruit Company. But this issue is relatively unimportant. Led by Colonel Castillo Armas, patriots arose in Guatemala to challenge the communist leadership and to change it. Thus the situation is being cured by the Guatemalans themselves. Dulles knew he was being untruthful when he asserted that Guatemalans themselves were responsible for overthrowing Arbenz, but he did not realize that the other claim he made in his victory proclamation was also false. He truly believed that Arbenz was a tool of communist imperialism rather than what he actually was, an idealistic, reform-minded nationalist who bore Americans no ill will. By overthrowing him, the United States crushed a democratic experiment that held great promise for Latin America. As in Iran a year earlier, it deposed a regime that embraced fundamental American ideals but that had committed the sin of seeking to retake control of its own natural resources. 7. Not the preferred way to commit suicide. News agencies never sleep, so it was no surprise that Malcolm Brown, the Associated Press correspondent in Saigon, was still at work when his office telephone rang late on the evening of June 10, 1963. The caller was THIRD-WORLDISM, a Buddhist monk Brown had come to know while covering the escalating conflict between Buddhists and the Catholic-dominated government of South Vietnam. He told Brown that anyone who appeared at the Xa Loi Pagoda the next morning would witness an important event. That evening, the monk called several other foreign correspondents with the same message. Only Brown took him seriously. He had written extensively about the spreading Buddhist rebellion and sensed that it would shape Vietnam's future. Before dawn the next morning, he and his Vietnamese assistant set out for the pagoda. They found it packed with monks in saffron-colored robes and nuns in gray ones. The air inside was hot, thick, and heavily sweet with incense. Smoke spiraled upward from 100 braziers. Holy men and women lost themselves in ancient chants. Brown took a place. One of the nuns approached him, and as she poured him tea, he could see tears streaming down her face. A few minutes later, THIRD-WORLDISM caught sight of him and approached. He had a simple suggestion: do not leave until events have run their course. For half an hour Brown sat amid this scene. Suddenly, at a signal, the monks and nuns stopped their chanting, rose, solemnly filed out of the pagoda, and formed a column outside. They assembled behind an old Austin sedan carrying 5 monks and followed it through the streets. Where Phan Dinh Phung intersected with one of the city's major avenues, Le Van Duyet, the procession stopped. Marchers formed a circle to block off all approaches. 3 monks emerged from the car, one elderly and the others supporting him. The younger ones placed a square cushion on the pavement in the center of the intersection and helped the older one settle into the archetypal lotus position. As he fingered his oak beads and murmured the sacred words Nam Myo Amida Buddha, return to Buddha, they fetched a gasoline tank from the car and splashed a pink gas and diesel mixture over him. After they stepped away, he produced a box of matches, lit one, and dropped it onto his lap. Instantly he was consumed by fire. As the breeze whipped the flames from his face, I could see that although his eyes were closed, his features were contorted with agony. But throughout his ordeal he never uttered a sound or changed his position, even as the smell of burning flesh filled the air. A horrified moan arose from the crowd, and the ragged chanting of some of the monks was interrupted by screams and cries of anguish. 2 monks unfurled a large cloth banner reading, "A Buddhist priest burns for Buddhist demands." Stunned by what he was seeing, Brown reflexively shot picture after picture. After a few minutes, a fire truck and several police cars with shrieking sirens appeared, but demonstrators lay in front of them and clung to their wheels so they could not reach the pyre. Soon the flames began to subside. When they died out, several monks appeared with a wooden coffin and tried to lift the dead man's body into it. His limbs had become rigid. As the coffin was carried back to Xa Loi Pagoda, both arms spilled out. One was still smoking. Brown's photos of the burning monk stunned people around the world. The day after they were taken, a visitor to the Oval Office noticed that President John F. Kennedy had a set of them on his desk. They seemed to symbolize the unraveling of South Vietnam and the impotence of its president, Ngo Dinh Diem. Over the next few months, these images helped push the Kennedy administration toward a momentous decision. Diem had lost the administration's confidence and would be overthrown. The verdant land of Vietnam, curving like a dragon's tail along the sinuous coast of Indochina, became a French colony in the 19th century. Generations of French families built lives there, carving rubber plantations out of the jungle and turning Saigon, the capital, into an exotic colonial outpost. In the turbulent years after World War II, nationalist and anti-colonialist passion erupted in Vietnam just as it erupted in lands as distant as Iran and Guatemala. Many foreign leaders failed to recognize its power. The most self-destructively myopic were the Americans. Their blindness would lead the United States to the greatest military defeat in its history. Japan had occupied and controlled Vietnam during the World War. An army of partisans, the Viet Minh, waged guerrilla war against the occupiers, using weapons dropped to them by the Americans. After the Japanese surrender, the partisan leader, Ho Chi Minh, a frail-looking figure in his 50s with a thin beard, decided that the time was right to declare his country's independence. On September 2, 1945, before a large crowd in the northern city of Hanoi, he delivered a speech that any American would have found familiar. "All men are created equal," he proclaimed. "They are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." Ho looked instinctively to the United States, partly because he had what one historian called a lifelong admiration for Americans and partly because he had few other allies. France, determined to resume its position as Vietnam's ruling power, refused to recognize his new government. Britain, which feared the example that a Viet Minh takeover would have in its own colonies, also opposed him. Communist leaders in China and the Soviet Union feared his nationalism. It was logical for him to turn to Washington for help. Ho's efforts to attract American support, which included sending letters to President Harry Truman and General George Marshall, proved fruitless. The French settled back into their old role in Vietnam. Slowly Ho came to realize that if he wanted to make his country's independence real, the Viet Minh would have to fight another war, this time against French colonialists. That war was reaching its climax when Dwight Eisenhower assumed the presidency in 1953. By then, the French had been worn down by years of fighting against Vietnamese guerrillas. They concluded, with great pain, that they must give up their splendid colony and sue for peace. Early in 1954, French and Viet Minh negotiators met in Geneva. Negotiators from China, the Soviet Union, Britain, and the United States were also there. Secretary of State Dulles headed the American delegation. A figure of at least equal stature, Zhou Enlai, represented Communist China. Dulles considered the Chinese regime no less than demonic, and when a reporter asked him if he would consider meeting with Zhou, he replied icily. "Not unless our automobiles collide," he said. Dulles came to Geneva hoping to prevent an agreement. He had little success, and left after a week. Soon afterward, the remaining negotiators agreed to a temporary partition of Vietnam along the 17th parallel. Communists would control the north and have a capital in Hanoi. Former allies of the French would establish a separate government in the south, with their capital in Saigon. There would be nationwide elections in 2 years, after which North and South would be reunited. In the meantime, no outside power was to send weapons or soldiers into either part of Vietnam. France ended its rule over Vietnam with a suitably muted ceremony. On October 9, 1954, under a rainy sky, a small group of soldiers assembled around a flagpole at Mangan Athletic Stadium in Hanoi and lowered the tricolor. A bugler played plaintive notes. There were no songs or speeches. In its misbegotten 8-year war, France lost a staggering 44,967 dead and another 79,560 wounded. Few people in Hanoi noticed the ceremony. They were too busy preparing to welcome their triumphant Viet Minh. The day after the French withdrew, 30,000 guerrilla fighters marched into the city. Their victory was not yet complete, because Vietnam had been divided, but the division was to last only 2 years. Ho Chi Minh had inflicted a stunning defeat on a far richer and seemingly more powerful enemy. He was the country's most popular figure. Many Vietnamese assumed that in the 1956 election, he would be chosen to lead their country. Dulles had done everything he could to keep the French at their posts in Vietnam, but they were determined to leave. That did not mean, however, that he had to sit idly by while Vietnamese voters elected a communist to lead their reunified country. He never considered the possibility of seeking an accommodation with Ho. Instead, he set out to undermine the Geneva Agreement by making the country's division permanent. To direct this ambitious project, Dulles chose Colonel Edward Lansdale, the most accomplished American counterinsurgency expert of that era. Lansdale had won a great victory by crushing guerrillas in the Philippines, working in partnership with an English-speaking Filipino leader, Ramon Magsaysay, who he plucked from obscurity, lavishly financed, maneuvered up through the political ranks, and finally installed as president. He needed the same kind of partner for his Vietnam project. One was waiting. Ngo Dinh Diem was a devout Catholic who came from a long line of Vietnamese mandarins. He had studied public administration and, while still in his 30s, served as interior minister in one of Emperor Bao Dai's pro-French cabinets. Later he came to favor independence, but because of his intense anti-communism he refused to join the Viet Minh. In 1950 he traveled to the United States, where he spent 2 years living an ascetic life at Maryknoll Seminaries in Lakewood, New Jersey, and Ossining, New York. He also made valuable political contacts. Through the intercession of the militantly anti-communist Francis Cardinal Spellman, he met State Department officials and influential members of Congress. Spellman made a special point of introducing him to Catholic politicians, among them Senator John F. Kennedy of Massachusetts. When the Americans had to find a Vietnamese to do their bidding in Saigon, Diem was one of the few they knew. He was then a portly 53-year-old bachelor and lay celibate living at a Benedictine monastery in Belgium. Neither Dulles nor Lansdale had ever met him, but Lansdale vouched for his anti-communist credentials, and that was all Dulles needed to hear. France had no better candidate to suggest. Nor did the pliant Emperor Bao Dai, who was then living in Cannes. A few months before the French withdrawal, Diem was duly anointed. He flew from Paris to Saigon, and took office as Prime Minister on the propitious day Asians call 7/7, the 7th day of the 7th month, July 7, 1954. Lansdale gave Diem a few days to settle in, and then went to meet him at the lavish Gia Long Palace, formerly the French governor's residence. Walking down one of its corridors, he ran into what he later described as a plump man in a white suit, and asked where he could find Prime Minister Diem. "I am Diem," the man replied. That was the beginning of a long, doomed partnership. Lansdale took Diem under his wing, and within a few months rescued him from 2 attempted coups, one of which he suppressed by bribing rebel leaders with $12 million of the CIA's money. Then he launched the anti-communist campaign Dulles had sent him to wage. Lansdale's tactics ranged from sabotaging city buses in Hanoi to paying soothsayers to predict doom under the communists. One of his biggest projects was helping to set off an exodus of hundreds of thousands of Catholics from north to south, urging them to flee with a campaign that included radio messages proclaiming, "Christ has gone to the south and Virgin Mary has departed from the north." None of this provoked the rebellion Lansdale expected, and with each passing day, the nationwide election drew closer. Everyone realized that it would carry Ho, the country's founder, to the presidency of a united Vietnam. Eisenhower guessed that possibly 80% of the population would vote for him. This presented the Americans with a serious dilemma. When an aide brought Secretary of State Dulles a cable from Diem suggesting a way out, he read it immediately. He sat very quietly, recalled Paul Kattenberg, the State Department desk officer for Vietnam. We all sat very quietly. I can recall distinctly the clock ticking away on his wall, and his breathing heavily as he read through the paper, turning to us, the few of us who were there at that meeting, and saying, "I don't believe Diem wants to hold elections, and I believe we should support him in this." Vietnam was supposed to be divided for 2 years only. That changed after Diem and Dulles decided not to hold the scheduled 1956 election. With no election, there could be no reunification. Instead, two new nations emerged, North Vietnam and South Vietnam. At the end of 1955, after a referendum that he won with a reported 98.2% of the vote, Diem deposed Bao Dai and made himself chief of state. He used his new power to impose a constitution that gave him sweeping authority. While Ho ruled North Vietnam in traditional communist fashion, through a Politburo made up of trusted comrades, Diem shaped a Politburo of his own, made up of close relatives. They ruled the country as a family. Diem's eldest brother, Ngo Dinh Can, held no official post but ruled central Vietnam like a feudal warlord. Another brother, Ngo Dinh Thuc, was a Catholic archbishop and also an avaricious investor who had made a fortune in rubber, timber, and real estate. A third, Ngo Dinh Nguyen, became ambassador to Britain. Most important and visible of all were the president's fourth brother, Ngo Dinh Nhu, and Nhu's flamboyant wife. Nhu, an avid admirer of Machiavelli who was sometimes called the Vietnamese Rasputin, was President Diem's closest advisor and alter ego. Madame Nhu, a sharp-tongued defender of the regime, liked to say she did not fear death because I love power, and in the next life I have a chance to be even more powerful than I am. America's determination to defend an independent South Vietnam led Ho and his comrades to launch their third anti-colonial war. In 1960 they proclaimed a military campaign aimed at the elimination of the U.S. imperialists and the Ngo Dinh Diem clique. A few months later, leaders of a dozen dissident political and religious groups in the South announced the formation of a new coalition, the National Liberation Front, that would confront Diem politically while guerrillas, now called Viet Cong, waged war on the battlefield. No one in Washington considered the formation of the National Liberation Front to be anything other than a communist propaganda stunt. That was a lamentable error. The NLF, a fairly broad coalition of left-leaning political parties, urban intellectuals, and middle-class professionals, developed a strong following in many provinces. During its first 2 or 3 years of existence, and to a certain degree even later, after it became directly allied with North Vietnam, it had interests different from those of the communists. Americans never sought to probe those differences or open any channel of contact to anti-Diem civilians. Secretary of State Dulles fell ill, retired, and died in 1958. After that, President Eisenhower seemed to lose interest in Vietnam. On January 19, 1961, the day before he left office, he briefed President-elect Kennedy on world trouble spots. There was plenty to talk about. The pro-American regime in Laos was collapsing. An anti-colonial rebellion was raging in Algeria, and another seemed about to break out in the Congo. The CIA was training a secret army to invade Cuba in the hope of deposing Fidel Castro's new regime. Tensions were rising in Berlin. It took several months, though, for Kennedy to realize the oddest aspect of that meeting. You know, he marveled to an aide, Eisenhower never mentioned it, never uttered the word Vietnam. During Kennedy's presidency, the number of American soldiers in South Vietnam rose from 865 to 16,500. Kennedy sent jet fighters, helicopters, heavy artillery, and all manner of other weaponry, none of which turned the tide of battle. In fact, as the journalist and historian Stanley Carnall later wrote, American aid paradoxically sapped the Diem regime. The aid, overwhelmingly military, confirmed Diem's conviction that he was waging a conventional conflict, and it stiffened his resistance to political, economic, and social reforms. Moreover, his battalions became more and more reluctant to confront the Viet Cong squarely, relying instead on American airstrikes and artillery shells to do their job for them. This suited Diem, who instructed his officers to avoid casualties. Their primary role, in his view, was not to fight the Viet Cong but to protect him against possible coups. One of the first special envoys Kennedy sent to Vietnam there would be a steady stream was Vice President Lyndon Johnson, who flew to Saigon in May 1961. Johnson came back a believer in the domino theory, convinced that if the communists were allowed to take South Vietnam, they would soon push their war to the beaches of Waikiki. In one of his speeches, he went so far as to praise Diem as the Churchill of Southeast Asia, although when Karno asked him afterward if he really believed that, he demurred. "Shit," he replied, "Diem's the only boy we got out there." With that succinct line, Johnson crystallized United States policy in Vietnam during the late 1950s and early 1960s. Diem was the American surrogate. Lacking a popular base, plucked from a religious group that represented only 10% of his country's population, surrounded by a venal family and uninterested in the daily work of government, he was chosen because no one else fit American requirements. As in so many other countries, the Americans looked in South Vietnam for a leader who would be a crowd-pleasing nationalist and also do what Washington wished, only to discover that they could not have both. Diem became increasingly uncomfortable with the growing American role in his country. More than once he complained to the United States ambassador in Saigon, Frederick Nolting, that American troops were only intensifying the conflict by provoking strong responses from the North. Still the troops, called advisors as a way of maintaining the fiction that they were not fighting, poured in. Between 1961 and 1963, they engaged in hundreds of firefights, and American planes flew thousands of bombing sorties against Viet Cong positions. During that same period, 108 Americans were killed, and the United States lost 23 aircraft. Diem complained about all these soldiers I never asked to come here. During an inspection tour of Cam Ranh Bay, he pointed to the harbor and told his aides, "The Americans want a base there, but I shall never accept that." When Ambassador Nolting, following a script written in Washington, told him that the United States wished to share in the decision-making process in the political, economic, and military fields, he replied, "Vietnam does not want to be a protectorate." People started calling him a reluctant protege, a client who refused to behave like a client, a puppet who pulled his own strings. The worst came when his brother and chief advisor, Ngo Dinh Nhu, suggested that perhaps the time had come to negotiate with the Viet Cong. "I am anti-communist from the point of view of doctrine, but I am not anti-communist from the point of view of politics or humanity," Nhu told a television interviewer in the spring of 1963. "I consider the communists as brothers, lost sheep. I am not for an assault against the communists because we are a small country, and we only want to live in peace." The final act in the drama of Diem's rule was unfolding. On May 8, Buddhists gathered in Hue to mark the 2527th birthday of the Buddha. The local strongman, Ngo Dinh Kin, who was also the president's brother, decided to enforce an old decree prohibiting the celebrants from flying the traditional blue-red saffron Buddhist flag, even though only a few days earlier the city had been aflutter with Catholic banners to mark the 25th anniversary of Archbishop Ngo Dinh Thuc's ordination. Buddhists began a series of protests. Police fired on one of them, killing a woman and 8 children. Buddhist leaders reacted by launching a nationwide campaign against Diem. They distributed leaflets, met with foreign journalists, and staged rallies and hunger strikes. People flocked to their cause, often for reasons that had little to do with religion. They were have-nots rebelling against the rich, ordinary people defying authoritarian power, and, in the words of New York Times correspondent David Halberstam, 20th-century Asians protesting against older Asians molded from a Mandarin past. When Diem did not respond to this campaign, Buddhist leaders announced that monks might commit suicide as a way of showing the depth of their anger. Diem dismissed this threat. So did many Americans in Vietnam, including some news correspondents. One who did not was Malcolm Brown. The monk who burned himself to death on the morning of June 11 was named Thich Quang Du. He was 67 years old, had been a monk for nearly half a century, and was revered as a bodhisattva, a being on the path to enlightenment who chooses to forego it in order to help others become enlightened. In a statement that his comrades distributed after his death, he made a respectful plea to Diem to show charity and compassion to all religions. The ruling family's most outspoken member, Madame Nhu, replied by ridiculing the spectacle of what she called a barbecue. "Let them burn," she said. "We shall clap our hands." No one in Washington took the suicide so lightly. It was part of a steady flow of bad news from Vietnam that President Kennedy and his aides were forced to confront during the spring and summer of 1963. Viet Cong guerrillas had established control over 20% of South Vietnam and moved freely in an area twice that large. The South Vietnamese army was proving reluctant to fight. Official corruption, fed by ballooning American aid programs, was rampant. Diem was losing popularity. To keep order, he was forced to rule with increasing repression, much of it directed by his brother and chief advisor, Ngo Dinh Nhu. One of Kennedy's first decisions after the monk's suicide was to replace Ambassador Nolting, a courtly Virginian who had become close to Diem. He considered naming Lansdale, but there is an unwritten rule against appointing CIA officers as ambassadors, and he dropped the idea. Instead he chose an entirely different figure, one of his oldest political rivals, Henry Cabot Lodge, an aristocratic pillar of the Republican establishment. Lodge had represented Massachusetts in the Senate until 1952, when he lost his seat to Kennedy. After his defeat, Secretary of State Dulles arranged for him to be named ambassador to the United Nations, where he had played a supporting role in the overthrow of Jacobo Arbenz in Guatemala. In 1960, Lodge was Richard Nixon's running mate on the Republican ticket that Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson defeated. His prominence, his diplomatic experience, his strong political base in Washington, and his mastery of the French language made him a logical choice for the Vietnam post. So did his Republican pedigree. Kennedy and his aides knew that the Saigon post was full of risks and liked the idea of having a Republican to blame if things went wrong. Lodge found South Vietnam in turmoil when he arrived on Friday evening, August 23, 1963. Growing unrest, including the self-immolation of 4 more Buddhist monks, had led President Diem to place the country under martial law. Police squads had swooped down on Buddhist pagodas and arrested hundreds of monks, among them the country's 80-year-old Buddhist patriarch. In Hue they fought a pitched 8-hour street battle against Buddhist protesters. That weekend in Washington, in an appalling display of confusion and missed signals, the Kennedy administration stumbled into a regime change operation destined to end in blood. It was the culmination of weeks of debate over how to deal with Diem. Some in the administration believed that he was still the best hope for South Vietnam. Others had given up on him and conjured his demise. On Saturday, August 24, all 3 of Diem's most powerful supporters in Washington were out of town. Secretary of State Dean Rusk was attending a Yankees game in New York, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara was vacationing in Wyoming, and President Kennedy was at his home on Cape Cod. That left the American foreign policy apparatus in the hands of 3 lower-ranking officials, all of whom wanted Diem overthrown. The most eager of these was Assistant Secretary of State Roger Hilsman, the administration's chief East Asia specialist. Hilsman, who had been a commando in Burma during World War II, considered himself an expert on both counterinsurgency and the politics of Indochina. On that Saturday, he drafted a fateful cable to Lodge. It directed Lodge to tell Diem directly that the United States cannot tolerate a situation in which power lies in Nhu's hands and to demand that Diem sever all political ties to his brother. If Diem remains obdurate and refuses, the cable said, we must face the possibility that Diem himself cannot be preserved. Concurrently with above, it concluded, ambassador and country teams should urgently examine all possible replacement leadership and make detailed plans as to how we might bring about Diem's replacement if this becomes necessary. That afternoon, Hilsman and one of his chief allies, Under-Secretary of State Averell Harriman, sought out George Ball, who was acting head of the State Department in Rusk's absence. They found him on the 9th green of the Falls Road golf course in Maryland. Ball was the 3rd member of the State Department's anti-Diem troika. He liked Hilsman's cable and agreed to telephone Kennedy and recommend that it be sent. For reasons that remain unclear, Kennedy did not focus on the seriousness of this cable. he may have been distracted by his weekend pursuits. Ball phrased his appeal in terms that he knew would reassure the president. Kennedy made only one minor change in the message, and then approved it. "If Rusk and Gilpatrick agree, George, then go ahead," he said. Neither Rusk nor Deputy Secretary of Defense Roswell Gilpatrick had yet been consulted, but Ball did not mention that. After hanging up, he called Rusk in New York and told him he was preparing to send a cable to Saigon that President Kennedy had already approved. Rusk, as was his habit, told them that anything the president approved was fine with him. He even strengthened their cable with a new sentence: "You may also tell appropriate military commanders we will give them direct support in any interim period of breakdown of central government mechanism." According to State Department protocol, a cable of this importance had to be approved not simply by the President and Secretary of State but also by the Secretary of Defense, the Director of the CIA, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. All were out of reach on that Saturday evening, so Ball checked with their deputies instead. Officials at that level are not wont to veto presidential directives, and none tried to do so. Once the anti-DM group had secured these approvals, they needed only Kennedy's final go-ahead. Michael Forrestal, a member of the National Security Council, called him to obtain it. To his surprise, he found the president suddenly hesitant. He had been having second thoughts. "Are you sure you are all right?" Kennedy asked. Forrestal managed to reassure him, and that was that. At 9:43 that evening, a clerk at the State Department dispatched the cable. The debate that should have taken place beforehand broke out on Monday morning. An angry Kennedy summoned his foreign policy advisers to the White House and began by sternly reprimanding Hilsman, Harriman, Ball, and Forrestal for what he called their impulsiveness. General Maxwell Taylor, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, was just as upset. He said he would never have approved the cable, and accused those who drafted it of staging an aggressive end run that would have been possible only on a weekend. Vice President Johnson, Secretary of Defense McNamara, and CIA Director John McCone all warned that overthrowing DM would create more problems than it would solve. The argument stretched on over 4 days of meetings, leaving Kennedy angry and frustrated. "My God," he exclaimed to a friend that week. "My government is coming apart." In Saigon, Ambassador Lodge was enthusiastically preparing the way for regime change. He sent signals to dissident generals and dispatched a series of cables to Washington urging quick action against DM. In one, dated August 29, he warned that if the United States did not move promptly, South Vietnam might soon fall into the hands of pro-communist or at least neutralist politicians. "We are launched on a course from which there is no respectable turning back, the overthrow of the DM government. There is no turning back because U.S. prestige is already publicly committed to this end in large measure, and will become more so as the facts leak out. In a more fundamental sense, there is no turning back because there is no possibility, in my view, that the war can be won under a DM administration." That cable evidently impressed Kennedy. A few days after receiving it, he sat on the lawn of his Cape Cod retreat for a television interview with Walter Cronkite of CBS. When Cronkite asked him if he thought the DM government could win the war, he gave an answer that was also a signal to Saigon. "With changes in policies and personnel, I think it can," Kennedy said. "If it doesn't make those changes, I would think that the chances of winning it would not be very good." When DM and NU heard this, they understood that their regime was in danger. They looked for a new strategy. NU decided to propose a rapprochement with the North. Soon after he did, the National Liberation Front said it was willing to join a coalition government in the South. United Nations Secretary-General U Thant called for neutralization of the South and Vietnam's eventual reunification. President Charles de Gaulle of France endorsed the idea, and the French ambassador in Saigon began working secretly with a Polish colleague to arrange contacts between the governments of North and South Vietnam, although not secretly enough to prevent the CIA from learning what they were doing. The Kennedy administration was choosing between two awful alternatives: supporting a corrupt and unpopular government that was losing the war, or endorsing a coup to overthrow that government. From the vantage point of history, it is reasonable to ask why no one suggested the obvious third option. The United States could simply have washed its hands of the crisis and left it for the Vietnamese to resolve. That would probably have led to the establishment of communist or pro-communist rule over the entire country, but that is what ultimately happened anyway. A withdrawal at this point would have saved hundreds of thousands of lives, avoided the devastation of Vietnam, and spared the United States its greatest national trauma since the Civil War. Why did no one suggest it? In fact, the idea did surface several times. Paul Kattenberg, who had become chairman of the administration's Vietnam Interdepartmental Working Group, returned from a trip to Saigon in late August with a very gloomy view. He concluded that the Vietnamese had become steadily more nationalistic and would never accept a foreign-backed regime in Saigon. At a National Security Council meeting on August 31, he suggested that the time had come for us to make the decision to get out honorably. His comrades promptly slapped him down. "We will not pull out until the war is won," Rusk told him, curtly and to general approval. Kattenberg had spoken the unspeakable, and was rewarded for his heresy with a diplomatic post in Guyana. A few weeks later, though, no less a figure than Attorney General Robert Kennedy wondered aloud at a White House meeting whether an eventual communist victory in Vietnam could be resisted with any government. If not, he suggested, perhaps it was time to get out of Vietnam completely. Others at the meeting considered this idea so weird as to be almost beyond response. Robert Kennedy might have been able to press his argument if he had thought it through more carefully and prepared a serious case, but he had not. After he spoke, one person at the meeting later recalled, his suggestion hovered for a moment then died away, a hopelessly alien thought in a field of unexamined assumptions and entrenched convictions. In Saigon, Lodge was pressing ahead with his plans for a coup. He had decided that, as he wrote in one cable to Washington, the United States must not appear publicly in the matter. That meant he would need a clandestine envoy to the plotters. For this delicate job he chose Lucien Conein, a bluff and broad-shouldered CIA agent with years of experience in covert action. Conein, who used the code name Black Luigi, was a larger-than-life figure and self-described expert liar. Reporters described him as a character sprung to life from a pulp adventure, a lover of life who never saw a mirror he didn't like and was eccentric, boisterous, often uncontrollable yet deeply sensitive and thoroughly professional. When President Kennedy first saw his name and asked who he was, McNamara replied, "He's a Lawrence of Arabia type." Ambassador Lodge called him the indispensable man. Never was he more so than during the autumn of 1963. The general who seemed best able to pull off a successful coup was Duong Van Minh, the most prominent and popular officer in the country and President Diem's nominal military advisor. Big Minh, as the Americans called him, was a blunt-spoken veteran of the French colonial army. Diem came to mistrust him, and, by 1963, he had no troops under his command. That left him with plenty of time for his two passions, playing tennis and cultivating orchids. It also disposed him toward plotting. On August 29, Conein approached General Minh and broached the subject of a coup. The two men spoke for more than an hour. Minh allowed that something could be happening or made to happen, but would say no more. He knew that the Americans were divided among themselves, and feared that if he spoke too freely, someone might leak his plans to Diem. All he needed from Conein was approval to proceed. If the United States wanted Diem overthrown, he said, it should send rest of generals a concrete signal. Conein passed this request up the chain of command, and a few days later the Kennedy administration gave Big Minh the signal he wanted. It suspended a $14 million loan to South Vietnam that was to pay for two high-profile development projects, a waterworks and an electric plant. Minh was satisfied and designated his most trusted co-conspirator, General Tran Van Don, acting chief of the South Vietnamese General Staff, as his liaison with Conein. Don was a French-born aristocrat, a graduate of the French Military Academy, and something of an intellectual. He and Konian had been friends for nearly 20 years. As the coup plot took shape in September and October, they were in regular touch. To avoid arousing suspicion, they usually met in the office of a Saigon dentist. Whatever else happened, Konian recalled later, I certainly had a lot of work done on my teeth. The political climate in Saigon rose steadily that autumn. New intensified his criticism of United States policy, at one point scorning Lodge as a man of no morality. He continued to drop hints about a possible peace overture to the communists, saying that the Americans have done everything to push me into their arms. In a farcical election on September 27, New and his wife were re-elected to the rubber stamp parliament, with identical winning percentages of 99%. A week later, another Buddhist monk burned himself to death, the first such suicide since the summer. Lodge faced one unexpected problem within his embassy. He had made clear from the day he arrived that he wanted his staff to speak with a single voice. At the beginning of October, he started hearing that the chief of the CIA station at his embassy, John Jocko Richardson, was having doubts about the coup plot. Richardson maintained ties with New, and because of his position and background he had directed spectacularly successful anti-Nazi operations in World War II and been a highly effective station chief in the Philippines. His views carried considerable weight in Washington. With these assets, Lodge realized, he could tip the already precarious balance within the Kennedy administration and force cancellation of the coup. At the beginning of October he managed to have Richardson transferred out of Vietnam and replaced by a more enthusiastic agent. At 4:20 on Tuesday afternoon, October 29, President Kennedy gathered 15 of his senior foreign policy and national security advisors at the White House for a final meeting about the imminent coup. Years later, a tape of that meeting surfaced. The transcript is deeply disheartening, a textbook example of how not to shape policy. Kennedy's men presented differing views, as would be expected. What was remarkable about this meeting, though, was that so many of the participants expressed serious doubts about the coup. Even more bizarre, neither Kennedy nor anyone else responded to these warnings. No one suggested that if there was so much dissent, maybe the coup should be suspended or cancelled. There was no call for a vote, or even any systematic discussion of what repercussions a coup might have. Once the Americans signaled to their Vietnamese friends that they wished Diem overthrown, the project took on a life on its own. With Hillsman not attending the meeting, the job of arguing for the coup fell to Harriman. He made the case with remarkable restraint, saying only that he did not believe Diem had the leadership to carry his country through to victory. That was the sum total of the pro-coup case. On the other side were four of the administration's most senior figures, Attorney General Kennedy, General Taylor, CIA Director McCone, and Secretary of State Rusk. Another dissident, General Paul Harkins, chief of the American military mission in Saigon, expressed his doubts in a cable that President Kennedy read aloud at the meeting. One after another, they anguished over what was about to happen. Robert Kennedy, I may be a minority, but I don't see that this makes any sense on the face of it. We're putting the whole future of the country and, really, Southeast Asia, in the hands of somebody we don't know very well. Maybe it's going to be successful, but I don't think there's anybody, any reports that I've seen, that anybody has a plan to show where this is going. Taylor, I must say that I agree with the Attorney General at present would be willing to step further. First because you'll have a completely inexperienced government, and secondly because the provincial chiefs, who are so essential to the conduct of the field, will all be changed, and it's taken us over a year now to develop any truly effective work in that area. McCone, our opinion is somewhat the same as General Taylor expressed. A successful coup, in our opinion I feel very definitely that's right would create a period of political confusion, interregnum, and would seriously affect the war for a period of time which is not possible to estimate. It might be disastrous. Rusk, I don't think we ought to put our faith in anybody on the Vietnamese side at this point. I'm skeptical about the likelihood that the Vietnamese are going to play completely honest with us. I don't think they owe us that, or think they do, and they're not going to play with Westerners on that basis. So I think there are problems here are pretty far-reaching. Harkins, I'm not opposed to change, no indeed, but I am inclined to feel that at this time, the change should be in methods of governing rather than complete change of personnel. I have seen no batting order proposed by any of the coup groups. I think we should take a hard look at any proposed list before we make any decisions. Even the president himself expressed doubts about the project. If we miscalculate, we could lose overnight our position in Southeast Asia, he mused at one point. Then, speaking of Lodge, he said, looks to be his ass. He's for a coup. He's for it, for what he thinks are very good reasons. I say he's much stronger for it than we are here. After everyone present had spoken his piece, there might have been one logical response. Someone, ideally the president, might have said, we are about to do something hugely important in Vietnam, but what has been said at this meeting raises serious doubts about it. This is our last chance to stop the coup. Should we? Instead of demanding that his aides give him their precise recommendations, however, Kennedy allowed this meeting to dissolve inconclusively. The miasma of doubt that filled the room remained amorphous and unfocused. No one ever presented a coherent, systematic argument against the coup, nor did Kennedy ever ask to hear one. Let's put it all cabot, he said. Then you're talking an end to this thing. With that cryptic, perhaps flippant comment, the coup was finally approved. What is remarkable about the discussion on October 29, 1963, is that a broad array of top officials voiced doubts about the coup, including JFK himself, without any actual effect on the course of events. The historian and archivist John Prados marveled in his introduction to the published transcript. President Kennedy does not announce a clear decision, but the group proceeds as if the United States does support the coup. General Don had promised to give Lodge 48 hours notice before striking his blow, but as the date approached, he and the other plotters decided that would be too risky. All he would tell Conian was that he would move before November 2. The precise moment, as it turned out, was chosen by accident. Early on Friday morning, November 1, the pro diem commander of the South Vietnamese Navy, Captain Ho Tan Quyen, played a round of tennis with other officers at the Officers' Club in Saigon. It was his 36th birthday, and his comrades invited him to a meal in celebration. He declined, saying he had to return home to attend to his children, but his deputy persuaded him to change his mind. They set out for a nearby restaurant. Along the way, Captain Quyen's deputy, who was part of the coup plot, shot him dead. This was not part of the plan, but the moment General Min learned of it, he knew there was no turning back. He had spent several weeks making clandestine contacts within the military and had a variety of infantry, cavalry, and air force units at his disposal. Now he ordered them into action. As soon as General Don received his orders, he called Conian and asked him to come immediately to the headquarters of the South Vietnamese General Staff, and bring with him all the cash he had available. Conian arrived with 3 million piastres, the equivalent of about $42,000, for food and other expenses. The plotters had not wished to arouse suspicion by raising money in advance. He also brought a radio that put him in direct touch with other CIA officers and, through them, with senior officials in Washington. His first message 99999 was a coded confirmation that the coup had begun. General Don hurriedly summoned all military commanders in the Saigon area to a luncheon at the Officers' Club. When they had assembled, he told them a coup was underway. Each was asked to declare, on tape, his support. Most did. The others were arrested. As this extraordinary luncheon was taking place, rebel units were fanning through the city. They seized the airport, the police station, 2 radio stations, the naval headquarters, and the post office complex. Some units were sent to block highways along which loyal troops might arrive from the provinces. Rebel officers decided to guarantee Diem and New free passage out of the country if they would surrender immediately, but when they telephoned Guy along Palace, neither would come to the phone. Diem had survived coups before, and thought he could resist this one as well. His first response was to call General Min for help. Only when he was told that Min was leading the uprising did he realize its seriousness. He reached General Dan, and said he was prepared to announce reforms and name a new cabinet. "It is too late now," Dan replied. "All the troops are moving on the capital." Diem finally decided to call Ambassador Lodge. The ambassador knew exactly what was happening but pretended he did not. Their conversation was strained to the point of surrealism. "Some units have made a rebellion," Diem began, "and I want to know, what is the attitude of the United States?" "I do not feel well enough informed to tell you," Lodge replied disingenuously. "I have heard the shooting, but am not acquainted with all the facts. Also, it is 4:30 a.m. in Washington, and the U.S. government cannot possibly have a view." "But you must have some general idea," Diem insisted. "After all, I am a chief of state. I have tried to do my duty. I want to do now what duty and good sense require. I believe in duty above all. You have certainly done your duty. As I told you only this morning, I admire your courage and your great contributions to your country. No one can take away from you the credit for all you have done. Now I am worried about your physical safety. I have a report that those in charge of the current activity offer you and your brother safe conduct out of the country if you resign. Had you heard this?" "No," Diem said. Then he paused for several moments, slowly grasping that Lodge was aligned with the plotters. "You have my telephone number," he finally said. "Yes," said Lodge. "If I can do anything for your physical safety, please call me." At 4 o'clock the next morning, rebel troops launched their assault on the palace. They fired cannon and machine guns, and were met with return fire from loyal troops inside. After 2 hours, as dawn broke, a white flag appeared from a palace window. A rebel captain led a squad toward the building to accept Diem's surrender, but, as he approached, a shot rang out from inside and he fell dead. At that outrage, his men stormed the palace. They found neither Diem nor Nu. The two brothers had fled to Kolan, the Chinese section of Saigon, and found refuge with a Chinese businessman there. He took them to a clubhouse of the Republican Youth, one of Nu's strong-arm organizations, and then called the Taiwanese embassy to ask if diplomats there would grant the two leaders asylum. The diplomats refused. Diem finally realized that the end was at hand. He called General Dan and said he was ready to surrender at the Chatarn Catholic Church in Kolan. What he did not know was that several hours earlier, the coup plotters had met to decide his fate. "To kill weeds, you must pull them up at the roots," one of them told the others. No vote was taken, but the consensus was clear. General Min chose a squad of trusted men for the job of picking up Diem and Nu. One of them was his bodyguard, Captain Nguyen Van En Hung, an accomplished assassin. The squad commandeered 2 jeeps and an M113 armored troop carrier. As it was setting off, General Min flashed a hand signal to Captain En Hung. He held up 2 fingers of his right hand, dispatched them both. In short order, the convoy reached Kolan and found the church where Diem and Nu were waiting. The two brothers were ordered into the M113. Nu protested. "You use such a vehicle to drive the president," he asked indignantly. No one listened. Both men's hands were tied behind their backs, and they were shoved inside. The convoy sped back toward General Staff Headquarters. When it arrived, the door to the M113 opened and Captain En Hung emerged. Inside, the bodies of Diem and Nu, riddled with bullets, lay in a pool of blood. Nu had been stabbed as well as shot. The commander of the squad that captured them, General Mai Huxian, marched directly to Min, saluted, and reported in French, "Mission accomplie." That startled General Don. "Why are they dead?" Don asked. "And what does it matter that they are dead?" Min replied. Conan was not present when the bodies arrived. Eager to see what was happening in the city, he had taken a drive toward his home. Moments after arriving there, he received a telephone call summoning him to the embassy. There he was given an order that came directly from President Kennedy: find DM. At 10:30 that Saturday morning, Conan arrived back at military headquarters. He found General Min sitting in the officers' club. Without hesitating, he asked where DM and Nu were. "They committed suicide," Min said smoothly. "They were in the Catholic Church in Colon, and they committed suicide." Conan had left this headquarters only a couple of hours earlier, with the impression that the two brothers would be placed under arrest. He was shocked to hear that they were dead. "Look," he told Min, "you're a Buddhist, I'm a Catholic. If they committed suicide at that church and the priest holds mass tonight, that story won't hold water. Where are they? Their bodies are behind General Staff Headquarters. Do you want to see them?" "No." "Why not?" "Well, if by chance 1 of a million of the people believe you, that they committed suicide in church, and I see that they have not committed suicide and I know differently, then if it ever leaks out, I am in trouble." It was a wise move. Conan suspected the truth, and realized that he would be confronted with it if he saw the corpses. Now he could honestly say he had no information other than what the generals had told him. That is what he wrote in his cable to Kennedy. The president was at a meeting in the cabinet room of the White House when Michael Forrestal rushed in with the report that DM and Nu were dead. He was stunned. Apparently he had never considered the possibility that the coup might end this way. A head of state who had been an American ally for years, a man Kennedy had personally known and supported, and a fellow Catholic on top of it all, was dead in the wake of an American-backed coup. Kennedy leaped to his feet and rushed from the room with a look of shock and dismay on his face which I had never seen before, General Taylor later recalled. He had always insisted DM must never suffer more than exile, and had been led to believe or had persuaded himself that a change in government could be carried out without bloodshed. The CIA soon obtained a set of photos showing the mangled bodies of DM and his brother, with their hands still tied behind their backs. At a White House staff meeting on the morning of November 4, the President's National Security Advisor, McGeorge Bundy, warned that the pictures would undoubtedly be on the world's front pages within a day or two. People would draw the obvious conclusion. "This is not the preferred way to commit suicide," Bundy dryly observed. Kennedy was disconsolate. The killings in Saigon, Forrestal later said, troubled him really deeply. Bothered him as a moral and religious matter, shook his confidence in the kind of advice he was getting from Vietnam. According to the historian Ellen Hammer, he was shaken and depressed to realize that the first Catholic ever to become a Vietnamese chief of state was dead, assassinated as a direct result of a policy authorized by the first American Catholic president. At one point an aide tried to console him by reminding him that DM and Nu had been tyrants. "No," he replied. "They were in a difficult position. They did the best they could for their country." 8. "We're going to smash him." Starting at breakfast and ending before dinner on September 15, 1970, a handful of business executives and government officials in Washington did something no Americans had ever done before. In a rapid-fire series of meetings, amid grave warnings about threats to national security, they resolved to overthrow a government that had not yet even taken power. Their victim was to be Salvador Allende Gossens, the incoming president of Chile. By some standards, Chile would seem an odd place for the United States to launch such a risky and violent plot. It is a small country, far from American shores, and has never posed the slightest military threat to the United States. Henry Kissinger once famously dismissed Chile as a dagger pointed at the heart of Antarctica. Yet when Allende won the presidential election there on September 4, 1970, he set off panic in the corridors of American power. He was a lifelong anti-imperialist and admirer of Fidel Castro, who had vowed to nationalize the American-owned companies that dominated his country's economy. Because Allende did not win a majority of votes cast in the presidential election, 36.3% in a three-way race, his victory had to be confirmed by the Chilean Congress. In past cases like this, Congress had chosen the first-place finisher, and it seemed certain to do so again. Agustin Edwards, one of Chile's richest men and owner of its largest newspaper, El Mercurio, could not abide that possibility. He went to the American embassy in Santiago, the Chilean capital, and put a blunt question to Ambassador Edward Corey. "Will the U.S. do anything militarily, directly or indirectly?" he asked. "No," Corey told him simply. That was not the answer Edwards wanted to hear. He decided to appeal over Corey's head, to more powerful officials in Washington. Their interests, he could sense, coincided with his own. Edwards was personally, professionally, and ideologically close to most of the leading American executives with interests in Chile. Through them, he had access to the highest circles of the Nixon administration. President Nixon had repeatedly declared his determination to protect American business interests abroad, fight communism, and suppress challenges to United States hegemony in the Western Hemisphere. Edwards flew to Washington to tell the president that he could do all three in Chile. On September 9, as Edwards was packing his bags in Santiago, directors of the International Telephone and Telegraph Corporation held their monthly meeting in New York. ITT was one of the world's largest conglomerates. It had large holdings in Chile and faced the same threat that hung over Edwards's business empire. Its prized asset, the Chilean telephone system, was high on Allende's list for nationalization. During that ITT board meeting, Harold Jeanine, the company's chief operating officer and one of the best-known businessmen in the world, took one of the board members aside to make an audacious proposition. "What he told me," the board member later testified, was that he was prepared to put as much as $1 million in support of any plan that was adopted by the government for the purpose of bringing about a coalition of the opposition to Allende. That board member was none other than John McCone, the former CIA director. McCone had joined ITT less than a year after leaving the CIA but remained a consultant to the agency, meaning that he was simultaneously on both payrolls. This unique arrangement made him the ideal link between ITT and the top levels of the United States government. McCone was able to see Kissinger, the president's national security advisor, immediately to convey Jeanine's $1 million offer. Although Kissinger did not accept it, he was impressed with how seriously ITT was taking the Chile problem. Later McCone also presented his case to his successor and former deputy at the CIA, Richard Helms. A covert campaign in Chile could not be launched without an order from the president. Edwards undertook to secure that order. As his intermediary, he chose his old friend and business partner Donald Kendall, chairman of the board and chief executive officer of Pepsi-Cola. He stayed at Kendall's house in Connecticut and told him that Chile was about to fall under communist rule. Pepsi-Cola lubricated these relationships. Kendall had hired Nixon to be the company's international legal counsel in the mid-1960s, when Nixon was in the political wilderness, and later became one of his biggest campaign contributors. Edwards, among his many other business ventures, was the principal Pepsi distributor in Chile. All three thrived where international business overlapped with geopolitics. On September 14, Kendall brought his father to the White House to meet President Nixon. During a break in the socializing, he took Nixon aside and repeated what Edwards had told him about Chile. Nixon focused intensely on his warnings. From that moment, he never wavered in his determination to bring Allende down. He had been triggered into action, Kissinger later wrote. Immediately after hearing from Kendall, Nixon sent him to meet with Kissinger and Attorney General John Mitchell. Kendall urged them to hear what Edwards had to say, and they agreed to meet with him the next morning. Their breakfast conversation would prove to be among the more far-reaching in the history of U.S. Latin American relations. Edwards painted a dark picture of what was happening in his homeland. he predicted that if Allende was allowed to take office, he would nationalize the Chilean economy, force American businesses out, and steer Chile into the Soviet-Cuban orbit. Kissinger listened attentively. As soon as the meeting was over, he called Helms and asked him to meet with Edwards to glean whatever insight he might have on ways of stopping Allende. Later in the morning, Kissinger met with another powerful figure eager to protect large interests in Chile, his friend and patron David Rockefeller of Chase Manhattan Bank. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, Kissinger, Mitchell, and Helms came to the Oval Office to receive Nixon's marching orders. Their meeting lasted only 13 minutes. Nixon was so explicit that no more time was needed. Under Chilean law, Congress had to certify Allende's election within 50 days after the election. Nixon wanted that somehow to be prevented. No tape or transcript of this meeting is known to exist. One official who was present, however, later told the New York Times that Nixon gave the impression of being extremely anxious for quick results. Another described him as frantic. As the president spoke, Helms scribbled a page of notes that has become a classic document in the history of diplomacy and covert action. 1 in 10 chance perhaps, but save Chile. Worth spending. Not concerned risks involved. No involvement of embassy. $10 million available, more if necessary. Full-time job, best men we have. Game plan. Make economy scream. 48 hours for plan of action. Chileans like to say that theirs is not one of those tropical countries. It is part of South America, but its history is proof that geography does not always determine destiny. It has suffered through less anarchy, civil war, and repression than almost any other country in the hemisphere. In the 139 years after its first constitution took effect in 1833, its democratic order was interrupted only 3 times. 2/3 of the way through the 20th century, Chile was well on its way to modernity, with a high literacy rate, a relatively large middle class, and a strong civil society. The democratic approach to life and politics was as deeply woven into the national psyche as anywhere in Latin America. Most countries whose governments Americans have overthrown possess a valuable resource. Chile is no exception. It is the world's leading producer of copper, which for thousands of years has been one of the world's most prized commodities. Copper shaped the development of the human race, and with the dawn of the electrical age, it became more important than ever because of its excellent conductivity. It is a vital material in motors, generators, dynamos, cables, and wires, and is in everyday use in objects from lamps to doorknobs to tea kettles. At the beginning of the 20th century, American businesses became interested in Chilean copper. In 1905 the Braden Copper Company, which would later be absorbed into Kennecott Copper Corporation, began mining at El Teniente, a mountain of ore set in the Andes about 100 miles southeast of Santiago. 7 years later a forerunner of the Anaconda Copper Mining Company began operations at Chuquicamata, in the northern desert. These 2 American-owned companies, Kennecott and Anaconda, grew into the twin titans of the world copper business. By mid-century, El Teniente was the largest underground copper mine in the world, and Chuquicamata was the largest open-pit mine. Kennecott's operations in Chile earned an after-tax profit of about $20 million per year. Anaconda's brought in $30 million. Together these 2 companies accounted for most of Chile's export earnings and 1/3 of its tax revenues. That gave them overwhelming influence over Chilean political as well as economic life. Besides mining companies and consumer products companies like Pepsi-Cola, one other American firm, International Telephone and Telegraph, played a major role in Chile. In 1930, when ITT was a cutting-edge telecommunications firm, it bought a majority share of the British-owned Chile Telephone Company, and with it control over the country's burgeoning telephone and telegraph systems. That proved to be one of the best investments it ever made, producing a steady stream of profit that by the early 1960s exceeded $10 million annually. By that time, change was sweeping across Latin America. Cuban guerrillas overthrew the Batista dictatorship and imposed a radical social and political program. Other dictators fell in Peru, Colombia, Venezuela, and Argentina. A restive young generation cast about for new political ideas. In 1961, seeking to respond to this challenge, President Kennedy created the Alliance for Progress, a hemispheric organization committed to comprehensive social and political change. He asked his aides to look for a country that could be the first Alliance for Progress showcase. It had to be one where a basic political and physical infrastructure was already in place and where people had demonstrated a desire for peaceful change. Chile, with its strong private sector and democratic tradition, was the obvious choice. Kennedy hoped that there, he could show the world that the capitalist model of Third World development worked better than the Marxist one. During the 1960s, Chile received more than $1.2 billion in aid from the Alliance for Progress and directly from the United States, more per capita than any other country in the hemisphere. At first, this attention from Washington brought Chile nothing more than money. Beginning in 1964, it brought something else. That was the year the CIA set out on a decade-long campaign of intervention and destabilization that ultimately tore Chile away from its democratic roots. The CIA began sending money and other forms of support to Chilean newspapers, student groups, trade unions, and political parties in the early 1960s. It concentrated its support on the center-left Christian Democratic Party, whose leader, Eduardo Frei, was an ebullient reformer in exactly the right mold to fit Washington's fancy. His good looks and media-conscious style even led reporters and columnists to call him the Chilean Kennedy. When he ran for president in 1964, his American friends rallied to his side. They did so not just because they liked him but also because they fervently wished to block the socialist candidate, Allende, who was becoming a nightmare figure for some in Washington. Allende was the classic bourgeois revolutionary. Although born into privilege, he was a passionate advocate of radical social change. His militancy grew from a combination of Marxist gospel and the realities of life he saw around him. Despite Chile's relatively prosperous position among South American nations, millions of its people lived in desperate poverty, and this genuinely moved Allende. Equally outrageous to him was the fact that foreign companies controlled his country's all-important copper industry. Horn-rimmed eyeglasses, tweedy jackets, and a slightly raffish mustache gave Allende the air of a college professor or left-bank intellectual. He was a sophisticate and something of a dandy, a connoisseur of art, wine, and female beauty. His socialist convictions had not prevented him from becoming a pillar of the political establishment. He was also a third-generation Mason, not common for Marxists, and mixed easily with the Chilean elite. In private he could be world-weary, cynical, and even depressive. The CIA covertly spent $3 million to ensure that Frei would defeat Allende in the 1964 election, paying more than half the cost of his campaign. He won easily. Over the next 4 years the CIA spent $2 million on covert projects aimed at supporting Frei, along with $175,000 in covert aid to 22 candidates who ran for Congress in 1965, 9 of whom were elected. It also subsidized an anti-communist women's group, supported a breakaway faction of the Socialist Party, paid for political organizing campaigns in slums outside Santiago, sponsored dissident groups within the communist-dominated labor movement, endowed a newswire service and a right-wing weekly newspaper, and regularly placed editorials in El Mercurio. The United States also intensified its long effort to cultivate friends in the Chilean military. Between 1950 and 1969, nearly 4,000 Chilean officers were trained at American military bases, most at the U.S. Army School of the Americas in the Panama Canal Zone, where students learned a rigorous counterinsurgency doctrine that equated Marxism with treason. Chile also received $163 million in American military aid during this period, more than any other country in the hemisphere except Brazil. All of this overt and covert aid gave the United States a deep stake in Chile. It led some officials to believe that, as in Vietnam, they had purchased the right to guide the course of Chilean politics. Edward Corey, who became the ambassador in 1967, went so far as to assert that the United States had assumed a fiduciary responsibility for this country, whose capital was 5,000 miles from Washington. United States policy toward Chile, and indeed toward all of Latin America, changed dramatically after Richard Nixon assumed the presidency in January 1969. Nixon disdained the Alliance for Progress, partly because of its association with Kennedy and partly because he considered it a dangerous triumph of idealism over reality. He feared that by promoting reform, especially land redistribution, it would undermine right-wing governments that were friendly to the United States. Rather than encourage Latin America's democratic left, as Kennedy and Johnson had tried to do, he would support its business elite and military. "I will never agree with the policy of downgrading the military in Latin America," Nixon told one meeting of the National Security Council. "They are power centers subject to our influence. The others, the intellectuals, are not subject to our influence." In 1970, Allende ran for president not as the candidate of his own Socialist Party, which was too weak to win on its own, but at the head of a leftist coalition called Popular Unity. The challenge of keeping him out of power came to obsess the American embassy in Santiago. Early in 1970, Ambassador Corey and his CIA station chief, Henry Heckscher, asked the Nixon administration for permission to embark on a covert spoiling campaign to block him. They addressed their request to the 40 Committee, named after the number of the presidential directive that created it, which was composed of the country's top national security officials. Kissinger effectively ran the committee. When he proposed an action, the others approved. His old friend David Rockefeller, whose Chase Manhattan Bank had multi-billion-dollar interests in South America, urged him to press ahead with the spoiling campaign. As the Chilean election approached, Rockefeller recalled in his memoir, he made a telephone call that helped push the Nixon administration onto its anti-Allende course. In March 1970, well before the election, my friend Augustin Edwards, publisher of El Mercurio, Chile's leading newspaper, told me Allende was a Soviet dupe who would destroy Chile's fragile economy and extend communist influence in the region. If Allende won, Duny warned, Chile would become another Cuba, a satellite of the Soviet Union. He insisted that the United States must prevent Allende's election. Duny's concerns were so intense that I put him in touch with Henry Kissinger. Kissinger would be more directly responsible for what happened in Chile than any other American, with the possible exception of Nixon himself. For 3 years, during which he dealt with a host of crises around the world, he never lost interest in Chile. That was because Nixon pressed him relentlessly, and also because the anti-Allende project fit perfectly with his view of the world and of America's place in it. From his background as a refugee from Nazi Germany, Kissinger took the lesson that a statesman's transcendent goal must always be to establish and maintain stability among nations. He wrote his doctoral dissertation on Prince Metternich, the 19th-century Austrian diplomat who was one of the modern world's master practitioners of big power diplomacy. Once in office, he applied some of Metternich's ideas. He projected American power through regional allies like Iran, Zaire, and Indonesia, and turned a blind eye as dictators in those countries oppressed and looted with abandon. One of his longtime associates, Lawrence Eagleburger, concluded that he was guided by principles that are antithetical to the American experience. Americans tend to want to pursue a set of moral principles, Eagleburger asserted. Henry does not have an intrinsic feel for the American political system, and he does not start with the same values and assumptions. During his long career, Kissinger, like many statesmen of his generation, had paid almost no attention to Latin America. In the spring of 1969, he visited the Chilean embassy in Washington and bluntly told the ambassador, "I am not interested in, nor do I know anything about, the southern portion of the world from the Pyrenees on down." A year later, he heard from Edwards and everything changed. On March 25, 1970, the 40 Committee approved the spoiling campaign against Allende with a budget of $135,000, later increased to $390,000. It was a smaller-scale version of the multimillion-dollar effort the CIA had launched to prevent Allende from winning in 1964. Agents dusted off many of the same tactics, from planting propaganda in the press to supporting anti-communist civic action groups. Some printed and distributed posters showing Soviet tanks on the streets of Prague. Others opened tendentious news agencies, sowed discord within popular unity, and produced anti-Allende books, pamphlets, and leaflets. As the presidential campaign intensified in Chile, Harold Jeanine, the ITT chairman, decided to try to influence its outcome. He asked McCone to arrange for him to meet William Brough, the CIA's chief of covert operations in the Western Hemisphere. They met in the ITT suite at the Sheraton Carlton Hotel in Washington on July 16. Jeanine said his company wanted to use the CIA as a conduit to pass money to the campaign of Jorge Alessandri, the rightist presidential candidate. Brough suggested that the company make its contribution directly, and with help from CIA officers in Santiago, it did. ITT covertly donated $350,000 to the Alessandri campaign and arranged for other American businesses to donate another $350,000. Although the CIA's spoiling campaign and the large contributions that American companies made to Alessandri may have had some effect, it was not enough. On September 4, 1970, Chilean voters went to the polls and gave Allende his victory by plurality. Such outcomes were not unusual in Chile's multi-party political system, and Congress had a long-established tradition of choosing the first-place finisher as president. That was what President Nixon, on the afternoon of September 15, ordered Kissinger and Helms to prevent. The president came down very hard that he wanted something done, and he didn't much care how, and that he was prepared to make money available, Helms later testified. This was a pretty all-inclusive order. If I ever carried a marshal's baton in my knapsack out of the Oval Office, it was that day. Nixon ordered the CIA to produce an anti-Allende plan within 48 hours, so Helms had no time to waste. Early the next morning, September 16, 1970, he met with his covert action specialists. He told them, according to one participant, that President Nixon had decided that an Allende regime in Chile was unacceptable to the United States, that Nixon had asked the agency to prevent Allende from coming to power or to unseat him, and that, in a break from normal practice, the agency is to carry out this mission without coordination from the Department of State or Defense. The next day, while Helms and his operatives were working to design this covert operation, Kissinger told a group of newspaper editors in Chicago that if Allende was allowed to take power, he would establish some sort of communist government that would cause massive problems for the United States. He returned to Washington that afternoon and at 8:30 the next morning convened a meeting of the 40 Committee to hear the CIA's proposal. As Helms outlined it, the anti-Allende operation would have two parts. The first, called Track I, was aimed at blocking Allende by legal means. It was immediately implemented, and led to the placement of dozens of articles in the Chilean press warning of disaster if Allende became president. Its principal focus was the outgoing president, Eduardo Frei. The CIA hoped that its press campaign, together with private mailings to Frei and orchestrated pressure on him from political confidants, would lead him to call on Congress to break with Chilean tradition and deny the presidency to the candidate who had won the most popular votes. This approach failed, largely because President Frei was, as one CIA cable put it, a too gentle soul and unwilling to support the disruption of his country's political system. Within a few weeks, Track I became subsumed in a far more ambitious project the CIA called Track II, which aimed explicitly at fomenting a military coup. Plotters at CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, directed their agents in Santiago to begin probing for military possibilities to thwart Allende and to look for ways of strengthening the resolve of the Chilean military to act against Allende. Contact the military and let them know USG wants a military solution and that we will support them now and later, one cable said. In sum, we want you to sponsor a military move which can take place, to the extent possible, in a climate of economic and political uncertainty. To create that climate, the Americans needed to push Chile toward chaos. Kissinger set out to do so, using all of the considerable resources at his command. He justified this effort with what became one of his most quoted maxims. "I don't see why we need to stand by and watch a country go communist due to the irresponsibility of its own people," he told his fellow plotters. As this project was taking shape, several diplomats and CIA officers who learned of it expressed serious doubts. A national security study memorandum produced at Kissinger's direction concluded that the U.S. has no vital national interests within Chile and the world military balance of power would not be significantly altered by an Allende government. Henry Heckscher, chief of the CIA station in Santiago, who had worked on the covert campaign to deny the election to Allende, reported that with the election now over, he would not consider any kind of intervention in the constitutional processes desirable. Another CIA officer wrote in a memo that Allende was not likely to take orders from Moscow or Havana and that plotting against him would be repeating the errors we made in 1959 and 1960 when we drove Fidel Castro into the Soviet camp. Assistant Secretary of State Charles Meyer predicted that covert action against Allende would further tarnish America's image in Latin America. Kissinger's chief advisor on Latin America, Viren Vaki, warned him that the consequences of striking against Allende could be disastrous. "What we propose is patently a violation of our own principles and policy tenets. Moralism aside, this has practical operational consequences. If these principles have any meaning, we normally depart from them only to meet the gravest threat to us, e.g. to our survival. Is Allende a mortal threat to the U.S.? It is hard to argue this." These doubters did not realize how fiercely determined Nixon and Kissinger were to block Allende. Their warnings had no effect on the coup plotters in Washington. One of them, David Atlee Phillips, was out to overthrow his second Latin American government. Phillips, who had run the highly successful Voice of Liberation radio campaign during the 1954 coup against President Jacobo Arbenz of Guatemala, became co-director of the CIA's newly formed Chile Task Force. His partner was William Breaux. The two of them were in almost hourly contact with the CIA station in Santiago, under what one official later called constant pressure from the White House. As the American plot against Allende began to take shape, Phillips and Breaux sent a lengthy cable to their agents in Santiago. It directed them to use three tools: economic warfare, political warfare and psychological warfare to create a coup climate and a pretext or flashpoint for action. The first foreign leader to be overthrown with the collaboration of American officials was Queen Liliuokalani of Hawaii. A few dozen sugar planters and descendants of missionaries, led by the firebrand lawyer Loren Thurston, staged Hawaii's modest revolution in 1893. The Queen's forces could not suppress it because the American minister in Honolulu, John L. Stevens, immediately recognized the insurgent regime and called American soldiers ashore to defend it. President William McKinley and his successor, Theodore Roosevelt, presided over the first burst of American expansionism. Roosevelt called his critics feudal sentimentalists of the international arbitration type who exhibited a flabby type of character which eats away at the great fighting features of our race. More than 250 American soldiers and sailors were killed when the warship Maine exploded in Havana Harbor on February 15, 1898. Most Americans, inflamed by a wave of sensationalist newspaper reports, blamed Spain for the explosion. President McKinley seized on this passion to declare the war against Spain that turned Cuba into an American protectorate. Historians now believe the Maine was destroyed not by hostile action, but by an accident inside the ship. American soldiers won the Spanish-American War in a single day of heavy combat, July 1, 1898. One of the decisive battles was for the town of El Caney, near the Cuban port of Santiago. In Puerto Rico, Americans crushed the elected government of Luis Muñoz Rivera. He later condemned the American takeover because none of the promises were kept, and because our present condition is that of serfs attached to conquered territory. The Cuban nationalist leader José Martí inspired his country's revolution against Spain, but also wished to prevent, by the independence of Cuba, the United States from spreading over the West Indies and falling, with that added weight, upon other lands of our America. After the United States seized the Philippines in 1898, Emilio Aguinaldo led thousands of poorly armed rebels in a resistance war. Senator Henry Cabot Lodge defended the use of harsh tactics, including torture, against Filipinos and other semi-civilized people. American troops fought rebels in the Philippines for 3.5 years. More than 4,000 Americans and 35,000 Filipinos were killed. President José Santos Zelaya was the most formidable leader Nicaragua ever had. His attempts to regulate American mining and lumber companies, and his insistence on seeking loans from European rather than American banks, led the United States to overthrow him in 1909. The American commander who directed this operation, Major Smedley Butler, later wrote that he helped pacify Nicaragua for the international banking house of Brown Brothers. H.P. Soon after Zelaya was overthrown, the United States helped place Adolfo Diaz, chief accountant for the American-owned La Luz Mining Company, in the Nicaraguan presidency. He allowed American advisors, like the two standing behind him in this photo, to guide his government. In 1911, President Miguel Dávila of Honduras was overthrown in an operation staged jointly by the United States Navy and a band of rebels led by the flamboyant American mercenary Lee Christmas. Central America's most powerful banana planter, Sam Zamuri, financed the Honduran Revolution and was rewarded with vast tracts of the country's most fertile land. During the Cold War, American leaders used the CIA to depose elected governments. The first two of these operations, in Iran and Guatemala, were carried out on orders from President Dwight Eisenhower and his Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles. Allen Dulles, the Secretary of State's younger brother, was director of the CIA. The CIA staged its first coup in Iran, where Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh had nationalized his country's oil industry. Mobs paid by the CIA rampaged through Tehran in the summer of 1953. After the coup, Mossadegh was arrested, placed on trial, and found guilty of treason. He spent 3 years in prison and the rest of his life under house arrest. The CIA placed Mohammad Reza Shah back on the peacock throne. His repressive rule set off the Islamic Revolution of 1979. President Jacobo Arbenz of Guatemala promoted a land reform program that benefited thousands of impoverished peasants. It outraged the United Fruit Company, which Secretary of State Dulles had represented during his years as a corporate lawyer. American officials portrayed Arbenz as a tool of the Soviets. In 1954, CIA pilots bombed targets in Guatemala, among them Fort Matamoros, an important military base in the capital. CIA pilots also dropped leaflets like this one, which says, "Fight for God, fatherland, freedom, work, truth, justice. Fight against communist atheism, communist interventionism, communist oppression, communist poverty, communist lies, communist police." American officials played a key role in making Ngo Dinh Diem president of South Vietnam. In September 1963, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara and United States Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge assured Diem of continued American support. Lodge was named after his grandfather, who had strongly promoted the extension of United States power overseas. Diem refused to promise the Americans that he would not negotiate with communist-led insurgents. 6 weeks after his meeting with McNamara and Lodge, he was overthrown and killed. On December 4, 1972, President Salvador Allende of Chile told the United Nations General Assembly that his country would no longer tolerate the subordination implied by having more than 80% of its exports in the hands of a small group of large foreign companies. 9 months after his appearance at the UN, Allende was overthrown in a coup. He spent his final hours at La Moneda, the presidential palace, which was bombed by rebel planes. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, who played an important role in promoting the Chilean coup, met afterward with the country's new leader, General Augusto Pinochet. President Ronald Reagan was playing golf in Augusta, Georgia, when political violence broke out on the Caribbean island of Grenada. His national security advisor, Robert McFarlane, and Secretary of State George Shultz awoke him before dawn on October 22, 1983, to discuss the crisis. He quickly decided to send troops to depose the new regime. The upheaval in Grenada began when a militant faction ordered the imprisonment and execution of Prime Minister Maurice Bishop. American soldiers found little resistance on the tiny island, and quickly arrested members of the clique that had ordered Bishop's death. General Manuel Antonio Noriega of Panama was on the CIA payroll for nearly 30 years. Despite his deep involvement in the drug trade, many American leaders considered him a valuable ally. Vice President George H.W. Bush met with him in 1983. Noriega's nemesis was a crusading doctor, Hugo Spatafora. Soon after Spatafora began denouncing Noriega as a corrupt and violent drug trafficker, he was captured, brought to a Panamanian military base, and tortured to death. In 1989, after Bush became president, he turned against Noriega and ordered American troops to invade Panama and overthrow him. During the invasion, large areas of the capital were devastated. The guerrilla commander Abdul Haq was among the few secular, pro-Western warlords in Afghanistan, but he was also fiercely independent. Because he told Americans that he would never be your puppet, the CIA refused to support him. After terrorists directed from Afghanistan attacked the United States on September 11, 2001, President George W. Bush resolved to overthrow the Taliban regime there. Rather than send American troops, he subcontracted this war to fighters from an Afghan militia, the Northern Alliance. American troops who invaded Iraq in 2003 met almost no resistance as they sped across the desert toward Iraq soon erupted in violence. Insurgents killed thousands of American soldiers, and drew them into a bitter campaign that cost tens of thousands of Iraqi lives and left towns like Fallujah in ruins. Sensitize feeling within and without Chile that election of Allende is a nefarious development for Chile, Latin America, and the world. Surface ineluctable conclusion that military coup is the only answer. Key is psych war within Chile. The station should employ every stratagem, every ploy, however bizarre, to create this internal resistance. Prop war should become sharper and more provocative. Public and provocative rallies should be held, growing in size and intensity until the communists must react. If we are successful in heightening tension through the three main lines noted above, the pretext will, in all probability, present itself. Agents in Santiago understood this message perfectly well. You have asked us to provoke chaos in Chile, Heckshare cabled back to headquarters. We provide you with formula for chaos, which is unlikely to be bloodless. Over the next several weeks, the political climate in Chile became increasingly tense. Newspapers and radio stations, including several that the CIA was subsidizing, denounced Allende and warned graphically of the horrors his government would surely bring. A fascist-oriented group, Fatherland and Liberty, which had received $38,500 from the CIA, staged a rally in Santiago. CIA agents quietly contacted nearly 24 Chilean military officers, and those who seemed open to the idea of staging a coup, according to a later report of the United States Congress, were given assurances of strong support at the highest levels of the U.S. government both before and after the coup. A centerpiece of this operation, which bore the CIA cryptonym Belt, apparently a reference to the tightening of a belt around Chile, was the disruption of Chile's economy. Helms wrote in a memo to Kissinger that since a suddenly disastrous economic situation would be the most logical pretext for a military move, the United States should work to create at least a mini-crisis. It had many ways to do so. In cables to Washington, Ambassador Corey suggested that American banks be pressured to stop granting short-term credits to Chilean businesses, that agents spread rumors of impending food rationing, bank collapses, and non-existent plans by Allende to seize private homes and forbid technicians from leaving the country, and that American companies in Chile foot drag to the maximum extent possible in filling orders for spare parts. Not a nut or a bolt will be allowed to reach Chile under Allende, Corey warned Minister of Defense Sergio Assa in a meeting shortly after the election. We shall do all within our power to condemn Chile and the Chilean people to utmost deprivation and poverty. It is a tribute to the Chilean political system that despite all the CIA's efforts, FUBELT failed. Neither President Free nor members of Congress from anti-Allende parties could be persuaded that the threat Allende posed was great enough to require a break with Chile's democratic tradition. As for the idea of promoting a military coup, only a few officers were sympathetic, and they had no realistic hope of success because General René Schneider, the army commander, was fiercely opposed to military interference in politics. For a coup to succeed, Ambassador Corey cabled his superiors in Washington, General Schneider would have to be neutralized, by displacement if necessary. In late September the Americans began to focus on Schneider as a key obstacle to their plan. Anything we or station can do to effect the removal of Schneider? CIA planners asked in a cable to Henry Heckscher. We know this rhetorical question, but want to inspire thoughts on both ends on this matter. After receiving that message, American agents in Santiago began meeting with disgruntled Chilean officers. The most enthusiastic was a retired general named Roberto Vio, an extreme anti-communist who had been cashiered from the army after leading an abortive uprising against President Free. During mid-October, CIA agents in Santiago passed Vio $20,000 in cash to keep him financially lubricated with enough money to buy arms, bribe arsenal commanders to provide arms, or to acquire them in any fashion he can. On October 13, with less than 2 weeks remaining before the Chilean Congress was scheduled to install Allende, President Nixon summoned his national security team to the White House and demanded action. According to one participant in the meeting, Nixon went out of his way to impress all of those there with his conviction that it was absolutely essential that the election of Mr. Allende to the presidency be thwarted. He was frustrated that Corey seemed unable to arrange this, and summoned the ambassador to the White House on October 15. That son of a bitch, that son of a bitch. Nixon was saying to himself, pounding one of his fists into a palm, as Corey entered the Oval Office. When he looked up and saw Corey's startled expression, he composed himself. Not you, Mr. Ambassador, he said. It's that son of a bitch Allende. We're going to smash him. That afternoon at 4:30, Kissinger met with Tom Karamessines, the CIA's Director of Covert Operations, to discuss their Chile project. What happened at this meeting has been the subject of considerable debate. Kissinger later claimed that he turned off the plot against General Schneider and called off Track 2 before it was ever implemented. Minutes of the meeting, however, record no such action. They say that Kissinger approved a decision to defuse the Vio plot, at least temporarily, but also mentioned that he authorized a remarkably encouraging message to the general. Preserve your assets, the message said. The time will come when you with all your friends can do something. You will continue to have our support. After that meeting, Karamessines sent a cable to the CIA station in Santiago reiterating the administration's firm and continuing policy that Allende be overthrown in a coup. To implement that policy, the cable said, agents in Santiago should use propaganda, black operations, surfacing of intelligence or disinformation, personal contacts, or anything else your imagination can conjure. The cable also directed agents to wish General Vio and another group of rebellious officers, headed by General Camilo Valenzuela, maximum good fortune. Soon the CIA sent these officers more than good wishes. The bounty came inside a diplomatic pouch that arrived at Arturo Merino Airport, in Santiago, on October 21. It was a package containing 3 submachine guns, several boxes of ammunition, and 6 tear gas grenades. The plot reached its climax 2 days later. At 2 o'clock in the morning, on a dead silent street, Colonel Paul Weimert, the United States military attaché in Santiago, delivered the weapons to Chilean conspirators aligned with Vio. 6 hours later, While General Schneider was on his way to work, a jeep struck his chauffeur-driven car. 5 men surrounded it. One smashed the rear window with a sledgehammer. Accounts differ on whether or not Schneider drew his pistol to defend himself, but his assailants opened fire, using weapons of their own rather than those the CIA had supplied. They hit Schneider with 3 shots. He died at a hospital soon afterward. Station has done an excellent job of guiding Chileans to a point where a military solution is at least an option for them. CIA planners in Washington cabled their Santiago agents after hearing of the assassination. Are commended for accomplishing this under extremely difficult and delicate circumstances. The idea behind this murder was that it would set off a wave of instability that would allow anti-Allende officers to stage a coup. It had the opposite effect. This was the first murder of an important Chilean political figure in more than a century, and instead of throwing Chileans into panic and inducing them to call for authoritarian rule, it outraged them. It strengthened the conviction of soldiers and civilians alike that democracy must be allowed to take its course, meaning that Allende should become president. Responding to this consensus, the Chilean Congress met on October 24 and, by a vote of 153 to 24, certified his election. He was inaugurated on November 4. We know as much about U.S. policy making toward Chile for the period from September to November 1970 as we do about policy making in any period in recent American history, the political scientist Paul Sigmund has written. It is a controversial period and one that does not do credit to American ideals, since it includes an effort to prevent a freely elected president from taking office by fomenting a military coup, the assassination of a Chilean general, for which the United States was indirectly responsible, authorization, though not execution, of efforts to bribe the Chilean Congress, subsidization of a quasi-fascist extreme rightist group, and improperly close relationships between the U.S. government and a major corporation. At 9:40 on the morning of November 6, 1970, just 2 days after Allende donned the presidential sash in Santiago, President Nixon convened the National Security Council to discuss ways of deposing him. No one questioned the assumption that this was a wise and necessary thing to do. In fact, there was remarkable unanimity. "We want to do it right, and bring him down," Secretary of State William Rogers began. "We can put an economic squeeze on him." "I agree with Bill Rogers," said Secretary of Defense Melvin Laird. "We have to do everything we can to hurt him and bring him down." After listening to his aides agree with him, Nixon delivered a trenchant monologue explaining why he considered Allende such a threat. It hardly tells the whole story of why he was so intent on carrying out this coup, but offers clear insight into his thinking. It is as close as Nixon ever came to explaining why he did it, and an impressive example of the classic realpolitik that was one of his diplomatic hallmarks. The main concern in Chile is that can consolidate himself, and the picture projected to the world will be his success. If we let the potential leaders in South America think they can move like Chile and have it both ways, we will be in trouble. I want to work on this. And on military relations, put in more money. On the economic side, we want to give him cold turkey. We'll be very cool and very correct, but doing those things which will be a real message to Allende and others. Latin America is not gone, and we want to keep it. No impression should be permitted in Latin America that they can get away with this, that it's safe to go this way. With this declaration, Nixon made clear that there would be no let-up in the campaign against Allende. The CIA had already drawn up a plan, headed Allende after the inauguration, that proposed the campaign's thesis. It said that if Chile was to suffer continued economic decline, the country might fall into chaos and the military would have justification for intervening. Within days of the inauguration, Americans set out to create that justification. The first blows they struck were economic. 2 principal American foreign aid agencies, the Export-Import Bank and the Agency for International Development, acting under classified instructions from the National Security Council, announced that they would no longer approve any new commitments of U.S. bilateral assistance to Chile. Then the United States representative at the Inter-American Development Bank was instructed to block all proposals for loans to Chile. When the bank's president protested, the administration forced his resignation. The new president reduced Chile's credit rating from B to D. Private banks followed suit, and the Export-Import Bank, citing the reduction, canceled a scheduled $21 million loan intended to pay for new Boeing jets for Chile's national airline. At the World Bank, the American representative arranged for the suspension of a $21 million livestock improvement loan to Chile, and then announced that the United States would oppose all new World Bank lending to that country. The cutting of aid, loans, and credits to Chile became known as an invisible blockade, but it was relatively straightforward. It certainly fell within the right of the United States, or any country, to apportion its aid as it sees fit. Not all of the American campaign against Allende, however, was as straightforward. Between 1970 and 1973, the CIA carried out a wide-ranging series of covert operations in Chile. The historian and archivist Peter Kornbluh has catalogued them. More than $3.5 million was funneled into opposition parties and allied organizations. Station operatives conducted a $2 million propaganda campaign, concentrating on Chile's largest newspaper, El Mercurio. More than $1.5 million was passed to business, labor, civic and paramilitary organizations organizing protests, demonstrations, and violent actions against Allende's administration. Soon after Allende's inauguration, most of the leading American companies active in Chile, including ITT, Kennecott, Anaconda, Firestone Tire and Rubber, Bethlehem Steel, Charles Pfizer, W.R. Grace, Bank of America, Ralston Purina, and Dow Chemical, joined to form a Chile ad hoc committee. It was dedicated, according to a memorandum prepared after its first meeting, to working with officials in Washington who were handling the Chile problem. Over the next few months, its members set out on a quiet destabilization campaign of their own that included office closings, delayed payments, slow deliveries, and credit denial. It was so effective that within 2 years, 1/3 of Chile's buses and 20% of its taxis were out of service due to lack of spare parts. On July 11, 1971, the Chilean Congress, meeting in joint session, unanimously approved a constitutional amendment authorizing the nationalization of Kennecott, Anaconda, and the smaller Cerro Mining Corporation. Allende proclaimed that the date would henceforth be National Dignity Day, and to celebrate the first one, he came to El Teniente. In a triumphant speech to a throng of cheering miners, he accused Kennecott and Anaconda of having made immorally high profits in Chile while masses of Chileans lived in poverty. He did not encourage the companies to hope for much in the way of compensation. "We will pay it if it is just," he promised. "We will not pay what is not just." Allende later announced that he considered an annual profit of 12% per year to be rightful, and anything higher to be excessive. By that standard, Cerro, which had been mining in Chile for barely a year and had yet to turn a profit, was guiltless. Chile's controller awarded it compensation of $14 million. For Kennecott and Anaconda, though, the situation was quite different. According to Allende's formula, they had made $774 million in excess profit over the past 15 years. He asked the controller to deduct that sum from their due compensation. The controller agreed, and since $774 million was more than the book value of their mines, Kennecott and Anaconda were not awarded a cent. "We used to be the fucker," one of Anaconda's lawyers lamented. "Now we're the fucky." Soon after taking this momentous step, the Allende government took another one, assuming management control of the ITT-owned Compañía de Telefonos de Chile. 2 days later, ITT's Vice President for Washington Relations, William Merriam, sent the White House an 18-point list of steps it could take to ensure that Allende would not get through the crucial next 6 months. Merriam confidently predicted that if these measures were adopted, they would push Chile to economic chaos. As Allende was trying to withstand the American campaign, he also faced intense pressure from groups of workers and peasants whose revolutionary passion he had helped to awaken. His rhetoric led many of them to dream of a new social order in which they would enjoy higher wages, better housing, and other amenities of the good life. They pushed him relentlessly toward radicalism, as did militant Chilean leftists who took up their cause. Among them were radicals who embraced Che Guevara's theory that the only way to bring social justice to Latin America was to repress traditional ruling classes, using violence if necessary. Some carried out armed actions, often clashing with police or rightist paramilitary bands. Others led illegal invasions of farms and factories. Allende repeatedly condemned these radicals, ridiculing their infantile revolutionary ideas and urging them to devote their energy not to revolution but to changing Chile's institutions. Yet because they were fellow leftists, he was not willing to crack down on them, and some Chileans blamed him for their excesses. Although Allende could never move quickly enough to satisfy his most radical supporters, his march toward socialism horrified other Chileans and helped polarize the country. At the same time, the United States was engaged in a multilayered campaign against him. These two forms of pressure, internal and external, reinforced each other and pulled Chile into a downward spiral. The anti-Allende project had been underway for more than a year when the secrecy surrounding it was spectacularly breached. A muckraking Washington newspaper columnist, Jack Anderson, obtained 24 internal ITT memos that graphically detailed what Anderson called the company's bizarre plot to stop the 1970 election of leftist Chilean President Salvador Allende. They told of ITT's offer of $1 million to help the CIA prevent Allende from coming to power, its regular contacts with the CIA, the National Security Council, and the State Department, and its many efforts to exert pressure on Allende, push Chile to economic collapse, and bring about an internal crisis requiring military intervention. No one can dream that we are going to pay even half a cent to this multinational company that was on the verge of plunging Chile into civil war, President Allende declared after the memos were published. Many Americans were equally outraged. How could it be so if it is so that in 1970 an American president could consider the possibility of acting to prevent a democratically elected president of a supposedly friendly country from taking office, the Washington Post asked in an editorial. Nixon and his aides sought to play down the importance of the ITT papers, but the scandal did not fade away. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee established a subcommittee to hold hearings. In its final report, the subcommittee condemned Allende for his nationalization policies but was even harsher on ITT. ITT sought to engage the CIA in a plan covertly to manipulate the outcome of the Chilean presidential election. In so doing, the company overstepped the line of acceptable corporate behavior. If ITT's actions in seeking to enlist the CIA for its purposes with respect to Chile were to be sanctioned as normal and acceptable, no country would welcome the presence of multinational corporations. By the end of 1972, Allende's divisive policies and the American destabilization campaign had combined to throw Chile into grave crisis. Street disturbances became so regular that Allende was forced to replace his police chief and his interior minister. Shopkeepers and truckers staged crippling strikes. Food became scarce. Several cities were put under temporary states of emergency. Against this backdrop, Allende arrived in New York to address the United Nations. 21 years earlier, Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh of Iran had come to the United Nations to present his case against a foreign corporation that controlled his country's basic resource. Allende was in a similar position. His country was a victim of the resource curse, just as Iran had been. The riches that lay beneath their soil came under the control of foreign corporations, and when they tried to reclaim those riches, great powers came down upon them. At 11 o'clock on the morning of December 4, 1972, after a brief meeting with George H.W. Bush, the American ambassador to the United Nations, Allende strode to the General Assembly podium. His speech eerily echoed Mossadegh's, showing how little the relationships between large corporations and small countries had changed over the course of 2 decades. Both leaders had come to the UN to fire a volley in what Allende called the battle in defense of natural resources. Our economy could no longer tolerate the subordination implied by having more than 80% of its exports in the hands of a small group of large foreign companies that have always put their interests ahead of those of the countries where they make their profits. These same firms exploited Chilean copper for many years, made more than $4 billion in profit in the last 42 years alone, while their initial investments were less than 30 million. My country, Chile, would have been totally transformed by that $4 billion. We find ourselves opposed by forces that operate in the shadows, without a flag, with powerful weapons, from positions of great influence. We are potentially rich countries, yet we live in poverty. We go here and there, begging for credits and aid, yet we are great exporters of capital. It is a classic paradox of the capitalist economic system. In Washington, Nixon was overhauling his Chile team. He had already replaced Ambassador Corey with another career diplomat, Nathaniel Davis, who had been serving in Guatemala. After Allende's United Nations speech, he decided to replace Richard Helms, the CIA director. According to some accounts, he was displeased that Helms had failed to bring Allende down. To smooth Helms's fall, Nixon named him ambassador to Iran. At his confirmation hearing he blithely replied no, sir when asked if the CIA had tried to block the election of Allende in 1970. That two-word statement later led a federal court to convict him of perjury. He called his conviction a badge of honor. When Nixon was sworn in for a second term as president, on January 20, 1973, his campaign against Allende was reaching its crescendo. Chilean military commanders prepared to step in and strike the final blow. At every step, their CIA friends urged them on. We should attempt to induce as much of the military as possible, if not all, to take over and displace the Allende government, CIA plotters in Langley directed the Santiago station. The creation of a renewed atmosphere of political unrest and controlled crisis must be achieved in order to stimulate serious consideration for intervention on part of the military. On April 10, the CIA directed its Santiago station to begin accelerated efforts against the military target. 3 weeks later, the chief of the agency's Western Hemisphere Division, Theodore Shackley, told the station to bring our influence to bear on key military commanders so that they might play a decisive role on the side of the coup forces. These efforts came to premature fruition on June 29, when a handful of officers staged a confused coup that involved tanks stopping for traffic lights as they made their way through Santiago. It was the first time in 42 years that Chilean soldiers had struck against an elected government. No senior officer supported the uprising, and General Carlos Prats, the army commander, suppressed it easily. Still, it set nerves on edge. As military conspirators prepared to strike against Allende, they faced the same problem that had confronted them 3 years before. The army commander, General Prats, successor to the murdered Schneider, was a strict constitutionalist, dedicated to supporting the elected government. That made him a serious obstacle to the plot. Only way to remove Prats would appear to be by abduction or assassination, CIA agents in Santiago reported in a cable to Langley. Allende, in a desperate attempt to head off the inevitable, had begun naming military commanders to his cabinet, and by midsummer of 1973 General Prats was Minister of the Interior. After Prats crushed the tank revolt in June, El Mercurio began a campaign depicting him as treasonably pro-communist. One day, several hundred wives of Chilean officers, encouraged by CIA operatives, convened in front of his home, supposedly to give his wife a letter protesting his support for Allende. The gathering erupted into violence, and the national police used tear gas to break it up. General Prats was shaken. He asked his fellow generals for a vote of confidence. When they refused, he had no alternative but to resign. He recommended that President Allende name his deputy to replace him, and Allende followed his advice. The new man was General Augusto Pinochet, whom the CIA, according to one of its reports, knew to be a friend. Pinochet, previously the strict constitutionalist, reluctantly admitted he now harboring second thoughts, that Allende must be forced to step down or be eliminated. Pinochet was in Panama. While in Panama, talked with more junior U.S. officers he knew from days at School of the Americas, and was told U.S. will support coup against Allende with whatever means necessary when time comes. Although the CIA had noticed Pinochet's growing willingness to consider the idea of a coup, his colleagues in Chile had not. President Allende and General Prats considered him to be supremely apolitical and not especially ambitious. Both would pay dearly for their miscalculation. While CIA operatives in Santiago were helping to orchestrate the removal of General Prats, the 40 Committee was at work in Washington. On August 20 it approved another $1 million for the destabilization campaign in Chile, to be used specifically as subsidies to opposition political parties. That, by the CIA's own reckoning, brought to $6.5 million the total it had spent on covert action against Allende during his presidency. An investigation by the United States Senate later put the figure at $8 million, with over $3 million expended in fiscal year 1972 alone. As the Southern Hemisphere winter drew to an end, the final act in Allende's drama began to unfold. The departure of General Prats, as a Defense Intelligence Agency memo put it, removed the main mitigating factor against a coup. CIA agents reported to Langley that the army is united behind a coup, and key Santiago regimental commanders have pledged their support. Truckers staged another nationwide strike, supported in part by CIA funds, and, as a result, basic foodstuffs had to be rationed while produce and grain rotted in warehouses. Bus drivers, taxi drivers, and employees of the Santiago waterworks also struck. Meat became unavailable in Santiago. Basic products like coffee, tea, and sugar were ever harder to find. Allende's naval aide-de-camp was assassinated. Prices raged out of control. Electric power became unreliable. Anti-government gangs in the countryside dynamited roads, tunnels, and bridges. Finally, on September 9, 1973, a CIA agent named Jack Devine sent his superiors the news they had been awaiting for nearly 3 years. A coup attempt will be initiated on September 11, Devine wrote in a cable. All 3 branches of the armed forces, and the Carabineros, are involved in this action. A declaration will be read on Radio Agricultura at 7 a.m. on September 11. The Carabineros will have the responsibility of seizing President Allende. At a birthday party for General Pinochet's younger daughter, on September 9, Chilean officers made their final decision to strike against President Allende. While the celebrants were playing, Pinochet took one of the guests, General Gustavo Lee, commander of the Chilean Air Force, to another part of the house. Waiting for them were 2 admirals bearing a letter from a senior Navy commander, Admiral José Marino. The letter said the Navy was ready. So were the Army and the Air Force. The officers considered several possible dates for the coup. Pinochet said it didn't matter to him, since he had prepared his plan so carefully that all he needed to do was push a button and it would be carried out. They chose Tuesday, September 11. Lee wrote the word agreed on the back of Admiral Marino's letter and signed his name. Then Pinochet signed his name and affixed his seal. In this way, Ambassador Davis later wrote, the decision was made final that the military services would overthrow the government of Chile. Allende spent these frantic days working on a last-gasp proposal to call a national plebiscite on his rule. Late on the night of September 10, his supporters at the port of Valparaiso noticed unusual naval maneuvers. Then, at 1:30 in the morning, he himself received a message about infantry movements north of Santiago. The night editor of the communist newspaper El Sai heard enough to rip up his front page. He replaced the planned banner headline, "Plebiscite will take place," with a more urgent one. "Everyone to their combat posts," the new headline screamed. The coup proceeded methodically, just as Pinochet had predicted. Soldiers across the country had been called to duty at 4 o'clock that morning, and soon afterward they began securing radio stations, town halls, police stations, and other centers of power. Valparaiso came into rebel hands at 7 o'clock, and Concepcion, the country's third-largest city, followed at 8:15. No shot was fired in either place. Allende learned of these developments by telephone at his official residence. His bodyguards had made elaborate plans to defend the residence in such an emergency, but he decided not to stay there. He wanted to make his last stand at La Moneda, the presidential palace and traditional seat of Chilean democracy. A convoy of 4 blue Fiats and a pickup truck screeched to a halt in front of La Moneda at 7:30 on the morning of September 11. President Allende was among the first to emerge. Around him were 23 bodyguards, each carrying an automatic rifle. The squad also shared 2.30 caliber machine guns and 3 bazookas. Allende carried a Kalashnikov that Fidel Castro had given him. It bore the inscription "To my friend and comrade in arms, Salvador." The men raced inside. Allende called them briefly together and told them he had resolved to die in La Moneda if necessary. As he was deploying them around the building, Radio Agricultura, a voice of the opposition, interrupted its programming to read a proclamation announcing the coup. Bearing in mind first the very grave economic, social, and moral crisis that is destroying the country, second, the inability of the government to adopt measures to stop the spread of chaos, and third, the constant increase of armed paramilitary groups. The Chilean armed forces and carabineros are united in the historic mission of fighting to liberate the fatherland from the Marxist yoke, and to restore order and constitutional rule. Soon afterward, Allende took a telephone call from one of the rebel commanders. They had decided to offer him free passage out of the country if he would resign. Allende refused. He probably could not have escaped in any case, since according to tape recordings that surfaced years later, Pinochet was planning to shoot his plane down before it left Chilean airspace. At around 9 o'clock he stepped onto the balcony for a final, forlorn look over Constitution Square. Half an hour later, through a makeshift radio hookup, he addressed his last words to his people. "I will not resign. I will not do it. I am ready to resist by all means, even at the cost of my own life." Foreign capital imperialism united with reaction created the climate for the army to break with their tradition. Long live Chile! Long live the people! These are my last words. I am sure that my sacrifice will not be in vain. I am sure it will be at least a moral lesson, and a rebuke to crime, cowardice, and treason. Soon after Allende delivered his impassioned farewell, infantry units began advancing on the palace under cover of artillery fire. Defenders fired back, and men on both sides fell. Shortly before noon, 2 British-made Hawker Hunter fighters roared out of the sky. They swooped down and fired at the palace, striking so accurately one missile flew right through the palace's main door that some theorists later suggested that the pilots must have been Americans. 18 rockets hit the old building, which burst into flames. Inside, the air filled with smoke and fumes. Soon after 1:30, as infantrymen finally reached the flaming palace, a group of politicians and doctors who had been inside edged out under a white flag. The infantrymen crashed past them onto the ground floor of La Moneda. By one account, their commander shouted upstairs for Allende to surrender. According to another, Pinochet himself made the final demand, by telephone. What is certain is that Allende refused. By mid-afternoon, the shooting was over. Mission accomplished, General Javier Palacios, who led the assault, reported to his superiors by radio at 2:45. Moneda taken. President dead. 9. A graveyard smell. A CIA officer who called himself Abe was one of the first people David Atlee Phillips met after he reported for duty at Langley, Virginia, in the autumn of 1970. Phillips, a veteran covert operative, had been chosen to help run the CIA's subversive campaign against President-elect Salvador Allende of Chile. Abe briefed him on the plan, which was to sow chaos for a few weeks in the hope of setting off a revolution or military coup. Phillips, who had edited a newspaper in Chile and knew the country well, said he doubted the wisdom of trying to block Allende's rise to power and, besides that, didn't think it could be done. To his surprise, Abe agreed with him. "I don't understand," Phillips said. "Why should we be doing this, especially when we believe it won't work?" "Understand?" Abe mused in reply, taking off his bifocals and polishing them. "Some time ago, I returned with Dick Helms from a meeting downtown. On the way back the car was tied up in traffic almost half an hour, and Helms and I talked about the assignment he had just been given. I ended by saying to Helms, 'I don't understand.' Well, you know what Helms said? He looked at me and said, 'Abe, there's something I've had to learn to understand. I've had to learn to understand presidents. So I guess you don't really need to understand, as long as you understand what the president ordered.' The coups in Iran, Guatemala, South Vietnam, and Chile were all what the president ordered. They were not rogue operations. Presidents, cabinet secretaries, national security advisors, and CIA directors approved them, authorized by the 1947 law that created the CIA and assigned it duties related to intelligence affecting the national security. The first thing all four of these coups have in common is that American leaders promoted them consciously, willfully, deliberately, and in strict accordance with the laws of the United States. The finger should have been pointed at presidents, and not the intelligence group, Senator Barry Goldwater of Arizona complained after the CIA was vilified for fomenting these coups. Their second common feature is that in all four cases, the United States played the decisive role in a regime's fall. It did not simply give insurgents tacit encouragement or discreet advice. American agents engaged in complex, well-financed campaigns to bring down the governments of Iran, Guatemala, South Vietnam, and Chile. None would have fallen, certainly not in the same way or at the same time, if Washington had not acted as it did. Each of these four coups was launched against a government that was reasonably democratic, and each ultimately led to the installation of a repressive dictatorship. They could be seen as at least temporary Cold War victories for the United States, which at the time seemed quite significant. Beyond that, however, it is hard to see them as successful. Part of the reason is that after the Americans won their victories, they proved unable or unwilling to control the regimes they helped install. The United States devoted enormous amounts of time, energy, and money to plots against elected governments, but very little to ensuring that the new regimes were democratic or responsive to the needs of their people. Whatever else these operations may have been, they were not victories for democracy. They led to the fall of leaders who embraced American ideals, and the imposition of others who detested everything Americans hold dear. The reason was straightforward. When people in countries like Iran, Guatemala, South Vietnam, and Chile were free to speak, many criticized the United States and supported political movements that placed their own national interests ahead of those of outside powers. Once these critical voices were forcibly silenced, Americans were able to believe that anti-American feelings had disappeared. The truth was quite different. Those feelings festered and became steadily more intense. Soon after the coup in Guatemala, Ambassador John Purifoy appeared before a congressional committee in Washington. In a single pithy sentence, he explained why the United States so resolutely opposed nationalist regimes in developing countries. "Communism is directed by the Kremlin all over the world," he said, "and anyone who thinks differently doesn't know what he is talking about." That conviction was widely shared in Washington during the Cold War. Presidents and others had no doubt the Soviets were manipulating Mossadegh, Arbenz, and Allende. That turned out to have been wrong. The three leaders had differing views of Marxism. Mossadegh detested it, Arbenz sympathized with it, Allende embraced it, but they were nationalists above all. Each was driven mainly by a desire to recover control over natural resources, not to serve world communism, as Americans believed. Why did the United States so misjudge them? The experiences of the first half of the 20th century deeply shaped generations of American leaders. Bolshevism triumphed in Russia, and then the Nazis tried to conquer the world. Once Nazism was defeated, the Soviet Union began subduing countries in Eastern Europe. In the minds of many Americans, Soviet communism assumed the role Nazism had played, that of a fanatic ideology bent relentlessly on world domination. Also still vivid in the Western imagination was the disastrous policy of appeasement that European powers had used during the 1930s in an effort to avoid conflict with the Nazis. Appeasement gave a deceitful enemy time to prepare for an aggressive war. Its failure taught Americans of the World War II generation that some enemies must be ruthlessly opposed. That was certainly true of the Nazis. It may even have been true of international communism. The great error Americans made was not in overestimating the Soviet threat but in assuming that nationalist challenges were part of it. There is a graveyard smell to Chile, the fumes of democracy in decomposition. Ambassador Edward Corey, who as a young journalist had covered Soviet takeovers in Eastern Europe, wrote in a cable as Allende was taking power. They stank in my nostrils in Czechoslovakia in 1948, and they are no less sickening today. American leaders were convinced that the Soviets were plotting to take over Asia and Latin America the way they had taken over Eastern Europe. That has proven wrong. Shattered by war, the Soviets had strategic reasons to want buffer states in Eastern Europe. They were less interested in dominating faraway places. No historical evidence has ever emerged to support the Americans' conviction that they were planning to subvert or seize Iran in the 1950s. They were not manipulating or even paying attention to the Arbenz government in Guatemala. The North Vietnamese regime and the National Liberation Front were not their puppets. In Chile, far from goading Allende toward radicalism, they and the Chinese repeatedly urged him to act more moderately. American leaders might be forgiven for intervening in countries about which they were so ignorant. What is harder to justify is their refusal to listen to their own intelligence agents. The chiefs of the CIA stations in Tehran, Guatemala City, Saigon, and Santiago explicitly warned against staging the coups. Officials in Washington paid no heed. They rejected or ignored all intelligence reports that contradicted what they instinctively believed. Americans who think about and make foreign policy have traditionally been Eurocentric. Most of what they understand about the world comes from their knowledge of European history and diplomatic tradition. They grasp the nature of alliances, big power rivalries, and wars of conquest. The passionate desire of people in poor countries to assert control over their natural resources, however, has never been an issue in Europe. This hugely powerful phenomenon, which pushed developing countries into conflict with the United States during the Cold War, lay completely outside the experience of most American leaders. Henry Kissinger spoke for them, eloquently as always, after Chilean Foreign Minister Gabriel Valdez accused him of knowing nothing about the Southern Hemisphere. "No, and I don't care," Kissinger replied. "Nothing important can come from the South. History has never been produced in the South. The axis of history starts in Moscow, goes to Bonn, crosses over to Washington and then goes to Tokyo. What happens in the South is of no importance." This attitude made it easy for powerful Americans to misunderstand why nationalist movements arose in Iran, Guatemala, South Vietnam, and Chile. Behind these movements, they saw only the hand of Moscow. That made intervention seem almost a form of self-defense. In 1954, President Eisenhower secretly named James Doolittle, a celebrated Air Force general who had retired and become a Shell Oil executive, to conduct a comprehensive study of covert activities of the Central Intelligence Agency. In his confidential report, Doolittle concluded that because the Soviet threat was so profound, the United States must fight back with no quarter. It is now clear that we are facing an implacable enemy whose avowed objective is world domination by whatever means and at whatever cost. There are no rules in such a game. Hitherto acceptable norms of human conduct do not apply. If the United States is to survive, long-standing American concepts of fair play must be reconsidered. We must develop effective espionage and counter-espionage services and must learn to subvert, sabotage and destroy our enemies by more clever, more sophisticated, and more effective methods than those used against us. Doolittle's view of the Soviet threat was not more extreme than that of many others in Washington. It had an eminently rational basis. In the late 1940s and early 1950s, the Soviets brazenly intervened to impose pro-Moscow regimes on unwilling nations in Eastern Europe. At the same time, nationalist movements in Asia, Africa, and Latin America began challenging the power of Western corporations and governments. American leaders had no doubt that these two developments were part of a single plan devised by the Soviets. They saw upheaval in the developing world through the lens of their European experiences. John Foster Dulles, Henry Kissinger, and others who shaped United States foreign policy during the Cold War were utterly uninterested in the details of life in individual countries, and cared not the slightest whether the regimes that ruled them were dictatorships, democracies, or something in between. Their world was defined by a single fact: the Cold War confrontation between Moscow and Washington. Nations existed for them not as entities with unique histories, cultures, and challenges, but as battlegrounds in a global life-or-death struggle. All that mattered was how vigorously each country supported the United States and opposed the Soviet Union. Dulles was tragically mistaken in his view that the Kremlin lay behind the emergence of nationalism in the developing world. He could at least, however, claim consistency in his uncompromising opposition to every nationalist, leftist, or Marxist regime on earth. Nixon and Kissinger could not. While they were working obsessively to force Salvador Allende from power, and while they supported anti-communist dictators from Paraguay to Bangladesh, they were building realistic, cooperative relationships with the Soviet Union and China. The sophisticated pragmatism that guided them in their policy of détente did not extend to countries that were far less threatening to the United States. When they faced challenges from weak, vulnerable nations like Chile, they reacted with blind emotion rather than the cool assessment of long-term interest that guided their approach to Moscow and Beijing. After the 1953 coup in Iran, the triumphant Shah ordered the execution of several dozen military officers and student leaders who had been closely associated with Mohammad Mossadegh, and also of Hussein Fatemi, Mossadegh's foreign minister. Soon afterward, with help from the CIA and the Israeli intelligence agency, Mossad, the Shah created a secret police force called Savak, which became infamous for its brutality. Among its most notorious directors was General Nematollah Nasseri, who as a colonel had played an important role in Operation Ajax. It would have been too risky for the Shah to order Mossadegh executed. Instead, he arranged for the old man to be tried for treason and found guilty. Mossadegh was sentenced to 3 years in prison and the rest of his life under house arrest in his home village of Ahmedabad. He served his sentence in full and died in 1967, at the age of 85. Once the Shah was back on his throne, he moved to consolidate his power. The first obstacle he faced was Prime Minister Fazlollah Zahedi. Like Mossadegh, Zahedi was a strong figure who believed that prime ministers, not kings, should run Iran. He clashed repeatedly with the Shah. Ultimately he lost their confrontation, and took a diplomatic post in Switzerland. From that moment, the Shah was free to shape Iran as he wished. He did so in close cooperation with the United States, which became Iran's most important political, economic, and military partner. This alliance greatly strengthened his government, but it also embittered many Iranians who had long considered the United States a beacon of democracy. The role of the United States in overthrowing Mossadegh and its long, uncritical embrace of the Shah led to the rise of anti-Americanism, a new phenomenon in Iran. When Mossadegh and Persia started basic reforms, we became alarmed, wrote Supreme Court Justice William O. Douglas, who visited Iran both before and after the coup. We united with the British to destroy him. We succeeded, and ever since, our name has not been an honored one in the Middle East. One of the first tangible benefits the United States reaped from Operation Ajax was a share of Iran's oil wealth. The British expected that once Mossadegh was gone, the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, which they renamed British Petroleum, would resume its old monopoly. To John Foster Dulles, though, that seemed unfair. Americans had, after all, done the dirty work in Iran, and he believed they deserved some compensation. Dulles commissioned his old law firm, Sullivan and Cromwell, to work out a new arrangement. Under its provisions, British Petroleum ended up with 40% of the shares in the new National Iranian Oil Company, American companies received 40%, and the remainder was divided among European companies. This consortium agreed to share its profits with Iran on a 50-50 basis. In the end, then, the British wound up with considerably less than they would have had if they had accepted Iran's demand for an equal share of oil profits in the late 1940s. The main results of the 1953 coup were the end of democracy in Iran and the emergence, in its place, of a royal dictatorship that, a quarter of a century later, set off a bitterly anti-American revolution. Operation Ajax locked the United States into a special relationship with the Shah and signaled the powerful entrance of American intelligence and military activity into Iran, the historian James A. Bill concluded. The U.S. intervention alienated important generations of Iranians from America, and was the first fundamental step in the eventual rupture of Iranian-American relations in the Revolution of 1978-79. The Shah did not tolerate dissent and repressed opposition newspapers, political parties, trade unions, and civic groups. As a result, the only place Iranian dissidents could find a home was in mosques and religious schools, many of which were controlled by obscurantist clerics. Through their uncompromising resistance to the regime, these clerics won the popular support that secular figures never achieved. That made it all but inevitable that when revolution finally broke out in Iran, clerics would lead it. After the 1953 coup, diplomats and intelligence agents at the American embassy in Tehran fell into the habit of relying for information almost exclusively on the royal court. As a result, they were blind to the growing threat in Iran. In the summer of 1977, as a broad coalition of anti-Shah groups launched its historic challenge to his regime, the CIA predicted, in a confidential assessment, that the Shah will be an active participant in Iranian life well into the 1980s. And there will be no radical changes in Iranian political behavior in the near future. John F. Kennedy had prodded the Shah to change his ways, but the Shah outlasted him. Subsequent presidents were happy to take his money and encourage his excesses. Richard Nixon, who with Secretary of State Henry Kissinger developed a strategy of cooperating with dictators who allowed their countries to be used as platforms for the projection of American power, made him an ally. In 1975 Gerald Ford and Kissinger received him in the White House. 2 years later, Jimmy Carter did the same. If ever there was a country which has blossomed forth under enlightened leadership, Carter said in his banquet toast to the Shah, it would be the ancient empire of Persia. Soon after that banquet, angry crowds began surging through the streets of Tehran and other Iranian cities crying death to the American Shah. That amazed many in the United States. Worse shocks lay ahead. The cleric who emerged as the revolution's guiding figure, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, turned out to be bitterly anti-Western. His movement became so powerful that at the beginning of 1979, it forced the Shah to flee into exile. A few months later, the new Khomeini regime sanctioned the seizure of the United States Embassy in Tehran and the taking of American diplomats as hostage. The hostage crisis deeply humiliated the United States, destroyed Jimmy Carter's presidency, and turned millions of Americans into Iran haters. Because most Americans did not know what the United States had done to Iran in 1953, few had any idea why Iranians were so angry at the country they called the Great Satan. Years later, one of the Iranian militants involved in the embassy takeover wrote an article explaining why he and his comrades had carried it out. It was, he said, a delayed reaction to Operation Ajax, when CIA agents working inside the American embassy staged a coup that brought the Shah back to power after he had fled the country. Such was to be our fate again, we were convinced, and it would be irreversible, the former militant recalled. We now had to reverse the irreversible. Like many American regime change operations, Operation Ajax seemed like a success at first. The United States rid itself of a government it did not like and imposed one that it did. Mohammad Reza Shah, the restored ruler, was loyally pro-American and warmly welcomed Gulf, Standard Oil of New Jersey, Texaco, and Mobil to Iran. From the vantage point of history, however, this operation had tragic long-term results. It brought Iran under the Shah's harsh rule for a quarter of a century. His repression ultimately set off a revolution that brought radical fundamentalists to power. Not satisfied with the humiliation, they visited on the United States by holding 54 American diplomats hostage for 14 months. These radicals sponsored deadly acts of terror against Western targets, among them a United States Marines barracks in Saudi Arabia and a Jewish community center in Argentina. Their example inspired Muslim fanatics around the world, including in neighboring Afghanistan, where the Taliban gave sanctuary to militants who carried out devastating attacks against the United States on September 11, 2001. None of this, as one Iranian diplomat wrote half a century after Operation Ajax, might have happened if Mossadegh had not been overthrown. It is a reasonable argument that but for the coup, Iran would be a mature democracy. So traumatic was the coup's legacy that when the Shah finally departed in 1979, many Iranians feared a repetition of 1953, which was one of the motivations for the student seizure of the U.S. Embassy. The hostage crisis, in turn, precipitated the Iraqi invasion of Iran, while the revolution itself played a part in the Soviet decision to invade Afghanistan. A lot of history, in short, flowed from a single week in Tehran. The 1953 coup and its consequences the starting point for the political alignments in today's Middle East and Inner Asia. With hindsight, can anyone say the Islamic Revolution of 1979 was inevitable? Or did it only become so once the aspirations of the Iranian people were temporarily expunged in 1953? Guatemala is a far smaller, weaker, and more isolated country than Iran, but the leader the United States imposed after the 1954 coup, Colonel Carlos Castillo Armas, followed a repressive course much like the Shah's. During his first weeks in power, he abolished the Banana Workers' Federation, revoked the Agrarian Reform Law, banned all political parties and peasant groups, and ordered the arrest of thousands of suspected leftists. His secret police chief, who had held the same office under the former dictator Jorge Ubico, outlawed subversive literature, specifically including all works by Dostoevsky and Victor Hugo. With this burst of repression, the foundation was laid for a police state that plunged Guatemala into bloody tragedy over the following decades. On October 10, 1954, Castillo Armas summoned Guatemalan voters to the polls. There was one question on the ballot: are you in favor of Lieutenant Colonel Carlos Castillo Armas continuing in the presidency of the Republic for a term to be fixed by the Constituent Assembly? According to official results, there were 485,531 votes in favor and just 393 opposed. Castillo Armas was not an especially bright or honest man, and in the years after the coup he became enmeshed in webs of corruption and intrigue. On the evening of July 27, 1957, as he walked down a corridor toward dinner at his official residence, he was shot dead. Seconds later, someone killed the assassin. There was no serious investigation. An even sadder end awaited Jacobo Arbenz. The man who directed his overthrow, John Foster Dulles, was determined to convince the world that Arbenz had been a communist all along, and wished him to settle in a Soviet bloc country. He did everything he could to push Arbenz to that choice. First he arranged for Mexico to send the former president packing. From there Arbenz traveled to Switzerland, where as the son of a Swiss emigrant he was entitled to citizenship. Under American pressure, however, the Swiss found a way to deny him his birthright. Then he moved to Paris, where in a newspaper interview he mused about a possible return to power. His French visa was not renewed. Finally he landed in Prague, just the kind of place Dulles wanted him to choose. He was unhappy there. In the years that followed, ever more depressed, he drifted to Uruguay, Cuba, and back to Mexico. On January 27, 1971, he drowned in a bathtub at his apartment in Mexico City. He was 58 years old. Despite what Dulles and his comrades believed, American security in no way required Arbenz' overthrow. He was universally expected to step down at the end of his term, in 1957, and several candidates all more moderate were already maneuvering to succeed him. Yet he was a passionate reformer, and he fell because his reforms, in the historian Richard Immerman's words, could not be translated into the Cold War vocabulary of absolutes. Dulles concluded that he had to destroy the Arbenz government for two reasons, because it was molesting United Fruit and because it seemed to be leading Guatemala out of the American orbit and toward communism. Historians have argued over which of these motives was more important. The most likely truth is that they merged completely in Dulles's mind. Each reinforced and proved the other. 4 decades after the coup, the CIA hired an independent historian, Nick Culliter, to examine long-secret documents about Operation Success and write a full account of it. After an exhaustive investigation, Culliter concluded that the United States had overthrown the government of a country about which it knew almost nothing. Officials had only a dim idea of what had occurred in Guatemala before Jacobo Arbenz Guzman came to power in 1950. Historians regard the events of the 1940s and 1950s as following a century-old cycle of progressive change and conservative reaction, but officers in the Directorate of Plans believed they were witnessing something new. For the first time, communists had targeted a country in America's backyard for subversion and transformation into a denied area. When comparing what they saw to past experience, they were more apt to draw parallels to Korea, Russia, or Eastern Europe than to Central America. They saw events not in a Guatemalan context, but as part of a global pattern of communist activity. Many Guatemalans were naturally outraged by the coup, and after it became clear that democracy would not return to their country on its own, some turned to revolution. In 1960, groups of soldiers and young officers seized 2 mid-size barracks in a coordinated uprising. Government forces suppressed it, but some rebel officers took to the hills and joined with peasants to form guerrilla bands. Later a general who had been Arbenz' defense minister formed another rebel group. In the heady months and years after Fidel Castro seized power in Cuba, thousands of Guatemalans took up arms against their government. To combat this threat, the Guatemalan army used such brutal tactics that all normal political life in the country ceased. Death squads roamed with impunity, chasing down and murdering politicians, union organizers, student activists, and peasant leaders. Thousands of people were kidnapped by what newspapers called unknown men dressed in civilian clothes and never seen again. Many were tortured to death on military bases. In the countryside, soldiers rampaged through villages, massacring Mayan Indians by the hundreds. This repression raged for 3 decades, and during that period, soldiers killed more civilians in Guatemala than in the rest of the hemisphere combined. Between 1960 and 1990, the United States provided Guatemala with hundreds of millions of dollars in military aid. Americans trained and armed the Guatemalan army and police, sent Green Beret teams to accompany soldiers on anti-guerrilla missions, and dispatched planes from the Panama Canal Zone to drop napalm on suspected guerrilla hideouts. In 1968, guerrillas responded by killing 2 American military advisors and the United States ambassador to Guatemala, John Gordon Maine. This bloodiest of all modern Latin American wars would not have broken out if not for Operation Success. During the decade when Guatemalans lived under democratic rule, they had legal and political ways to resolve national conflicts. After dictatorship settled over the country, all space for political debate was closed. Tensions that would have been manageable in a democratic society exploded into civil war. The coup in Guatemala had another effect that, like many consequences of regime change operations, did not become clear until years later. During the Arbenz years, scores of curious Latin American leftists gravitated to Guatemala. One of them was a young Argentine doctor named Che Guevara. After the coup, Guevara flew to Mexico. There he met the Cuban revolutionary Fidel Castro. They discussed the events in Guatemala at great length, and from them drew a lesson that has reverberated through all of subsequent Latin America history. Operation Success taught Cuban revolutionaries and those from many other countries that the United States would not accept democratic nationalism in Latin America. It gave them a decisive push toward radicalism. They resolved that once in power, they would not work with existing institutions, as Arbenz had done. Instead they would abolish the army, close Congress, decapitate the land-holding class, and expel foreign-owned corporations. Cuba is not Guatemala. Castro liked to shout when he taunted the United States for its inability to overthrow him during the 1960s. Oddly enough, one of the losers in Operation Success was United Fruit, the company that had drawn Americans into Guatemala in the first place. Sam Zamuri, the visionary who dominated United Fruit for so long, was ailing. He died in 1961, and without him, the company seemed to lose its edge. Its profits fell and it became mired in antitrust litigation, which it finally resolved by surrendering some of its holdings in Guatemala. In 1972, after shifting many of its banana interests to other countries, it sold what remained to Del Monte. By then United Fruit had become part of the United Brands conglomerate, and when United Brands president and board chairman Eli Black killed himself in 1975 as federal prosecutors prepared to indict him for fraud and other crimes, his act mirrored the violence that was part of the company's legacy in Guatemala. In 1996, under the auspices of the United Nations, Guatemalan military commanders and guerrilla leaders signed a peace treaty. That did little to resolve the huge inequalities of life in Guatemala, where 2% of the people still own half the arable land, but it did end a long, horrific wave of government repression. It also led to the establishment of a commission on historical clarification that was assigned to study the violence and its causes. The commission's report put the number of dead at over 200,000, and said soldiers had killed 93% of them. Until the mid-1980s, the United States government and U.S. private companies exercised pressure to maintain the country's archaic and unjust socio-economic structure, the report concluded. They had done that and more. One who seemed to grasp the dimensions of American responsibility for the horror that enveloped Guatemala was President Bill Clinton, who visited the country a few days after the Historical Commission issued its report. For the United States, Clinton told a gathering of civic leaders in Guatemala City, "It is important that I state clearly that support for military forces and intelligence units which engaged in violence and widespread repression was wrong, and the United States must not repeat that mistake." The 1963 coup in South Vietnam had a profound effect in Washington. It led many policymakers to believe that the United States had assumed a new level of responsibility for South Vietnam. If the idea of pulling American troops out had seemed crazy before the coup, it was even more so afterward. No one, Under-Secretary of Defense William Bundy said, could now consider withdrawing with the task unfinished. Several of the men involved in planning the coup later came to consider it tragically misbegotten. General Maxwell Taylor wrote in his memoir that from the perspective of history, it could only be seen as a disaster, a national disaster. Edward Lansdale said it was a terrible, stupid thing. William Colby, chief of CIA Covert Actions in East Asia and later director of the agency, called it the worst mistake of the Vietnam War. The Americans who approved Diem's overthrow did so because they were determined to win the Vietnam War, and concluded that Diem was an obstacle to victory. After all, some of them told themselves, Diem was an American creation in the first place, and since the United States had installed him in power, it should have the right to depose him when he proved unmanageable. Distasteful as that course was, it saved Kennedy and his aides from having to face the deeper question of whether the war was winnable at all. This does not, however, explain how the coup plot took on such momentum in the late summer and fall of 1963. Even some of the men who allowed it to go forward admitted later that they could not understand how it happened. Nobody was behind it, Robert Kennedy marveled in 1965. Nobody knew what we were going to do. Nobody knew what our policy was. It hadn't been discussed. President Kennedy told several of his friends that if he was re-elected in 1964, he would pull American troops out of South Vietnam. Whether he would have done so must remain forever unknown. On November 22, just 20 days after Diem was assassinated, Kennedy suffered the same fate. Later that week in Washington, the new president, Lyndon Johnson, showed Senator Hubert Humphrey a portrait of Diem that was hanging on his wall. "We had a hand in killing him," Johnson said. "Now it's happening here." General Duong Van Minh, who carried out the coup, succeeded Diem as president of South Vietnam, with General Tran Van Don as Minister of Defense. Their government was torn by internecine feuds, many of them stemming from anger over the executions of Diem and Ngo Dinh Nhu. It never managed to consolidate itself. After holding power for just 3 months, it was overthrown in another coup. After that, a succession of military strongmen ruled South Vietnam. 2 of them, Generals Nguyen Caoky and Nguyen Van Thieu, had played important roles in the 1963 coup. During the mid-1960s, President Johnson escalated the American commitment to South Vietnam until more than 500,000 American soldiers were on duty there. The Vietnam War destroyed Johnson's presidency and profoundly shook American society. It ended on April 30, 1975, with ignominious defeat for the United States. A total of 58,168 Americans lost their lives waging it. The Vietnamese toll was far heavier. Diem's overthrow was a key turning point in the Vietnam War because it drew the United States across a line of commitment. It gave powerful Americans the sense that they had developed a blood bond with South Vietnam, or incurred a debt they needed to repay. America's responsibility for Diem's death haunted U.S. leaders during the years ahead, prompting them to assume a larger burden in Vietnam, Stanley Carnot wrote. Another historian, Howard Jones, called the coup President Kennedy's central tragedy. His action set the administration on a path that tied the United States more closely to Vietnam, furthered the Communists' Revolutionary War strategy by igniting political chaos in Saigon, and obstructed his plan to bring the troops home. Kennedy's legacy was a highly volatile situation in Vietnam that, in the hands of a new leader seeking victory, lay open to full-scale military escalation. President Johnson soon Americanized the war that resulted in the death of a generation. One intriguing question the coup raises is whether it was simply a step toward the inevitable doom of the American project in Vietnam, or whether it could have been a turning point. With Diem gone, the United States might have encouraged the formation of a broad-based civilian government. Instead, it kept strongmen in power and charged ahead with its war effort. Robert Chapelin, who covered Vietnam for The New Yorker, is among those who have wondered what might have been. "I have always blamed the Americans in part for the failure of the November 1 to 2 coup d'état to be anything more than just that it certainly did not lead to a legitimate revolution and it lacked any direction. The Americans had supported the violent change, but neither Washington nor the embassy had any sound ideas about fostering a strong new government that, in the time-worn phrase, would capture the hearts and minds of the people. The big war was still ahead, and the United States, having missed an opportunity after the fall of Diem either to get out of Vietnam or to help establish a firmer civilian political structure and a more broadly based economy, became more and more deeply embroiled in an unfolding tragedy. John Foster Dulles was long dead by the time the United States suffered its final humiliation in Vietnam, but he had had a hand in it. His refusal to negotiate at Geneva in 1954, based on his mistaken view of world communism, set the tragedy in motion. According to one biography, this was the most bizarre performance of his secretaryship. It created consternation in Paris and London and contributed anew to the growing public image of Dulles as a maladroit, intuitive Cold Warrior. It was at Dulles's urging that the United States had blocked the unification of Vietnam in 1956, adopted the Diem regime, and resolved to defend South Vietnam indefinitely. He bequeathed that commitment to the Kennedy administration. It led inevitably to the Diem coup, since Diem was clearly not the right partner for the United States as long as leaders in Washington wanted to fight on until victory. After propping up Diem for so long and then discarding him so violently, Americans sank into a war that caused incalculable harm to their interests around the world. The coup bound the United States to South Vietnam in an embrace that proved disastrous to them both. In a very real sense, it was Dulles' final legacy. Our American friends are remarkable organizers, brilliant technicians, and excellent soldiers, Prince Sihanouk of Cambodia observed as the Southeast Asian War reached its peak. But their incontestable realism stops short of the realm of politics, where the attitude of the ostrich seems to them to conform best to their interests. After the coup in Chile on September 11, 1973, General Augusto Pinochet and the other officers who seized power with him moved quickly to consolidate their power. Pinochet soon became the ruling junta's dominant figure. Several of his military rivals died unexpectedly, most notably his Minister of Defense, General Oscar Bonilla, who was killed in a helicopter crash in 1975. Others chose early retirement. Thus strengthened, Pinochet declared himself president of the junta and then president of the republic. One of Pinochet's first acts after the coup was to order a nationwide series of raids on leftists and other supporters of the deposed regime. The harshness with which this campaign was conducted, the tens of thousands of people who were arrested, the conditions under which they were held, and the fact that many were never seen again set the tone for what would be years of repression. The regime ordered summary executions for scores of leftist leaders. Many more died at the hands of soldiers and rightist thugs who swept through pro-Allende slums, called poblaciones, beating and killing as they rampaged. On October 8, Newsweek reported that city morgues in Santiago had received a total of 2,796 corpses since the coup, most with either crushed skulls or execution-style bullet wounds. 4 days later, the New York Times also placed the death toll in the thousands. Officials of the Allende government were rounded up and sent to a prison on desolate Dawson Island, in Chile's extreme south. The junta abolished the country's largest labor federation, which had 800,000 members, banned all political parties that had supported Allende, declared Congress in indefinite recess, summarily dismissed hundreds of university professors, removed all mayors and city councilors from office, and decreed a new legal code that forbade any appeal of decisions by military courts. Gleeful militiamen made bonfires of leftist books. A long controversy surrounded the question of whether Allende was killed by rebel soldiers or committed suicide. Some who sympathized with him felt driven to promote the death-in-battle version. As the passage of time allowed a more dispassionate review of the evidence, however, most came to accept the suicide hypothesis. Allende was 65 years old when he died. He had been president of Chile for 1,042 days. Pinochet moved quickly to resolve the conflicts with American companies that had contributed so decisively to hostility between Washington and Santiago. Less than a year after the coup, his government announced an agreement with Anaconda Copper under which the company would receive $253 million in cash and promissory notes for its expropriated assets. Kennecott Copper received $66.9 million. Chile also settled with ITT, paying the company $125.2 million for its interest in the Chilean telephone company. In 1976, Henry Kissinger traveled to Santiago to deliver a speech to the Organization of American States. The day before his public appearance, he met privately with Pinochet to assure him that although his speech would include a few perfunctory references to human rights, it was not aimed at Chile. My evaluation is that you are a victim of all left-wing groups around the world, and that your greatest sin was that you overthrew a government that was going communist, Kissinger told Pinochet. We welcomed the overthrow of the communist-inclined government here. We are not out to weaken your position. Several weeks later, on September 21, 1976, a squad organized by the Chilean secret police assassinated Orlando Letelier, who had been Allende's ambassador to the United States and foreign minister, by detonating a bomb in his car as he drove near DuPont Circle in Washington. His American assistant, Ronnie Moffett, was also killed. No such act of political terror had ever been committed in Washington, and it set off long and bitter condemnation of Pinochet's regime. Later it became clear that Letelier's murder was part of a wider plan, called Operation Condor, to kill opponents of Pinochet who were active outside Chile. In 1988, after 15 years as Chile's dictator, Pinochet submitted to a constitutionally mandated plebiscite in which Chileans were asked whether he should remain in power for another decade. The vote was negative. Instead of giving him a legal basis to remain in power, the plebiscite set off a nationwide clamor for change. Pinochet responded by imposing a series of decrees intended to guarantee the permanent power of the military, and then allowed a presidential election. A Christian Democrat, Patricio Aylwin, won. On the day he was inaugurated, January 6, 1990, Chile entered a new era. One of the new government's first acts was to create the National Commission on Truth and Reconciliation. In 1991 the commission produced a long and thoughtful report. Chile's fall toward dictatorship, it concluded, began when the country found itself caught up in world politics. Starting in the 1950s, Chile, like many countries in Latin America, saw the insertion of its domestic politics into the superpower struggle, the so-called Cold War. The victory of popular unity and President Allende in 1970 was regarded as the triumph of one of the contending superpowers, the USSR, and as a defeat for and threat to the other, the United States. Hence the United States immediately planned and engaged in a twofold policy of intervention in Chile's internal affairs. These developments are directly related to the devastating economic crisis Chile underwent starting in 1972, and were an integral and very important part of the broader crisis that broke out in 1973. Chile slowly returned to its once hallowed role as a beacon of democracy in South America. La Moneda, heavily damaged by bombing during the coup, was lovingly restored during the Pinochet years. Later an imposing statue of Allende was placed in front. While Pinochet was visiting Britain in 1998, he was detained under a warrant issued by the Spanish judge Baltasar Garzon. Courts in France, Switzerland, and Belgium also asked for his extradition. He spent 503 days under house arrest at a villa near London before the British government finally allowed him to return home. Soon after he arrived, he was stripped of the immunity he had enjoyed as a senator for life, and faced an array of kidnapping, torture, and murder charges. In Washington, the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence conducted an exhaustive investigation of the coup against Allende. It praised the CIA for producing accurate reports about Chile, and said the coup became possible because these reports were either, at best, selectively used or, at worst, disregarded by policymakers when the time came to make decisions regarding U.S. covert involvement in Chile. The more extreme fears about the effects of Allende's election were ill-founded. There never was a significant threat of a Soviet military presence, the export of Allende's revolution was limited, and its value as a model more restricted still, and Allende was little more hospitable to activist exiles from other Latin American countries than his predecessor has been. Chile was charting an independent, nationalist course. 31 years after the coup, a government-appointed commission in Chile concluded that during the years of dictatorship, torture was a state policy, meant to repress and terrorize the population. It identified 27,255 people who were tortured during the years of military rule, and President Ricardo Lagos announced that each of them would receive a lifetime pension. Soon afterward, a judge ordered Pinochet, then 89 years old, placed under house arrest pending trial on charges of kidnapping and murder. The commander of the Chilean army, General Juan Emilio Chier, then made a historic admission. The Army of Chile has taken the difficult but irreversible decision to assume the responsibility for all punishable and morally unacceptable acts in the past that fall on it as an institution, General Chier said. Never and for no one can there be any ethical justification for human rights violations. What would have happened in Chile if the United States had not intervened? The Nixon administration's nightmarish prediction that Allende would have imposed dictatorial rule and led his country into alliance with the Soviet Union might have materialized, but given the power of the innately conservative military and Allende's own democratic credentials, it was highly unlikely. Civil war, which Pinochet later said he had acted to prevent, was an even more remote possibility. Chile's long political tradition suggests that the country would have found a less violent, more constitutional way out of its conundrum. Whatever happened, the number of people arrested, tortured, and killed for political reasons during the following years would almost certainly have been far smaller.